Chapter 19 of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Michelle Kinge from Surrey, United Kingdom. Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. Chapter 19 by Helen Campbell. Heavenly Charities. Sister Irene's Mysterious Basket. Homes for Foundlings and Little Waifs. Near Lexington Avenue, between 68th and 69th Streets, stands the New York Foundling Asylum, an enormous building of simplest construction, the main portion 6 stories high, with various outgrowths, which on examination proved to be hospitals and other departments connected with the institution. Possibly the visitor has come straight from the children's ward in St. Luke's Hospital, with its many free beds endowed by Sunday school classes, or by some mother in memory of her own little ones. Seeing the perfect care given there, one cannot but wonder how it fares with the myriad other babies who must be part of the misery that abounds in the swarming tenement houses of both the east and west sides. What is done with the hundreds upon hundreds of motherless, or worse than motherless, little ones? It is this asylum which affords one answer, and which 25 years ago had no existence. Popular feeling was strongly against foundling asylums of any order. Their need had been often discussed by charitable workers, but it was felt in the various churches to which such work was long confined that if crime were shielded it must necessarily increase. Paris, with its enormous foundling asylums, was pointed to as an illustration of all we should most wish to escape, and thus little waifs fared as they could, room being made for them in homes and asylums ill adapted to such use, and where all such work was carried on at the greatest disadvantage. As usual in these cases, a woman began the solution of the problem. Its ethical bearings did not enter her head. She had long worked among the poor. She knew what temptation meant, and how often an innocent girl, betrayed by a villain, needed the support denied her by the Pharisee, and even by those who wished to help, yet feared some compromising quality in the act. What thoughts went on under Sister Irene's close black bonnet she does not tell. It is sufficient to our purpose that the basket was bought, and that on October morning in 1869, the rain pouring as if to wash out any possible stain entailed by the act, the people in 12th Street saw in the doorway of number 17 a curious little basket, softly lined, and for a mysterious purpose which nobody could fathom. Men looked at it as they went to business and wondered if anybody had set it down and forgotten to take it in. It was still there when they returned home at night, and a light gleamed above it, but its purpose was no plainer than when day dawned and found it there. Far into the night, when the solitary footsteps of an occasional pedestrian echoed loudly in the silent street, a frightened woman stole toward the open doorway, casting startled looks around and behind her, and after long crouching in the shadow, softly crept up the steps. Something held close in her arms went with her, which she pressed to her breast again and again, and then with a burst of tears she laid it in the basket, and silently hurried down the steps. Crouching again in the friendly shadow, she waited, her face turned toward the doorway, till a baby's wail, followed by a sharp little cry, was heard, and she half sprung up and stretched her arms toward the basket. The door opened even as the cry came. A woman with a calm, gentle face stood for a moment, the flood of light from the hall bringing out every line of face and figure, then stooped and lifted the bundle to her shoulder, pressing the little face close to her own. The baby nestled to her as she passed into the hall. The door closed, and the woman, crouching in the darkness, stole away, bearing her secret with her. Another babe was found on the stoop during the night, in spite of the rain that was falling in torrents. The next night came 2 women, each with her burden, which was laid in the basket, and twice again the door opened, and the black-robed figure responded to the feeble cry that had only to sound to be heard. Out of the cold and dark into warmth and light and care went each helpless tenant of the waiting basket, and news soon went out that here no questions were asked, no demands were made, but help and comfort were always waiting. Within a month the number of babies reached 45. The house was full. This is the story of Sister Irene's little house on 12th Street, the first foundling asylum in the United States. Never was anything on smaller scale. Often she rose in the morning utterly uncertain as to where the day's food was to come from, and always before night help came and the work went on. Doubt as one might the wisdom of such undertaking, there were babies, and they must be fed. Ladies sent in food, money, and bundles of little garments, often from the drawer where they had been laid with tears, as the bereaved mother folded them away in memory of the little one who had put on angel raiment. These bereaved mothers took turns at watching, preparing food, and all the 1,000 cares of nursery, and Sister Irene and her nuns did the rest. Up to this time infanticide had been common, and abandonment on the streets no less so. 20 years ago, scarcely a morning passed without its being recorded in the daily journals that the body of a newborn babe had been found floating near the docks, buried in an ash barrel, or flung into some lonely area. Each day an armful of little unfortunates, picked up by the police on their night beats, were carried to the almshouse on Blackwell's Island, to be bottle-fed by the aged paupers, rarely surviving their infancy. There was no place for these little waifs in charitable institutions, for the charters did not admit them, and even now, with a place offering itself, it was doubtful if it must not depend upon private charity for support. The matter came up for consideration, and the city fathers finally settled to pay a trifling amount per head for the baby's support. This was the beginning, and during the 20 years that have gone by since Sister Irene lifted the first tiny occupant of the basket to the motherly breast that has never known motherhood, over 22,000 babies have been cared for by her and her helpers. Long ago the 12th Street home proved utterly inadequate, and the great building on Lexington Avenue received them, to become in turn all too small for the crowds that apply. The main building now accommodates 600 babies and 300 mothers, and besides these, 1,200 are put out to nurse. In any poor family where a baby has died, the mother can take one of these little waifs, provided the doctor gives a certificate that the applicant is responsible and in fair health. For this the city pays $10 a month, but the woman must bring the child to the asylum once a month on the payday fixed, where it is inspected by the sisters before she receives her wage. Picture a helpless babe, a day or 2 old, either laid reluctantly in the crib by a poor broken-hearted mother, or abandoned pitilessly under cover of night on the steps or in the neighbourhood of the asylum. A little one entering is first registered, receiving a name and number. and is then temporarily placed in one of the nurseries. In a few days it is confided to a nurse in the outside department. Within a week her home is visited by the asylum detective to gain positive assurance that she is worthy of the trust. For the next 3 years the foundling is a member of its foster mother's family and is known as a rent baby. Once a month on payday she takes it to the asylum for inspection, and if sick it must be carried there for treatment. Time passes on. The baby has become a runaround and is recalled to the asylum. This time there are bitter tears shed over the foundling by the foster mother, who declares that the little stranger brought a blessing upon her home. If it is ill, it is taken in at the hospital for treatment, and here its troubles often end. But the percentage of deaths is less than one would be expected, and of all the mothers who serve as deputies, the majority give good care and often grow so attached to their little charges that adoption follows. Shortly after the opening of the asylum, a second branch of work, until then uncontemplated, forced itself upon the sisters' attention. One day a young woman came with her baby and pleaded not to leave it, but to be received into the house with it. As provision had been made for foundlings only, she was refused. A few hours later the woman returned and renewed her entreaties, saying her friends had cast her off. She had no shelter for the night. Might she not remain with her child? Money was given her for her present need, but once more she was refused admission. In the evening she came again and said there was but one alternative. If the sisters would not consent to take her, she would go and destroy herself. If they allowed her to stay with her child, she would work for them and nurse another baby with her own. These last words were a revelation, for painful experience had taught that, with the most unwearied care and vigilance, it was almost impossible to raise a number of infants by hand. The babies would gain by this extension of the work, as well as the poor homeless mothers. The girl, by her own importunity, had opened a refuge for thousands who, since then, have sought the shelter of the asylum. It is a noteworthy fact that, of the many nationalities represented, Irish, French, German, and Italian, it is the Italian mothers who bring back the healthiest looking babies, and under whose nursing the weaklings soonest begin to thrive. They mother them like their own, and it is mothering, or the want of it, that means life or death to the waifs that, save for happy chance, will never know the portion of real childhood. In the great asylum on Lexington Avenue, the outgrowth of Sister Irene's little basket, she still rules. The face is more than 20 years older than on that stormy night in which her basket held its first tenant, but it is even more peaceful and bright. Her shoulders are bowed, her day of work nearing its end, but she cannot enter a ward, but that the children tumble over each other in eagerness to even touch her, and her pride in them is something beautiful to see, as she pauses to admire the delicate skin of one, the bright eyes of another. The larger babies quarrel as to which shall open the door for her, or rejoice as she singles out one for special attention. They learn rhymes to please her. They even make no protest against the sorest of childhood trials, face-washing, if it is to make ready for Sister Irene's coming, and a forest of small hands wave a parting greeting as she passes through the open door. There is another reminder of her beginning of this beneficent work. In the marble corridors of the great building hang pictures of saints and children, each one a gift and each with its special significance. In the vestibule there is no longer a basket, but a bassinet with its pretty canopy of pink and white, and it knows as many pitiful stories as the old receptacle which it long ago replaced. In the long wards, with their white canopied cribs, one sees white-capped nurses caring for their small charges as diligently as if it were their sole thought in life. It is hard to believe that they are themselves on probation, proving here their repentance and desire for a better life. 2 or 3 sisters are always with the babies, and the larger children follow them about or are busy with the bright papers and toys of the kindergarten. There are 2 kindergarten classes, each numbering about 50. A more charming sight can hardly be imagined than that presented by these children of misfortune, laughing and singing at their games, or grasping in their tiny fingers the various kindergarten gifts. The least observant visitor, on beholding the large assemblage of older children in the full tide of enjoyment and happiness, would quite forget the sad page in their history. They are not in uniform, that depressing fact of most asylums. On the contrary, each child seems to wear a different colour, and the pretty locks of all are banged and tied with bright ribbons as carefully as if a mother's hand had done it. One fact might be dwelt upon by all mothers. These 1,200 and more babies have the purest complexions, the result of the absolute regularity with which they are fed and cared for. No food is allowed between meals, but not one of them goes hungry, and the majority have a contented and comfortable look. All nationalities are here, and every shade of colouring and every type of feature, and often a beauty of both feature and expression that wins all hearts at once. At 3 years old, a baby's life under Sister Irene's roof must end. Up to that age, the mother may claim it if she will. After that, it can be legally adopted by anyone, though under the charge of the sisters till its majority. It has been deemed best to find homes for them outside the city, and an agent visits the parties applying for children to adopt, and travels in the West securing homes. The number of applications is large, and they are of all orders. One writes, "We want a nice little red-headed boy. I have a red-haired wife and 5 red-headed little girls, and we want a boy to match." Another, in an order for a little brown-haired and blue-eyed girl, adds, "She must have a pretty nose," while another writes, "Send us a smart, stout, saucy boy of 6, Irish parents." Good tidings come from the West concerning the little ones who have been sent out to brighten childless homes. Some are declared to be the sweetest and dearest little children in the world. Others are the smartest in school. And one and all of the adopted parents express in different ways the same sentiment, that they could not possibly get on without them. Many persons who have seen them in the care of others desire to obtain similar treasures for themselves, and the agent, during his Western tours of inspection, has little difficulty in selecting homes for a band of 40 or 50. And then comes the excitement of departure. The children, all animation and eagerness at the thought of the dear papas and mammas who are at last sending for them, assemble in the playroom to be prepared for their journey. They are dressed in their neat, warm cloaks and pretty hoods by those who have been to them as loving mothers, and who could scarcely bear to send them forth to an unknown future but for their confidence in Him who has promised, "I will never leave thee nor forsake thee." The roll is called, to make sure that all appointed for the journey are at hand, and then, accompanied by several sisters, the little ones are placed in the stages that are to convey them to the station. The novelty of the ride and the bustle of the depot interest and amuse them. and it is only when they are settled in the car that is to take them to their destination, and the sisters turn to leave them, that they realize the parting from their first friends, and the journey is begun amid sobs and tears. But childish griefs are short-lived, and by the time the West is reached, bright little faces are peeping out, anxious to catch the first glimpse of those who are eagerly awaiting them. As far as it could be expected, they have met with parental care and love, and in their innocence fondly imagine that they have found their lost father and mother. It is most affecting to behold a little troop starting for these far-off homes. In response to the question, "Little one, where are you going?" the reply invariably comes, "To my papa and mamma." Many of them regularly correspond with Sister Irene. One wrote, "Dear sister, I hope you are well, and I would like to hear from you. I am getting a big boy now, and I am 9 years old. I am getting along in my books very well. Tell Mr. Hughes to send me that goat. I have a sloop, and she got frozen in the ice, and I could not hardly get her out. Goodbye." Another wrote, "Dear sister, I thought I would write to you and send my report, so that you can see how I am getting along in my lessons. I got the prize last month for taking the highest % in spelling. I am beginning to save my money, and I have 44 cents. I have had a real nice time this winter, sliding on my sled. I am well, and so is Mamma. Goodbye. Mamma and I send love to you. Your little boy, F." Some of the children first sent out have already reached maturity, and have chosen a calling. Some are happily married, and often write letters showing how gratefully and affectionately they remember those who protected them in infancy. This is the sunny side of the work. There is another. The hospital. Its wards filled with disease, deformity, and suffering, the penalty of the parents' sins. Here are the incurables, some of whom will linger in pain and suffering year after year, but many will soon escape to the happier country, where they shall no more say, "I am sick." The little faces, worn and spiritualized by suffering, are still cheerful. Every possible alleviation is there, but pain rules and must rule in the tortured little bodies, which have never known any other life but suffering. Beyond these wards is the quarantine, connected with the other buildings by iron bridges, by means of which little patients sick with any contagious disease can be conveyed there without going through the other buildings. To meet the total expenses of this great work, nearly $275,000 a year are required, and voluntary contributions are depended upon to a considerable extent. This foundling asylum is a type of the many homes which year by year have grown up for children, 15,000 of whom are now the charge of city or private charity. There are orphan asylums of every order, white and coloured, Catholic and Protestant. Every hospital has its children's ward, and there are special ones for every form of disease. Near Sister Irene's home is a new venture, hardly 5 years in existence, but of equal helpfulness in its way. It is only one large house, known as the Babies' Hospital, and capable at its utmost of holding not over 40 babies. It is for the sick, not for the well, and gives summer outings for the severest cases. None are turned away, not even the dying, and these come oftener than might be supposed, since hard-working mothers cannot or do not stop till the last moment to attend to a baby, sick or well. Contagious diseases are excluded, but everything else is undertaken, and sooner or later finds its way here. Every police station, all the charitable associations, all the mission rooms, have been notified that here is a refuge for all sick children. mothers are suspicious of hospitals and believe them places built for experiment upon the poor. But the mother who has once had her baby under treatment here persuades all she knows to try it for their own. There are a number of free cribs. It costs $3,000 to endow a crib for one's lifetime, and $250 to maintain it for a year. The children of Elberon, where President Garfield died, pay this sum yearly for a crib over which their name hangs, and there is one crib for which a wealthy mother gave $5,000, thus endowing it forever. Here, as in many children's wards in hospitals, the real difficulty is often found to be that the babies have never been properly fed, and a week or two of good food cures the supposed disease. The most interesting spot in this hospital, after the babies themselves, each in its crib with white coverlet, warm blanket, and pretty blue, pink, or lilac puff tufted with knots of gay worsted, is the kitchen, where all their food is prepared. Here stands the great cans of milk, bottles of baby food, beef juice, and all that baby needs require. Beyond is the cold room, and in it stands a great case similar to a row of post office boxes, one for each baby and labelled with its name. In it is placed daily the food it is to have, chosen after the doctor's prescription, and in bottles stopped with the latest discovery, baked cotton batting. Germs of disease being a part of the air one must breathe in the cities, or indeed anywhere save on mountain tops, it becomes specially necessary to guard against them in a hospital, and it has been found that they cannot penetrate through baked cotton batting. So baked it is, and these babies have purer food than often falls to the lot of most Fifth Avenue children. There is one scene that nightly appeals to those in charge of the homeless little ones at the 5 Points House of Industry. It is repeated at other points of the great city, wherever indeed rise the walls of a child's asylum or protectory. But here, in this first and oldest of all aids for the helpless ones, it seems to have special significance and most touching appeal. Round about the great room, with its rows of little iron cots covered with snowy white spreads, the only home these tiny waifs have ever known, kneel the babies of 3 years and upwards, with folded hands, eyes tight shut, or opening for a moment's survey of the others. The little lips repeat in unison the prayer that happy mothers in many a home bend to hear. Now I lay me down to sleep, I pray the Lord my soul to keep. Be sure that it is heard, and that for each and all of these little ones there is a watch and ward in that kingdom, where none may enter save as they become as little children. The new training school for children's nurses, which is intended to give thorough training to all who are to have the care of young children, has 4 of its students on duty here through the day, and they may even serve a term as regular nurses after their 2 years' course is over, for this, and all the other hospitals for children, is a type of care impossible even a few years ago. The standard has risen year by year, till now every appliance of science is brought to bear, even the hospital for incurables furnishing its quota of experience and suggestion. There are many institutions devoted to this heavenly charity. The 2 I have imperfectly described are typical forms in which the passion for helpfulness and the saving of life find marked expression. But the city has other charities no less worthy, and the story of any one told in full would make a volume, each page of which might well, if praise were in question, be printed in letters of gold, and bound like beautiful missals of old, in vellum, jewel set, with all rare and costly work of monkish pens and gravers. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Bruce Peary. Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. Chapter 20 by Helen Campbell. Italian life in New York, scenes in the Great Bend in Mulberry Street, homes of filth and squalor. Fully a generation ago, the children who watched from New York windows for the organ grinder and his monkey, or those more adventurous ones who followed his devious way as far as they dared, looked with wondering eyes at the monkey's close companion, a child, and sometimes more than one, dark-eyed, low-browed, and swarthy, with flashing white teeth that gleamed out at the least kindness, and a grace and suppleness of movement born under other than American skies. For the most part they were melancholy little creatures, and they had good reason. Their inability to speak English and their terror at the conditions that surrounded them sealed their lips. Nor did the public awaken to the outrages committed upon them till roused by the indignation of the few who had investigated the matter to the bottom and knew whereof they spoke. It was the Children's Aid Society that first sounded an alarm and sought some means of relief for the abominations of the padrone system. This meant a formal traffic hardly less well organized than the old slave system, by means of which Italian children were hired from parents or friends at home, or came here with them to follow organ grinders and beg. Every child was compelled to bring home a fixed sum daily. If it was exceeded, good. If it fell below the standard, beating and starvation were the penalties. Children died of want, cold, and privation, nor was there any hope of betterment till the first school for Italians was opened and fought its way to recognition and final success. The organ grinder was once an emblem of our idea of Italian life, and the recipient of all the scorn that busy, practical America has for this pursuit. It has gradually dawned upon us, however, that a man need not necessarily be a beggar who adopts organ grinding as his occupation, and that he may even lead a more wholesome and broader life than that of the shoemaker at his bench, or the toiler in the factory, or mine. Often, it is true, the Italian organ grinder represented the worst order of his countrymen. He was the forerunner of the tide of emigration from Italy that from that day to this has set steadily toward our shores, a constantly increasing army of Italians young and old, drawn from the poorer and often from the most vicious classes. The New York Italian colony now numbers over 70,000 souls and is still increasing. It is chiefly the laboring class who come, and they have proved efficient and patient workers at railroad construction and innumerable other forms of manual labor. Aside from this is a proportion, and a constantly increasing one, of professional men and merchants. 95% of all who arrive become American citizens, and 30% remain in New York or its immediate vicinity. It was the organ grinder who first carried back the tale of what might be done in the new country, and stirred uneasy longings. Often there was no capital available for the listening peasant, save that in Tessa's heavy gold beads, but she sold them willingly for passage money, firm in the faith that better ones would soon take their place. If they owned a little patch of land, it was sold, or sometimes leased, and the two turned their faces westward. One may see the type today, Giovanni in leggings, broad hat, and blue jacket, and Tessa with her heavy braids and gay flowered shawl, just landed at Castle Garden, and looking with serious eyes at the new surroundings. The elevated road is the first amazement, and a terror as well, till custom has dulled the first shock at seeing trains in the air, but for the first few days all is wonder. From whatever part of Italy they come, they bring alike the melancholy faces that are part of the Italian inheritance. They are fatalists. Long oppression, unending hard work, and grinding poverty have all left their lines. We think of all Italians as happy, easy-natured do-nothings, and for Naples and much of southern Italy this is in part true. But northern Italians have much in common with New Englanders. They are abstinent, frugal, hard-working, and patient, but a little prosperity soon alters the expression and brings out the underlying type. Let us begin with the lowest order, the dealer in fruit and vegetables, or the rag picker, who gravitates at once to the region given over to his people. Here one finds them swarming in the great tenement houses, grouping on doorsteps and sidewalks, and forming, with their vivid coloring, their flashing eyes, and gay-colored raiment, one of the most picturesque scenes New York has to offer. Do they herd together? Yes, but no more or perhaps less than at home, as anyone who has been in Genoa, for instance, and watched the stream of humanity pouring out from the tall old houses of the Carmagiano district can testify. They were not paupers even there, though many affirm that whoever prefers macaroni and oil to baker's bread must be near that condition. But they live on what an American would find impossible, and thus lay up money even when earnings are scantiest. Take the Great Bend in Mulberry Street on a Saturday morning, a spot as utterly un-American as anything in New York. The open-air market is going on, and trucks and barrows of every description line the sidewalk. A never-ending throng, through which one can barely make way, fills every available foot of walk. Tainted meat, poultry blue with age and skinny beyond belief, vegetables in every stage of wiltedness, fruit half rotten or mouldy, butter so rancid that it poisons the air, eggs broken in transit, sold by the spoonful for omelettes, fish that long ago left the water, all contribute their share to the unbearable odor that even in the open air proves almost too much for endurance. Over and over again the Board of Health officers have swooped down on the Bend and dumped the contents of the entire market into the river, but they cannot always be at hand, and so buying and selling goes on. Great sacks lie along the walk. They hold bread, the rejected stock of the downtown baker, who allows it to accumulate till hard, dry, or moldy, according to the weather and the place of storage. It is sold at so much a sackful, and the inhabitants of the Bend walk away with their selections, as content apparently as if it had come fresh from the oven. At one point sits an old woman, wrinkled and skinny as her stock in trade, and holds out a starved little turkey as customers pause for consideration. "Una bella pollina, a beautiful hen turkey," she cries, with 1,000 adjectives expressive of the fine qualities of this desirable investment. And presently a young woman, after a fierce course of bargaining accompanied with wild gestures that seem to point to nothing less than bloodshed, counts out the price, grasps her prize, and moves on smilingly. Buyer and seller vociferate and grimace, and he or she who can talk longest and loudest wins in the end. The piles of unwholesomeness and actual disease rapidly diminish, even sometimes disappear altogether before the crowd of eager buyers, and the throng lessens. It is the Sunday's supply, and presently there will be a smell of cooking, and herbs and oil will destroy rankness and make of the unsavory ingredients a meal which the purchasers will count festivity. The homes in these houses are of all orders, some squalid and filthy, others clean and bright, with red and blue saints on the walls and gay patchwork quilts on the bed. They all love lilac, a reminder to them of the orange blossoms of their sunny native land, and in the season one may see many a bunch placed on a little shelf or bracket before the patron saint. The organ grinder may even bring home a bunch on his return from a round. He loves flowers also, and delights in bringing them back to the children. Down on Baxter Street is a cluster of 8 houses known as the Beehive, and here is a man who is organ renter and clock seller, the business managed in part by his wife. The organ grinder seldom owns his organ and hardly ever his monkey. This same beehive has another tenant who trains monkeys and one who has long been organ mender. The double house close at hand swarms with Neapolitans, who are chiefly organ grinders and fruit sellers, and here is a monkey trainer who for a small consideration will show his pets. A well-trained organ monkey is worth from $12 to $20, and the trainer works patiently to give them the necessary accomplishments, bowing, holding out the cap for money, and so forth. They are taught to obey the word of command in both Italian and English, the whip being employed as argument, but as little as possible. A dozen solemn-eyed monkeys were in the cage when I called upon them, and the youngest, a mere baby of a monkey, screamed for joy as the door was opened and he was allowed to come out for a little. He was but half-trained. The others watched the master's eye and chattered comments among themselves, while a child stood gravely by, watching their antics. This is the region of rag-pickers, and in cellars, basements, and alleys, as well as in many a room of the tenement houses, the work of sorting goes on. Bones and garbage of many kinds are often added to the rags, and here again the Board of Health interferes as far as possible. 1,000 people dwell in the beehive, and most of them of the lowest order, yet there are few beggars, and the majority work hard each day. They give up the open-air eating that formed part of their European home life, nor do they take as many saints' days for holidays. The New York passion for money is upon them, and they work out of these noisome surroundings into something better in surprisingly short spaces of time. The members of the class just above them, the thrifty bourgeois, make money as grocers, hairdressers, or barbers, and go back to their native land to astonish old neighbors with their gains. Often such a one returns to New York and to the same quarters for the sake of adding to his store, finding that the old life has lost its charm and that his days must end in America. There is yet another class, the chorus singers and ballet dancers in the spectacular drama and the opera companies. They, with merchants and professional men, frequent the Italian restaurants, some of which are famous. Nothing has done more to make the Italian immigrant contented with New York than the industrial schools, which are thronged by the children. A pair who had landed at Castle Garden at 6 were found in line at 9 the same morning, and announced that 7 others would be there in the afternoon. They know from others just what is provided for them, and use every opportunity. The great school on Leonard Street, the outgrowth of the little seed planted in 1855, holds 500 of them. Afternoon and night schools take in the most pupils, since many must earn their support during the day. The boys are taught various trades. The girls learn sewing, lace-making, and so forth. The building has schoolrooms, bathrooms, reading rooms, and printing offices where trades are taught and payment given for work that is done. Some stay away at intervals or attend irregularly because they must mind the stand or help to sort rags, but all are anxious to come. Often they graduate from this into the public school, and hundreds of good citizens owe their success to teachings received here. The story of the school is, like that of many another invaluable work for children in New York, a part of the record of the Children's Aid Society. The first Italian emigrants were chiefly a part of the padrone system. and necessarily the lowest order of that nationality. Some 1,500 settled in and about the 5 Points, to which that type still gravitates. But they were not criminals, and they lived hard-working lives, shut off by their ignorance of English from much share in the life about them. Suspicion and distrust had been born of this isolation, and thus it was hard to make them believe that a school could be opened with no ulterior design below the seeming help. 3 years of constant effort were required before any real foothold was gained, the ardent opposition of one of their priests being the greatest obstacle. He threatened excommunication for all who allowed their children to enter the heretic doors, and went from house to house to supplement the curse given in church. Fortunately, he collected money for a school according to his own ideas, and then decamped, preferring to spend it at his leisure on his own soil. This was the turning point, for the people made amends by sending their children to the school he had denounced. From this time on, the growth of the school has been steady. The chief object was to cultivate self-respect and turn the children from begging and organ grinding towards trades, and this has been accomplished most thoroughly. The maestro has become a most indispensable personage, and is assumed to be not only teacher, but lawyer, doctor, theologian, astronomer, banker, everything that is good and desirable. Family quarrels are brought before him for adjustment, and the gratitude of the people is unending compensation for the service rendered. The Italian government, through its minister in the United States, has sent formal thanks for the benefits extended to its people, and the higher class of Italians in New York are doing their full share toward helping on the work. Italians born in this country are much lighter in complexion than those born under an Italian sun. They pass for Americans, and wish to, for they are sometimes made to feel that their nationality is a disgrace. They enter every trade. The girls are dexterous and skillful workers, and many are found in artificial flower factories. In one of these factories near Canal Street, an old carbonaro spends his days in stamping patterns for flowers, a gray-headed, eagle-eyed old man, a patriot and companion of Garibaldi. There are many of the same order, but they work as quietly as Garibaldi himself worked at his trade of sail-making while in this country. In the region known as Little Italy, many of the most evil and reckless have banded, but they are a company less to be dreaded than our own hoodlums. They stab, it is true, and steal, and perform other undesirable offenses, but they are not as lost in degradation, and often, after a course of this sort of vicious indulgence, they reform and take to hard work. The colony has nearly 80 benevolent societies, several weekly papers, and a chamber of commerce, supported in part by the Italian government. It is intended to establish an Italian home, and then the immigrants will fare much better than at present. Swindlers are always on the watch to defraud them, and there is constant complaint that the bosses are often as much at fault. Italian banks are started in the neighborhood of their work, and presently the cashier disappears with their savings, but all this is mending. The consuls, under the direction of King Umbert and the Italian government, are paying special attention to the immigrant and to the condition of all Italians in this country, and there is much testimony to their teachableness. They make a city of their own, and are one more element in the strange mosaic we call New York, where every nationality is coming to have larger place than the stock which has the best right to claim it as home. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life, This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Bruce Peary. Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. Chapter 21, by Helen Campbell. Shanty Town and its dwellers. Life among New York squatters. Characteristic scenes and incidents. Long ago, in the days which the old New Yorker recalls with an effort, there was no Central Park. The traveler uptown knew well the strange aspects of the dingy suburbs, land, rock, hill, and hollow, alike bristling with shanties, where the Irishman reveled in all the dirt, all the smells, and all the barefoot freedom of his own native cabin. They swarmed at every turn. Not a bush or tree but held its quota of family linen, inflated by the free winds of the new country. Mongrel dogs contested place with the goats, which browsed upon everything from a dandelion top to a battered coffee pot, or the brown paper that had wrapped Pat's slice of bacon. Pigs lived in closest relation with the family, and lent their voices to the chorus from geese and dogs. Cows lifted gentle, incurious eyes to the passer-by, and hens divided place with the mistress of the shanty and snatched the bread from the children's hands with a confidence born of long practice. In spite of the fact that building goes on steadily, that row after row of houses rise everywhere of all orders of pretension and general flimsiness of construction, it remains a fact that hundreds of acres are still occupied by squatters, and that a large portion of the green stuff consumed by New Yorkers is grown, as it were, under their very eyes. The old shanty town is fast disappearing before the builder and contractor. The half-mile of space between 62nd and 72nd Streets was most densely populated, the bohemia of the poor, to which the newly arrived emigrants of the lower order gravitated almost instinctively, finding a city after their own hearts. The investigator who regarded it simply as the capital of the kingdom of misrule soon found his mistake. A certain order prevailed. Some houses were utterly squalid, and repelled as thoroughly as their owners. For some of the older ones, sunshine and rain had worked their alchemy and brought out soft colors. The scraps of which the buildings were made were as varied and capricious as the material of an oriole's nest. No wonder that artists wandered here, making surreptitious sketches or boldly bribing children to serve as temporary models, for Shantytown had a life and picturesqueness unknown and undreamed of by the reputable regions farther down. For years Shantytown retained its characteristics, the early immigration swelling its numbers. It was a sort of primary school in which some necessary lessons were learned, most of the pupils passing speedily to a higher grade. But many remained from pure love of the life, looked down upon by their relatives in the tenement houses, who regarded themselves as much nearer the aristocracy to which they were all, in the end, to come. But, cling as they might to the first quarters, subtle changes were at work. The children were taking on American characteristics, studying in the public schools, and unconsciously assimilating the new life. With the first thought of Central Park, a howl went up, and there were louder ones as the thought found shape, and the march of improvement took its course right through and over these swarming anthills of human life. The progress was swift and certain. Like another Red Sea, the park swallowed up its host, and no man knew what fate befell the vanished thousands. Shantytown still has its representatives. It is widely scattered, but there is still a region given over to gardens, cultivated chiefly by the successors of the first inhabitants, who had little thought of this means of making a living. The German, with his patience and unending capacity for toil, has come, and with him miles upon miles of market gardens. The houses have altered little, save that they are often cleaner, and that vines clamber over them, and flowers are here and there. There is an Irish element still, but the Italian is added, and in a cluster of shanties one may often distinguish the nationalities by the outward expression of the shanty itself. The Irishman likes whitewash hardly less well than the Negro, and he uses it not only for his house, but for pigsty and anything else to which it can be conveniently applied, from tree trunk to the stones about the door. He accepts his ground as he finds it, and has a fine eye for possibilities. No 2 feet of his floor have the same grade, and often a knob of Laurentian gneiss shows its head in the middle of the shanty, and is utilized as bench or table. A shanty has been known to creep all over a rock and employ every jutting point as buttress or stay, but it settles with equal facility in the hollows and has no objection to mud floors. There are tenants whose life began here. They played as babies in the same puddle, contesting it with the geese, seeking vainly to live up to the traditions of their ancestors and to make believe triumphantly that puddles are next best to ponds. Later, the boy and girl carried the family pail to the pump together, or went to and from school for such time as is allotted to fragments of education. The girl has changed, insensibly yet suddenly, to woman. The boy has become a truckman or day laborer, but looks in of an evening, to be assailed on his exit with old tin cans and jeers by the observant small boys of the neighborhood. He does not mind. Nora has blushed and laughed and evaded till the last moment, and then said an honest yes, and he plans, as he goes, how they may have a house of their own, and stay on in the old spot. Once he would have had free tenancy. Now the ground rent of a lot ranges from $25 to $50, with always the chance of a sudden eviction. The steam drill and derrick are tokens of coming change, and no other warning is needed, though there is a customary gift of $5 to every householder compelled to sudden flight. The shanty architect pleases his own fancy. Often he picks up the boards and outer fittings as he goes, but any junk shop will supply him with as motley a collection as he likes. The settlement is tolerably certain to have at least one such shop, where strange accumulations may be seen in which the practised eye at once discerns all possibilities. The squatter may choose to arrange his material in one of the depressions in the soil, or perch upon a rock. In the latter case, he is more likely to feel the shock of blasts, or to be forced to make way for the derrick. One man clung to his eyrie long after such work had begun, running out when a blast was announced, and returning till a signal for the next one came, holding his place till the rock was actually drilled from under him. The junk shop provides all that can be needed for beginners. Old stovepipe abounds, and where it fails an ingenious tenant has been known to supply its place with pieces of drain pipe, acquired he does not say how. A stove which has no objection to bricks for legs, a bed, and some odds and ends of chairs and tables, all of which may make the interior appear squalid or inviting, according to the characteristics of the mistress. In many a shanty one sees that she has learned how to make the most and best of her possessions, and to brighten the room with spotless white curtains and gay chromos. Traces of old days still linger. Yonder an old house yet stands on a hill, with enormous willows here and there, though the steam drill is ominously near. A little further down are the ruins of an old Dutch Reformed church, and in the graveyard are stones whose well-nigh illegible inscriptions testify to the surprising indifference of descendants of old families to these memorials of the past. Goats clamber at will over grave and stone, and children play, gathering flowers which spring from the dust of other children who once held their places. Wherever there is space, and often where there is not, geese are being fattened for market. Poultry dealers send them up here and expect a return of so many a week or month. Often the people own a flock which wanders at will, trying puddles at various points, and cackling loudly at strangers and confidentially among themselves. Hens abound and share the shanty, and pigs as well, but dogs are the chief feature. And, with the goats, they front one at any and all points from which Shantytown may be approached. The big ones are the breadwinners. The rag-pickers and garbage men and women use them in small carts, or they carry loads of truck. They are mongrel in name and nature, and bite at every opportunity, to the secret joy of their owners, who wish no intruders, and who would fain shut out from Shantyland all but themselves. There is a pound also. It is at the end of a long street of shanties, and is run by an American who makes it his business to see that neither cows nor goats trespass. For the former he has $1, for the latter 25 cents, if either are caught out of bounds. And thus he earns a living, and the cordial detestation of all Shantytown. Wherever there is a patch of land that can be used, a garden springs up. It is Germans who sow and weed and work in rain or shine alike, laying the foundation of the prosperity that they are certain to secure. They do not like visitors, and with reason, since they suspect in each one a real estate agent or some prying inspector sent by the Board of Health. Now and then one will talk, but never till he has settled satisfactorily to his own mind that his interviewer belongs to neither class. He pays his ground rent cheerfully, only sighing as he thinks of dispossession. But he is master still of thousands of acres in the Harlem region, nor will he be entirely driven out for years to come. The scorn with which the tenement house dweller looks upon his brethren in the shanties is one feature of the situation which fills the disinterested observer with amazement. It is regarded as a family disgrace to live in Shantytown, and every influence is brought to bear to make them renounce the life and herd, like the others, in the tenement hives which they call homes. Yet the shanty dweller has 1,000 advantages over his more conventional relative. But when he has put on the yoke of civilization, he generally bids good-bye forever to the health he brought with him, the generation of Irish born in this country being prone to many diseases, consumption especially, which is almost unknown to their cabin life at home. Within a block of the spot where these words were written is the ideal shanty, a growth rather than an actual erection. The owner of the 7 lots, which will presently be sold for 100-fold their original price, has left the straggling fence put up in the days when the land was still a pasture. He charges ground rent, but a moderate one, and many a man might envy the tenant who pays it. 2 trees spread their graceful branches over the roof, covered with strange specimens of tin and sheet iron, with patches of shingles here and there. The windows were evidently once part of some steamboat, and sides and front have come together, quite of themselves, it would seem, no 2 boards having relation to each other. The pipe which serves as chimney is of 3 orders, big, little, and a tile pipe, all ingeniously bound together with wires, and strengthened with odd bits of tin and iron. a hen house of the same composite order of architecture, goats everywhere, a dog house, a low stable where the cow stands at ease, and a pig pen far more pretentious than the house make up the establishment. The New York millionaire has less space and by no means as much hint of country, and Tim, as he stands in his doorway at evening, has the air of a man well pleased with himself and with life. But the sound of the steam drill is near, and soon this too will give way to the long line of flats like those opposite, and Tim and his family will descend to the tenement house, where already the brother who first came over demands his presence for the credit of the family. The dweller in Shantytown is a natural politician. Aldermen and city officials have often come from rag-pickers, truckmen, and the various orders of labor that make up the population of this district. It is from just this region that some of the present city fathers have come. They had little groceries, such as are still standing, and furnished sugar and tea and tobacco to the neighborhood. One of them had a ballroom where occasional festivities were held, a ballroom rejoicing in wealth of pink and blue fly-paper, wooden benches in long rows against the wooden walls, on which kerosene lamps in iron brackets were screwed. There they are still, and at night one may hear the sound of fiddle and jingling piano, and the thud of feet dancing merrily as if the day held no work. Sometimes a riot comes, and then the police descend, and if it comes too often, the shanties are cleaned out and the ground made ready for the derrick and drill, the shadow which always overhangs Shantytown. Destruction is as certain as for any village that rears its walls on Vesuvius, less terrible, but always in the background. And soon the advancing city will have swallowed all that remains of a life fast passing, and Shantytown will be numbered among the things that were. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Bruce Peary. Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. Chapter 22 by Helen Campbell. Underground life in New York, cellar and shed lodgings, dens of the vicious and depraved, startling scenes. A night in a police station lodging room is one of horror. Imagine bare planks raised about 2 feet above the floor, sloping at a slight angle from the walls of a room about 10 by 12 feet, and you have the lodging. Yet hundreds of men and women, every winter's night, fight like tigers for the bare privilege of being allowed to sleep upon a hard board, or even to be granted the luxury of having a roof above their heads. On one cold night recently, more than 600 men and women fought, begged, and prayed for shelter at the various police station houses. In the station house on Eldridge Street alone, the small, close, and ill-smelling rooms given up to lodgers were packed with 87 human beings. In the men's lodging room, 53 unfortunates were crowded, many of whom were thankful for the privilege of standing up all night. In winter, such scenes are witnessed night after night, and they grow more frequent as the years roll on. "They will not take no for an answer," said the sergeant. "When I tell them the lodging rooms are full to suffocation, they still beg so hard to be taken in out of the cold that I tell them to go ahead. They go inside and look, and some of them silently turn around and go back into the street to walk around all night, or perhaps crawl unobserved into a cellar." Sometimes the crowd is so great in this station house that the door of the lodging room cannot be closed. It is the same story in other police station houses. The figures differ, but the conditions are the same. In the 4th and other wards, where the worst order abounds and the lowest forms of life exist, are numerous basements and cellars that afford shelter and rest by night and are loafing and drinking places by day. These underground lodgings are generally the resorts of thieves, drunkards, street beggars, and all the flotsam and jetsam of the night side of city life. And they take in also many a one who by some disaster find a home only on the streets by day, and when night overtakes them are forced to a choice between the dreary police station house and a share in the dens where outcasts and beggars congregate. Some of these lodgers have come to the city in search of employment, some for the purpose of preying on the charitable public as beggars. Some, exiled from home, desire to lose their identity in the vast sea of humanity and thus evade offended justice. Others, who are too indolent to work regularly, find occasional employment absolutely necessary for subsistence, even in these cellar dens. And lastly, large numbers of thieves and villains of every description, who think the city offers greater opportunity for the commission of crimes, and at the same time immunity from detection. These people make up, to a great extent, what is known as the common lodging-house or cellar population. Here, undoubtedly, are found the worst forms of crime, immorality, drunkenness, and misery that the city can show. The entire cellar of a house is often formed into one, and occasionally into 3 or 4, apartments for lodging places. In them men, women, and children sleep indiscriminately together without the slightest regard to modesty or decency. The rotten boards forming the floor often bend under one's weight and splash against the water beneath. This is particularly the case with those along the river front, where at times the floors of the cellars will be inundated to a considerable depth, and the wretched inmates be obliged to keep in their beds till the water subsides. There is a class of lodging-houses on the Bowery and elsewhere where a bed can be had for 10, 15, or sometimes 25 cents. Some of them are well managed and pay a fair percentage to the owners, but they are seldom occupied by the class one may find on Water Street and in its vicinity. For years there was one den at number 336, kept by a man known as Casey, which may serve as type of all the rest. One, a grade lower, where a rope stretched a few inches above the floor served as pillow, and where the men and women packed in like herrings, was swept away by the clearing for the building of a warehouse on its site, but Casey's held its own till very recently, ending for the same reason, but leaving worthy successors at more than one point in the ward. 7 steps down, the dingy walls of a brick tenement rising above it, one came to a much battered door, mended here and there, and bearing the marks of many kicks, as well as of the policeman's club, which did duty as knocker in the present visit. It opened slowly and grudgingly, a head of tangled hair appearing first, followed by the body of a bedraggled, gaunt, and blear-eyed woman, holding a baby to her breast with one hand, while the other raised a smoky kerosene lamp high above her head. She nodded sulkily. "Full," she said, and then made way for entrance. The room opened directly from the steps, 14 feet square, and so low that the policeman bent his head as he stepped in. At the left was a small bar, with a few cracked tumblers, a broken-lipped pitcher, and some liquor bottles. Beyond it was the Casey bed, occupied by Mr. and Mrs. Casey, 2 sons of a former husband, boys of 10 and 11, and the baby. Beyond this was another bed, and opening from the room were 2 smaller ones with neither doors nor windows, and filled with beds placed close to one another. "Thim's illigant beds," Mrs. Casey said, pointing to the dirty tumble-down cots, with vile coverings, filthy beyond words. "Illigant beds. You'll not be findin' any so good for the money anywhere else." A glance was enough. By the stove in the center of the room 3 men were cooking their suppers, one a red herring, another some slices of almost purple liver, and the last a salt mackerel. The fumes of the cooking, the smoke from the pipes, for all were either smoking or chewing, and the stench of the place itself made an air it seemed impossible that human beings could endure for a moment, and one fled to the surface without strength to return. The best bed, next to the Caseys, had a man, wife, and child as tenants, and their respectable look showed it was not a familiar experience. A day later, at the Water Street Mission, the man told his story. He had been sick in hospital, discharged as soon as able to walk, and returned home to the tenement on Cherry Street to find that his wife, too, had been sick in the meantime, and had that day been dispossessed by the landlord. There was nothing to do but try Casey's. "I'd been there before," the man said, "when it was worse than it is now, but I wouldn't have thought of taking my wife there, only we're Protestants, and so hadn't many friends in the tenement. I'll sleep in the streets next time, or walk them till night is done. There was 15 men and women in them back rooms, and they hung their clothes on such nails as there was about. The rum is 3 cents a tumbler, and they all had some. There was all sorts of lodgers. Nigger Joe, who isn't a nigger at all, but only hair and eyes black as the devil, he was one, and he's a murderer, and more than once. The 3 that sat with him at the stove was all old jailbirds, and one just out that day. Loony Ted, he's always there, and everybody knows him. He isn't just right in his head, but Casey gives him a lodgin' when he comes, for doin' errands and such. You saw him with a big head and a pig face, and always with a grin. 3 of the women had been in fights and had black eyes, and one had no clothes but an old calico, not even a shawl, for everyone had been pawned for drink, and she swore at Casey like a madwoman because he wouldn't give her more. The wife and child was that dead they slept in spite of 'em, till they first got to fightin' over the suppers, and then about a woman. The policeman on the beat came down and threatened to run 'em in if they weren't quiet, and that stopped 'em for a while. Then Jimmy Ryan began to sing an Irish song, and they all joined in the chorus, and Curly Billy threw a tumbler, and they all pitched in. That brought the policeman again, and he ordered everyone into bed. It's the vermin that's the worst. I stood 'em till I turned sick with 'em, and I sat up on the stool by the fire and waited for mornin'. The sewer pipe broke in the room above, and that flooded the back room, but the lodgers didn't mind. We got out by daylight, and please God, it's the last time. Lodging houses are supposed to be periodically inspected by the sanitary police. They divide them into 3 classes. The best are known as first class, those not having as good conveniences as second class, and those requiring more attention and more frequent inspection as third class. The police are required to inspect the first and second classes monthly, and the third class weekly. The law requires officers to see that proprietors thoroughly ventilate the sleeping rooms daily by opening the doors, and windows where there are any, to carefully observe the condition of the bunks and beds, to see that they are kept clean, well aired, and free from vermin, that the walls and ceilings are cleaned and whitewashed as often as necessary, that the floors are occasionally swept and scrubbed, and to immediately notify the health department of any person sick on the premises, that measures may be taken to ascertain whether such person is sick with a contagious disease, and to retain the sick person until the case can be investigated. The officers are also supposed to make frequent night inspection to ascertain if lodging houses accommodate more lodgers than their permit allows. In a report of an inspector of the Sanitary Aid Society, describing a tour among these cellars, he says, with reference to one of them, "The cellar is used as a lodging house. The measure from floor to ceiling is 6½ feet. The ceiling is 6 inches below the level of the sidewalk. No windows of any kind are in front or rear. A lamp was necessary to make the inspection. It is not ventilated in any manner. The floor is in a very bad condition. The boards rotten and covered with filth and dirt. There is no area in front or rear, and no drainage whatever. The atmosphere was so offensive that the door had to be held open while the inspection was made. The floor, walls, bed, and bedding were very filthy, stinking, and reeking with the most unwholesome emanations and odors. There are 6 double beds and 1 single one in this cellar. I consider it dangerous to the people who live in it. The occupants are tramps and transient lodgers. Shed lodging-houses of the lowest order are found in the rear of the Great Bend in Mulberry Street. To gain access to them, one must pass through narrow, foul-smelling alleys, reeking with accumulated filth, or through long, dirty hallways of tenement houses. These passageways lead to the rear of the street buildings and open into backyards surrounded by crowded and filthy tenements, where life at its worst exists. Here, among rookeries swarming with low and ignorant Italians, street vendors, rag-pickers, and the most dangerous scum of Mulberry Street and its vicinity, are old sheds made of rotten boards, through the cracks of which winds moan and snow and rain find easy access. Indescribable filth abounds within these lodging sheds. Vermin hold undisputed possession and swarm on walls and floor. The shed usually encloses but a single room on the ground floor. A broken skylight in the roof admits the only light by day. There is no furniture of any description save a bench about 18 inches wide, running around the 4 sides of the room and fastened to its walls. Occasionally, a low platform, made of uneven and the roughest of planks, is provided for the use of those who can afford to pay the extra price demanded. Sometimes a small space in one corner is partially enclosed by boards reaching halfway to the ceiling. The luxury of such a reserved room, furnished with a filthy husk mattress, may be had for 5 cents a night. For the rest, the bench and the bare and uneven floor, with perhaps a sprinkling of sawdust, are the only places left, the usual charge being 3 cents a night for the privilege of a spot on either. The dirty rags on the lodgers' backs are the only bed and covering they have. The bench is a coveted place and is quickly filled. A tallow candle, or more often a smoking kerosene lamp, furnishes a feeble light by night. The air is thick with tobacco smoke from a dozen or more black clay pipes. Some of the miserable inmates sit up all night and are designated as sitters. Others stand or move about uneasily. All catch such sleep as the din of frequent quarrels and fights and the noisome stench will permit. Here, criminals who shun the light of day, and women of the lowest and most degraded type, of all ages and nationalities, congregate at night and sleep promiscuously. Dissolute persons of both sexes skulk and loaf in these rooms by day, and so do thieves and burglars who meet here to make new plans and sally forth at night to commit fresh crimes. Old scrub women without homes or friends, who wearily tramp all day looking for a chance to scrub floors of offices or public buildings, often take shelter for the night in these dens. Street girls, young in years, but most of them old in sin, in some of whose faces still linger traces of former good looks, are often driven by storms or dire distress to spend a night in these horrible lodging sheds. Not unfrequently, homeless children creep in unobserved and cuddle down to sleep in a corner. On a cold or stormy night in winter, these rooms are filled to their utmost capacity. A large proportion of those who spend the night in cheap lodging-houses may be set down as criminals and beggars, others are irreclaimable drunkards, and a few are honest men out of work, or men who have employment at starvation wages. Then there is a small proportion of peddlers, and in winter an army of tramps, and always a sprinkling of men who have seen better days, but are hopelessly broken down. In some resorts one can have a cot or shakedown in a room with other lodgers, the shakedown being a dirty narrow mattress thrown on the floor. In others, 20 cents will buy the privilege of a room about 8 feet long by 5 feet wide, separated from its neighbor by a board partition 7 feet high. Sometimes a wire netting is stretched over the top of the room as a slight protection against raids by other lodgers. There are no toilet facilities in the rooms, but a general lavatory outside gives all who desire it the luxury of a wash in the morning. Lodgings must invariably be paid for in advance, and to this rule there is rarely an exception. One lodging house conspicuously displays the sign, "In God we trust, all else is cash." Many of these houses are furnished with bunks arranged in tiers 3 or more high. It is a noticeable circumstance that the lodging house is very often adjacent to a liquor saloon, either its next-door neighbor or directly above or beneath it. The saloon and the lodging house are on friendly terms. Sometimes they have the same proprietors, and when they are separately managed, drunken men from the saloon are taken at a reduced rate or for nothing at all, the lodging-house keeper being recompensed by free drinks for himself and his aides. There are 270 lodging-houses in New York City, which contain 12,317 rooms. The number of lodgings furnished in 1890 to persons unable or unwilling to provide for themselves in a comfortable manner was 4,823,595. Adding the station house lodgers, 150,240, there were 4,973,835 cheap lodgings furnished. This indicates that an average of 13,627 persons lodged nightly in the station houses and in lodging houses of various orders. These are startling figures, for they show what a vast army of idle, vicious, and impecunious people maintain an existence in the great city. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Kristen Hand. Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. Chapter 23 by Helen Campbell. Jack ashore. An easy prey for land sharks and sharpers. Life on the St. Mary's and at the sailors' snug harbor. Love for the sea is as old as the story of man, and tales of shipwreck have fascinated and thrilled adventurous boys from the days of Homer to our own. For English-speaking people, it is intensified by long usage. To be born on an island implies knowledge of how best to get away from it. And this may be one reason why emigration is the natural instinct of the English or their descendants. In spite, too, of all knowledge to the contrary, nothing convinces the average boy that Jack's life is anything but a series of marvelous adventures in which he is generally victor, and where the hardship is much more than made up for by the excitement and the glory. Even Jack himself shares the delusion, and no matter what peril the voyage has held, he re-ships with alacrity to repeat the experience or even to find it his last. Sailors' songs are full of the same faith. There's a sweet little cherub that sits up aloft to keep watch for the life of poor Jack, wrote Dibdin 100 years ago, adding 1,000 songs of sailors' life to the long list already in existence. And many a runaway boy has looked up involuntarily as winds rose and sails filled and strained, for the guardian promise to all who tempt the sea. Years ago, an old sailor, the mere wreck of a man, was brought to one of the city hospitals and laid on one of the little white beds. Shipwrecked and for days floating on an open raft, parched with thirst, well nigh starved, and seeing his companions day by day fall before him, he had been picked up at last unconscious, though still holding on his knee the head of a little cabin boy for whom he had denied himself food, and with whom he had shared his scanty ration of water. The child died before port was reached, and Jack found resting place in the great hospital to which one of the owners of the vessel sent him. He had broken his left arm in the wreck, and tied it up in such fashion as he could, and now the act of breaking the arm again had to be accomplished, since the knitting of the bones had been all wrong. To this bed there gravitated, as if by instinct, a boy who knew the hospital well, and whose sunny face had for years brought cheer to forlorn souls who had found refuge there. From babyhood he had said, "I shall be a doctor like my father, and make everybody well," and he followed the daily round of the hospital physicians and surgeons with unflagging interest. Many men of many nations had lain here, but never a sailor till this bronzed, wrinkled, weather-beaten wreck, who looked out from under his grizzled eyebrows and put out his hand to this child, the reminder of one for whom he had so nearly lost his life. "Tell me about it, please," the boy said. "Tell me every word of it." And the old sailor began. "More, more," the boy urged at any stop, his shining eyes intently fixed on the old Sinbad's face. "I want to know everything about it." "You can't unless you tries it for yourself," said Jack at last, "and I wouldn't say as anybody'd better do that. It's a dog life, and what's the end? Why, you're stranded, and maybe in port, and eat the bread of charity, you that has worked day and night and been knocked round worse than any dog. You're stranded if you don't end in a wreck as there's no saving you from. 7 times I've been shipwrecked, 7 times, and each time I've said to myself, 'Jack, you're a fool if you ever leave dry land again.' But I did. The sea draws you like. I went to Maine to see some folks I had up there, and I smelled the sea and heard it, and all the day long it called me like, 'Jack, Jack, you ain't in your right place. Why ain't you where you belong?' And at last it wasn't in mortal man to stand it another day, and I stole off, along a 1 or 2 that would 'a' stood in the way if they'd 'a' knowed. I stole off same as I stole off 40 year afore, and my mother lying crying for fear I would, and I hain't ever been back since. They're all dead, most likely. You wouldn't take no such notion as that arter you been wrecked 6 times, this time making the 7th. You wouldn't now, would you?" "I believe you want to go again yourself," said the boy after a long shake of the head. "I almost do myself." "That's the right kind of a boy," exclaimed old Jack with a faint attempt at a hurrah. "I knowed you was the right kind of boy the first minute I set eyes on you. Of course I want to go again, and what's more I shall, soon as this thing is knit and I'm set up enough to pass muster. You come along too, and I'll make a sailor out of you fit to command anything as floats." "I would if I could, but you see I made up my mind so long ago to be a doctor, and I don't believe I can change it now. I'll think about it," said the boy. He did think about it, to the consternation of all his kin, and the deep delight of old Jack, who, as his arm mended and strength came back, begged for wood, and evolved from it at last a full-rigged brig, every rope of which the boy presently knew. The curious ferment that comes to the boy even far inland was working in him, and to such purpose that today he is captain of a great ship, and happiest when in mid-ocean. Through him many things have been done to lighten the lot of sailors, nor are his efforts likely to cease till the last voyage comes, and he meets again the old sailor whose words first stirred his longing for the sea. Something like this is the story of thousands who are drawn from remotest distances, and who answer the call once for all. Yet there is no life among workers that holds more certain hardship and privation, or often more utter brutality of treatment. Years of agitation were necessary before any legislation looking to Jack's welfare was brought about, and this came only after an inquiry into general conditions. Isolated cases of barbarity had occasionally stirred public feeling, but as Jack was seldom allowed to testify in his own behalf, and any rebellion came under the head of mutiny and was punished by death, no man had less chance of justice. But the testimony at the first court of inquiry was so hideous in its revelation of what terrors hedged about the life, and of what possibilities of despotic power of torture and death were in the hands of the captain of any sailing vessel, that the first shipping act of England was passed without a dissenting voice. Even this was insufficient to check the worst evils of the system, but further legislation brought the needed reforms, and today the British sailor has a fairer chance of justice than most of his brethren. America is not far behind, though our own Shipping Act was not passed till within recent years. Almost a century before, as the merchant service grew in importance, a society had been formed for the protection of the sailor, known as the Marine Society of New York, which was incorporated in 1770. It sought to make his position a safer one and to bring some alleviations into the hard lives, but little could be done save in port, long cruises rendering any oversight impossible. Then, as now, the chief difficulty lay in the characteristics of Jack himself. With the spirit of adventure which had made him a sailor were bound up also the impulsive, heedless generosity of a child and a warm-heartedness always prompt to relieve fancied distress, and to share with all in trouble of any order. Credulous, simple, and with small capacity for learning any lessons, even from the bitterest experience, Jack, from the day he set foot on shore, was the prey of land sharks and sharpers. With great love for old associations, even when disastrous ones, he was more than likely to make straight for the very spot in which he had suffered most. Add to this the fact that an organized gang of rascals preyed upon him systematically, and it is plain that very active effort would be needed to alter conditions and Jack's own relations to them. The touter for sailors' boarding houses, until the passage of the Shipping Act, had everything in his favor. Payment was made by the owners, and to secure as much of Jack's hard-earned money as possible was the touter's first work. Often the touter met the incoming vessel and went on board with the pilot. Many a time his operations were of this order. A Confederate, stationed in the background, waited while the touter asked his victim where he meant to go. If Jack hesitated or said he did not know, or if he named a preference, the Confederate suddenly fell upon him, half stunning him with a heavy blow. "Take that for your impudence," was the exclamation of the touter, as he fell upon the Confederate for having abused his man, bringing Jack at once to the rescue. Jack, especially sensitive to sympathy, and gratitude to his defender made him quickly agree to go with him, and the touter, having made a small advance, knew that his prey was certain. Jack's heart warmed as he saw the familiar names of the doors on South or Water Streets, the Flowing Sea, the Mariner's Home, and the like. In these dens, where foul women waited and the bar offered every temptation, Jack found a home such as it was till he shipped again, the boarding-house keeper charging double and treble prices for everything furnished, sending in the bill to the owners. A frequent charge on the ledger was for a treat for all hands, which would be anywhere from $5 to $10 for each performance. Jack's bill ran up at a frightful rate. Often he found himself not only without a cent, but in debt, and his earnings for the next voyage already mortgaged. In a single night the fruit of a 3 years' cruise might disappear, and often Jack found himself beaten, robbed, and on the sidewalk, with no knowledge of how it had come, and quite powerless to find or convict his assailants. The Shipping Act ended much of this. In 1868 there were 169 sailors' boarding houses in New York City, in which 15,000 sailors were annually robbed of very nearly $3 million. Today there are less than 100, 40 of which are licensed, and many means are adopted to secure to the sailor protection from temptation and some of the comforts of shore life. To anyone with any interest in the fortunes of poor Jack, the Siemens Exchange appeals at once. It is an unpretentious building fronting on Water Street, and opened in April 1872. In his address at its dedication, Mr. Beecher said, "This building gives the sailor comforts which he will appreciate, and such influences will preach religion to him, even if Christianity is never mentioned." From statistics kept here, it is found that there are always about 3,000 sailors in port, while 60,000 yearly come and go, all of them, with few exceptions, reporting at the Siemens Exchange. On the first floor is a savings bank and a large and cheerful reading room. The basement has a clothing and outfitting store, where everything Jack requires is furnished, good in quality and moderate in price. On the second floor is a hall which will hold 800, and above are the offices of the United States Shipping Commission. Here one finds a bulletin for names and destination of ships wanting men, and usually a row of sailors studying it. When they have settled to their own satisfaction which vessel is the desirable one, there are various formalities not known to the past. Printed legal forms are now in use for masters, men, and owners. The wages, service, and food are precisely stipulated. The master binds himself to pay $35 a month and give a certain dietary. A day's allowance is 1 pound of bread, 1½ pounds of beef, ½ a pound of flour, 1/8 of an ounce of tea, half an ounce of coffee, 2 ounces of sugar, and 3 quarts of water. Rations of desiccated or fresh vegetables are often issued, and every precaution is taken against scurvy, which in the past was one of the worst afflictions of the sailor. His quarters are cleaner, his food better, and his life in all respects brighter than even a generation ago. Yet even now hardly a week passes without some tale of outrage on the high seas, and it is found that it is easier to deal with Jack than with Jack's masters. The mercantile service, in which there is chance of rising, and which, though not on the same footing as in the past, when men of education and influence were merchant captains, is regaining a portion of its diminished prestige. There is a training school for this under the control of the Board of Education. This on the school ship St. Mary's, stationed in New York Harbor at the foot of East 23rd Street. An average of 75 pupils is found on board, and the officers of the ship are detailed from the United States Navy. There is the usual spelling, reading, writing, English grammar, geography, arithmetic, and navigation, and in seamanship as follows: 1. Making all knots, splices, hitches, bends, clinches, etc. on board ship, worming, parceling, and serving ropes, turning in dead-eyes, securing lanyards, and rattling down rigging. 2. Learning the names of all spars, blocks, standing and running rigging, and their uses. 3. Learning the names of the different parts of a sail, bending, loosing, furling, and reefing sails. 4. Rowing, sculling, and steering boats and handling them under sail. 5. Boxing compass, steering by compass, and taking compass bearings. 6. Marking log and lead lines, heaving the lead, and calling out soundings correctly. 7. Using palm and needle, sewing a seam, and working an eyelet hole. 8. Swimming. 9. The colors and arrangements of running lights. The summer vacation is occupied by a long cruise, often to Europe, and the system has done much to make it impossible for its graduates to fall into the traps that always beset the path of Jack ashore. Last on the list of methods for serving him come the loan libraries, the giving out of which began in 1859. 45 volumes, most of them unfortunately of a rather heavy order, are put up in a neat wooden case and sent from ship to ship. 4,500 of these small libraries are now afloat, a total of 185,000 volumes. Nearly 400 new libraries were sent to sea in 1890, and over 400 were reshipped, these being used by over 10,000 men, all of whom call for travels, history, and light reading, and wear this portion of the library out, the many theological volumes remaining generally untouched. There are numerous Bethels and homes for seamen in active operation, and missionaries who understand Jack are always about the docks watching for incoming vessels, ready to give good advice and a word of warning to the sailor with full pockets and a mind to empty them as fast as possible. By this means he has saved many disasters, and the savings bank has more and more depositors. Chiefest among the homes, and known to sailors in all parts of the world, is the Sailors' Snug Harbor at Staten Island, where hundreds of seamen have cast anchor, and like the old whalers at New Bedford and Nantucket, lie in dock gradually going to pieces, and glad of quiet harbor. The Sailors' Snug Harbor was the gift of one man, and owes its origin to Captain Robert Richard Randall, the son of a Scotchman who was captain of a privateer in the Revolutionary War. When the Spanish governor of New Orleans declared in 1775 that his port was open to Yankee privateers, Captain Randall appeared there, and in the sale of many prizes made, for those days, an immense fortune, all of which was left to his son Robert. Robert alternated between New York and New Orleans, preferring the climate of the former and finally exchanging estates with a Mr. Farquhar, who was of the same mind as to New Orleans. In this way, Captain Randall, for the son took the father's title, came into possession of a large tract of land between 8th and 10th Streets on Broadway. Early in 1801, Captain Randall made his will, and Alexander Hamilton and Daniel Tompkins drew it up. Many legacies and annuities were arranged for, but the bulk of the property still remained untouched, nor could he determine what use to make of it. "How was the money made?" asked Hamilton. in honest privateering. Then, as sailors made it, why not give it to sailors, said Hamilton, and this word turned the scale. A home was provided for seamen, and the mayor and recorder of New York, the president and vice president of the Chamber of Commerce, the rector of Trinity Church, and the minister of the First Presbyterian Church were made perpetual trustees. For 30 years, the relatives fought the case from court to court, till in 1830 the Supreme Court of the United States decided against them and sustained the provisions of the will. New York proved undesirable, and in 1838 a farm of 160 acres was bought on Staten Island, and the buildings were erected which stand today quite unchanged and absolutely unlike anything else the country owns. The foregoing history, the tale as it has been handed down, not only by word of mouth, and that mouth the combined voice of all old New York, but the actual record to be read of all men in every chronicle of the city to be found on library shelves. Clute, who is one of the best authorities, gives it in full detail, and the rest follow with more or less minuteness. Yet no myth of God or tale of ancient history is farther from the mark, and with none is apparently less need of being so. It is a mystery unsolved and unsolvable, why tradition has stepped in and covered the field so plainly, the property of truth, yet so firmly rooted is it in every mind that even proof of the strongest hardly takes hold. It is to Captain Trask that we owe the delving out and present orderly arrangement of the real story of the Snug Harbor. Like the rest, he accepted the old version till forced to believe that there was a screw loose at some point. For months he burrowed in old records with unfailing patience and pertinacity, and this is what he found to be the actual state of the case. So far from being the obscure Scotchman he is made to personate, Robert Richard Randall was the son of Thomas Randall, a wealthy merchant of New York City, one of the founders of the Chamber of Commerce, and one of those who drew up the Constitution of the Marine Society. No man was more prominent in his day. He was a shipmaster, and had fitted out many privateers in his time, accumulating thus a considerable fortune. When Washington came to New York, Thomas Randall was the coxswain of the barge, manned by members of the Marine Society, that rowed him ashore. His son went into business with him, the firm being Stewart, Randall and Son. He also was a shipmaster, and his name stands on the records of the Marine Society and the Chamber of Commerce as captain, that title belonging only to shipmasters. He was a personal friend of Alexander Hamilton, and co-director with him of the Bank of New York, and the Broadway property was bought by him some time before his death. As lifelong member of the Marine Society, his interest in sailors was naturally of the strongest, and being a bachelor, he felt no urgent claim on his money in any other direction, and thus planned to benefit sailors, always the most helpless of men when off their own element. It is plainly then an impossibility that Alexander Hamilton should have ever held the conversation attributed to him, or that Captain Randall could have replied as he is credited with having done. Here was a man of wealth and prominence living on one of the finest estates on Manhattan Island, the founder of a great institution, the son of a man still more prominent in commercial life, and yet 83 years after his death, when they came to erect a bronze statue on the ground of the sailors' snug harbor, distorted legend and fiction were all that were left of his memory, and the sculptor did not dare to model his bronze image in the garb of a sea captain, nor to carve the word captain on the granite pedestal, and even the place of his burial was in doubt. There is no more doubt. The records of the Marine Society show the transfer of his body from Old St. Mark's churchyard to the quiet spot where it lies today, and where, on the day it was borne to this final resting place, all the old sailors in uniform stood bareheaded as their benefactor passed up through the long ranks massed about the gates. Never was memory more beclouded in the minds of men he sought to help, and both versions are given here as an illustration of the difficulties the modern historian must sometimes face. At the Snug Harbor dock at least a dozen old salts are generally in waiting, some with baskets and other articles of their own making to sell, others ready to man a boat or perform any service as guide. At the end of the dock, others more indifferent to gain sit and look off at the shipping, generally with profound disdain. At this point the island is separated from the Jersey shore by a narrow strait known as the Kill von Kull, whither only small craft repair, and sailors, accustomed to square-rigged vessels, ships, brigs, and barks, refuse to recognize fore and aft rigging, and look beyond to the tall mass of outgoing vessels. Leaving them behind, one comes in a few moments to wide-shaven lawns and old trees, back of which rise the many buildings in which Robert Randall's bequest does its work. The main buildings are each 65 feet long and 100 deep, the wings 51 by 100, the 5 making an entire frontage of 500 feet. Back of these is the Hospital of Gray Sandstone and the many buildings occupied by the governor, chaplain, and other officials. This hospital is said to have a perfect system of ventilation, and delegations of sanitary experts come to study its workings. Facing the main entrance is the monument, a square block of granite with inscriptions on the 4 sides. A flat obelisk, looking a little stunted as to growth, is on top, the whole an almost exact copy of the monument to Alexander Hamilton in Trinity Churchyard. This was the first memorial of the founder, whose bones lie beneath, and the second is a statue by Saint Gaudens, erected in 1883. It is of bronze and has a pedestal of polished granite. 7 years ago, the spot where it stands was mere swampland, which, under the admirable administration of Captain Trask, has been made to blossom like the rose. Back of this is a little lake where the old sailors try their small vessels before sails are made, and along the edge of the lawn are small brick cottages where the fortunate employees of the institution find as snug a harbor as the sailors. The little church is half concealed by trees. Its chaplain, Dr. Jones, ran away from his English home in boyhood, and for years went before the mast as sailor. In time his mind turned toward theology, and he resolved to become a missionary. From this, after some experience, he returned to the sailors, whose life he knew and for whom few cared, and for many years was minister in the Mariners' Church near the Exchange. Subsequently, he received the appointment to the harbor, and whoever would see one of its most distinctive features should go down in time for service. The chaplain's illustrations are all nautical, and his sermons of the most vigorous order, but many of the old salts who listen care but little, and nod and careen to slumber peacefully on some comrade's shoulder, or straggle out after a time and settle under the trees. "Oh, don't talk about them things to me," said one crusty old salt, after an appeal for audience from the chaplain. "I've been without 'em 60 year, and I reckon I can stand it for a year or 2 longer." In this village of quite 1,000 souls, the first thing that impresses one is the extraordinary cleanliness of the whole, a neatness that is almost painful. The old captains laid up here remember their methods on shipboard and demand floors as white and spotless as the decks of their own ships. Entering the great hall of the central building, one finds the same dainty spotlessness and a sweep of pure air straight from the sea. This is the show place of the institution. The roof is frescoed with ropes and anchors and sails, masts and spars on which birds of all countries perch, and old Neptune keeping guard over all. Fan lights and side lights are of stained glass with nautical designs, and in a series of blue glass windows near the vaulted roof are 8 of the principal constellations. Over the main entrance is a sunburst, so arranged with mirrors behind it that it acts as a sundial, the light from it falling on the inlaid star in the center of the hall floor. Opening off from this hall is the library and reading room, and all the offices of the institution are in this main building, the dining rooms being just back of the hall and the dormitories in the wings. Each room holds 2 men and 2 beds, and there are bathrooms on each floor. The problem of feeding 800 people at once has been found a troublesome one to grapple with. To serve food enough for this number, promptly and well cooked, demands all the resources of the kitchen. Things that can be cooked by the quantity are easily managed, but broiling or more delicate operations are impossible. Once, so many longed for fried fish that Captain Trask determined they should have it, and gave his orders to the cook accordingly. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the whole force of the kitchen turned to, and by dint of hard work, had by 12 o'clock fried enough fish to make a beginning for all. But at this point the caterer became discouraged, and swore never to make the experiment again, 2 days' work being necessary to provide a full supply for all. But the bill of fare is varied and abundant. The 800, whether captains or the men they may have commanded, sit side by side, and each is served alike by the waiters, who watch the plates to see that all fare equally well. In the basement, baskets, mats, and hammocks are made, and last year some $30,000 were received from this source, averaging about $75 a head. This belongs to the men themselves, who pay for all materials and use the returns in such way as pleases them best. The cripples of the institution are provided with wheelchairs and easily move through the corridors and along the smooth roads outside. Under the eaves of some of the buildings are workrooms for their exclusive use, and here they make work baskets and nets. Here, too, for a long time was the iron cage for the one prisoner of the home who could be dealt with in no other way. It was just a case of pure cussedness, explained an old sailor, with long white curls and a wooden leg, which he waved parenthetically. He knowed all the ropes, and he sailed to all the ports there is, but he couldn't seem to hold hisself in. He'd take a turn and haul all the aged infirm ones out of bed, and the colder the day the better, and leave 'em lying on the floor. He wouldn't take no pains to reform, neither, and so they had to keep him, off and on, in the cage, and he got not mindin', but just layin' to do it again fust chance he got, which is what he did every time. There are old boatswains whose mouths always seem puckered for the whistle, piping on the side. One old captain has in his room, a truly nautical one, small craft of all kinds, the product of his jackknife, standing on chests and even decorating the passageway. Some of the miniature vessels made by these old salts are wonderful exhibits of patient skill. In a little room under a skylight at the top of one of the buildings was, during a recent visit, William Graham, a one-armed naval veteran of Commodore Farragut's fleet, an ingenious and intelligent man who with his left hand had just completed, after 2 years' faithful labor, a perfect model of the famous old flagship Hartford. Every block and rope was in working order, every gun in its place between decks. In equipment, rigging, and armament, the model is an exact facsimile of its renowned prototype, all measurements being mathematically calculated, thus giving the model the true proportions and a faithful appearance of the old warship. For a long time, one object of interest was James Spencer, the last survivor of the American frigate Essex, which in 1812 fought 2 British cruisers in the harbor of Valparaiso. Commodore Farragut was at that time a middy on the Essex, and as long as he lived retained an affection for the old man, who always went to see him when in port. At the last meeting, Jim reported how he found him. "The Admiral was a-sittin' on a sofy. 'Jim,' says he to me, 'you and me's got nearly into port. I wonder which one will fetch up first.' I said naught, but I suspicioned how it would be, and it was. The Admiral's death took place in a few days. Spencer insisted on going to the funeral, though in a driving rain, took cold, and speedily died. For many years, Captain Benjamin Gardiner was in command of the Cross Rip lightship in Vineyard Sound, a dangerous locality where many a lightship anchored here to warn passing vessels has itself been lost. Other vessels could lie safely under the lee of the shore in the gale, but there was no lee for him. When he parted his chains in a gale, he was sure of fetching up, as he described it, on the shores of Cape Cod or Martha's Vineyard, or on the reefs of Nantucket Shoals. His orders, he said, were to go up or down, by which was no doubt meant that he should either sink or go ashore, rather than drift about and thus mislead the passing mariner. Captain Gardiner lost 2 ships during his long term of service, but saved his crew both times, and was frequently adrift in the gale. Once he was compelled to make an involuntary cruise of 42 days, during which he says he was adriftin' all around the lot. While on his station he was often run down in thick weather, and the honest old sailor waxed indignant when he described the ignorance exhibited by passing skippers of the position of their vessels. On one occasion, the weather being thick, he was struck by a full-rigged ship, a glancing blow, but powerful enough to drive the bows of the vessel into the pantry of the lightship. "I come a-running on deck," said Captain Gardiner, describing the incident, "and I sings out to the captain, 'What are you a-trying to do?' 'I'm a-trying to find the cross rip,' says he. 'Well, you've found it now, and the lightship too,' says I, 'and can you just keep out of my pantry, for you ain't got no business in there.' Then he sheered off." The old Captain Brown, once ship owner and a famous sailor, raises watermelons, which he peddles about the village or at the dock. His frequent companion was Darky Rube, an old Negro sailor who, from herbs whose name he would never divulge, made what he called universal drops. Bane and antidote thus walked side by side, and often the customer for one bought the other purely for a joke, which thus perpetuated itself. It is the hospital that holds the most pathetic cases, the sad endings of the invalids, paralytic or dying of sheer exhaustion, whose voices once rung out above the howling of the storm, and who have faced danger in every form. Saddest of all is the corner of the pavilion where the few insane wait their release. To tell the story of even one would mean many pages. Even for the most contented, it is a dreary life, and of late it has been much questioned if the enormous income of nearly $500,000 yearly might not better be divided up into pensions, and thus allow its beneficiaries to live with relatives and have more humane interests than are now possible. At present, the snug harbor remains the only institution of the kind in the world. No sailors from steam vessels are admitted. Naturally, Captain Randall had no premonition of the change so near, and though, as in a recent case, sailors on steam vessels may have served a lifetime, they are not eligible. 2 men who had been 40 years in the Navy, one of them in the fire room, had regularly paid from their wages the dues required from all sailors for the Marine Hospital, but had saved nothing. Both were rejected and cast adrift, and this case has attracted such attention that it is hoped it may serve to bring about an alteration of the system. In the meantime, 800 find a peaceful home, and names are always waiting to fill vacancies and take their turn on the benches under the great trees, where through all the summer days the old salts sit, their jaws keeping time, and their eyes fixed on the distant horizon. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Mike Manalakis. Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life, Chapter 24 by Thomas W. Knox. Street Life. The Bowery by day and by night. Life in Baxter and Chatham Streets. Broadway is the artery through which pulsates a great part of the lifeblood of the city. The crowd that constantly surges through it is greater in numbers and steadier in its flow than anything London or Paris can show, and it mixes up the most dissimilar elements of nationality and condition. The night is never so dark or so stormy that the footfall of pedestrians and the rumbling of vehicles are altogether hushed. The life of Broadway varies greatly with the hours of the day. In the very early morning it is nearly deserted, save by belated wanderers and those whose occupations call them abroad in advance of the great mass of their fellow men. Soon after 5 o'clock there are unmistakable signs of movement, and as 6 o'clock approaches, men of rough garb come from various directions, walking hurriedly along. They are the porters, engine drivers, sweepers, boys, and others whose labors are chiefly manual in the stores and shops that line the great street. As time goes on, this crowd thins and another takes its place. Clerks, shop girls, salesmen, and others who are expected to be on duty at 8 o'clock largely compose the new throng. They are followed by those whose duties begin at 9 o'clock or thereabouts, and these again by the heads of establishments who think they are in good season if they arrive at their destinations at 10. Later come the owners and magnates whose homes are in the aristocratic part of the city, and who are supposed to do pretty much as they like. They are early if they reach their offices by 11 o'clock. Some do not appear until noon, and some only go to business 2 or 3 times a week. One is reminded in this connection of the story of the countryman who visited Washington in the time of President Jackson, and on his return home gave to his friends an account of the dinner customs of the capital of the nation. "The working men," said he, "dine at 1 o'clock, the clerks at 2, the big officers at 3, the representatives at 4, the senators at 5, and the officers of the cabinet at 6. "What time does Old Hickory eat his dinner?" asked an open-mouthed listener. "Oh, the old man doesn't dine till the next day," was the prompt reply. Until 10 o'clock the stream of travel on Broadway is southward, especially in the hours between 6 and 9. About 3 o'clock it sets upward, beginning with those who came down latest and ending with those who came first. People of all ages and both sexes compose the never-ending throng, and here may be seen all ages and all conditions of life. The thin-featured shop girl or worker in a downtown factory, whose shawl is drawn around a shrinking form that tells plainly of low diet, hard work, and bad lodgings, is jostled by a woman on whom fortune has smiled, if we may judge her by her costly apparel and the absence of care on her face. Here is a merchant or banker whose fortune is counted in millions. Near him is a clerk whose salary is too small for the comfortable support of his family, and whose head is prematurely whitened by the cares that have fallen upon it. The former walks with an easy, dignified pace, while the latter rushes along with his head bowed and his mind evidently in a state of perplexity. Clerks, millionaires, merchants of all kind and degree, speculators, idlers, countrymen, and here and there a thief or other crook make up the forms that fill the kaleidoscope to be seen any day along Broadway. In the 2 miles of distance from the Battery to Union Square, the scene on Broadway is pretty much alike. In Union Square, one finds relief under the shady trees, listening to the play of the fountains, and watching the children, nursemaids, and loungers that fill the place on pleasant afternoons in summer. Is there a prettier bit of green in any city in the whole world than Madison Square? I am not referring to its area, as it is a mere garden patch compared to Central Park, but to its general aspect of beauty in the center of the great city. The trees are leafy and give a welcome shade. The grass is of the deepest green. The paths are of asphalt. The nursemaids are pretty, the children are prettier, and the maidens and matrons that pass are of the prettiest. The statues are historic and patriotic. The buildings that surround and make the square are stately, and the carriages and other vehicles that roll along the streets and avenues have a cheerful aspect. If the day is pleasant, the seats in the park are filled, and there are no distinctions so long as there is good behavior. At night the tramp hies hither for sleep, but for the interference of the gray-coated park policemen, nicknamed sparrow chasers, who rap rudely on the boot soles of the slumberer, the tramp would enjoy the park much more than he does. Fifth Avenue is the great show street of the metropolis. Early in the century, fashion had its home at the Battery and on Lower Broadway, and many of the buildings now used for offices and tenements once resounded to the laughter of belles and beaux, and were the scenes of gay and festive life. But business has invaded these once fashionable quarters, and now all the way to 42nd Street fashion is fast disappearing before the steady advance of commerce. A few of the old houses remain untouched, but the tide is irresistible, and the world moves. Superb carriages still roll along the avenue, and in the afternoon there is a throng of promenaders, though it is less dense than the active, rushing throng of Lower Broadway. The Bowery has a course parallel in a general way to the great thoroughfare, Broadway, but the course is the only feature in which a parallel exists. In population, shops, theaters, manners, customs, and everything else, the Bowery and Broadway are wholly dissimilar. The Bowery is intensely German in character. German beer saloons, German shops of every name and kind, German theaters and concert halls, German banks, and other German institutions innumerable abound here. There was nothing more characteristic of the Bowery in its prime than the old Bowery Theater. My first visit to it was made more than 30 years ago, when the place was in the height of its glory, but the scenes are as vivid as though it were but yesterday. Admission to the pit was 12.5 cents. The pit exists no more in any of the theaters, its place having been taken by the parquet, and instead of being the cheapest part of the house, it is now the dearest, with the exception of the dress circle and private boxes. The pit of the old Bowery was generally filled with newsboys, bootblacks, and other youngsters, or with older patrons of the same general character. Nearly all of the patrons of the pit removed their coats on entering and sat upon them throughout the performance, partly for the purpose of cushioning the hard seats, and partly to prevent those garments from being stolen. The occupants of the pit were evidently fond of peanuts, as all who could afford the outlay had a paper bag full of them, which were eaten during and between the acts, the shells being thrown on the floor. When a favorite actor entered, he was greeted with 3 cheers given in a somewhat disorderly fashion. Woe to the unfortunate actor who became unpopular with the boys. He was received with catcalls, hisses, and other demonstrations of dissatisfaction, and they were so loud and prolonged that it was impossible for him to proceed with his part. Occasionally he was the recipient of solid remonstrances in addition to vocal ones, They took the shape of eggs or vegetables that had passed their period of usefulness, or of wads made of the bags that had contained peanuts or other delicacies. If an actor became unpopular beyond hope of redemption, his contract was canceled by the manager, as it was useless for him to continue in the theater. All the actors of this theater fully understood the situation. In the language of the time, they played to the pit, just as in many opera houses today, the world over, the tenor and the prima donna are said to sing to the boxes. Heavy tragedy and blood-curdling melodrama were the favorite performances at the old Bowery. Broadsword duels and the like were sure of applause. In fact, there was a strong predilection for mimic bloodshed or deep-seated quarrels in which heavy-toned actors launched at each other the most bitter imprecations and the most terrible threats. One night I visited this theater to see an actress who had achieved great popularity. In one of the scenes, she sang a pretty little solo and was naturally called upon for an encore. For the encore, she sang Up in a Balloon, at that time a popular air, and one that all the street urchins were humming. When she reached the end of a stanza, she paused a moment and then said, "Now, boys, join me in the chorus." The boys responded to the invitation, and the chorus could have been heard a dozen blocks away. It was easy to see how the actress had gained her popularity with the occupants of pit and gallery. Even today, one can nowhere else find such cosmopolitan audiences, whether at the theaters which boast that they keep open doors and have full houses all the year round, or in the little halls with a big bar at one end and a tiny stage at the other, which finds it necessary to pander to a man for amusement with drinks. The Bowery theaters still find that it pays best to present heavy tragedy, such as thrilled the soul of the Bowery boy years ago, or to go to the other extreme and dazzle his eyes with a variety show whose changes are kaleidoscopic. In either case, the actors are gorgeous of attire and dash through their parts with a vim which shows that they are not yet wearied out with the race. There is not much in the performance on the stage to cause either laughter or tears, and yet everybody is in the full tide of enjoyment, and the most indifferent of spectators could not but smile at the heartiness of the applause. The boys in the gallery loudly proclaim their sympathies with the heroine, and the people in parquet and orchestra chairs laugh aloud or chatter audibly over the plot. Here is a young couple in shop-worn clothes. She works in a cigar factory, and he is the driver of an ice cart, whose sole extravagance is a night every week at the theater, and neither would miss it for the world. Why not? Is the bread of the poor always to be eaten without sauce? The actors in the cheap museums and on the Bowery music hall stage are often broken-down men and disappointed women, whose only art now is to hide from the audience that they are near the end of a bitter struggle for daily bread. Many of them live in garrets and sup at the cheapest restaurants, and some of them, I know, started in life with the brightest of hopes. By 11 o'clock, the Bowery is in full blast. The glare of the numerous electric lights is so bright that one has no difficulty in making out the faces and dresses of the nocturnal promenaders. Many odd characters drift past in the crowd. Advertising handbills without number are thrust upon us. Our ears are assailed by the deafening tramp of feet and the never-ending crash of wheels. Misery and merriment, pomp and poverty in various shapes file before us. Most of the stores are open. Few of the throng think of going home while shop windows, theater fronts, and concert halls are yet so attractive. And the midnight marauder who can operate only in the early hours of the morning is still slinking behind a coal box around the corner. Concert halls and dime museums thrive on the Bowery. The ordinary concert hall is a place where no respectable man would like to be seen by anyone for whose opinion he has any regard. Their frequenters are dissolute men of all ages, but more often young clerks and mechanics, together with strangers and rural visitors who think they are seeing city life. Beer and cheap liquors are dispensed. Vulgar songs are accompanied by wretched music, and the surroundings and influences are generally low and vile. The attendants at the tables are often disreputable women who are fit associates for dissolute patrons. The monotony of these establishments is occasionally varied by a raid by the police, when every person found within is locked up in the station house and must take his slumbers on a bare plank until next morning, when he may be sent to Blackwell's Island or let off with a heavy fine. Concert halls of this class abound in the Bowery and adjacent streets, and nests of them are to be found in many portions of the city. The dime museums are a conspicuous feature of the Bowery, but they are not entirely confined to it. Their name tells the price of admission, 1 dime. Their attractions are of the sort classed as freaks, and not infrequently the proprietors combine swindling and robbery with other sources of revenue. Above and on each side of the doors of these museums are large and gaudy paintings on which the wonders to be seen within are elaborately represented, and the chief wonder is oftentimes the liberality of the outside display compared with the paucity within. The external promise is far in advance of the internal performance, but if one asks for a return of his money on account of non-fulfillment of contract, he is not likely to get it. The amount of the admission fee is so small that nobody cares to make a fuss about it, and therefore it is of no consequence how much the visitor is defrauded. I have visited a dime museum where not 1/5 of the freaks represented on the outside placards were on exhibition. When I asked where they were, the doorkeeper replied, with a broad grin on his face, that they had gone to the country for their elf. The lilies of the field and the freaks in a dime museum are much alike. No work is done by either. The museum owner, always a handsome man with a fierce mustache and large diamonds, stands near the door, and close to him a second-rate dwarf, dressed as a policeman, club in hand, shouts out directions about keeping order. A mermaid, stuffed and dried, swings from a nail on the wall, and a fat woman, discharged for losing weight, comes in to collect what is due her. The first object that greets you inside is usually the tattooed man. He looks defiant, but he really is cheap, for a method has been discovered of tattooing him by electricity, so that a large part of him can be highly ornamented in one afternoon. Next to the tattooed man is the lecturer, a very important being, who explains and dilates upon the attractions of the collection, and who passes with the grace of a Chesterfield from the charms of the fat woman to the rare qualities of the man who eats glass. Then come 2 dwarfs, who prefer to be alluded to as midgets, and then the albino, a gentleman with pure white hair and pink eyes. The bearded lady, who is to be pitied because she is hardly ever admired and her sex usually doubted, stands beside the living skeleton. Here, too, is said to be the smallest living man in the world. You are attracted to him by his sharp, squeaky voice, and by the remarks of the eager crowd gathered around him. At first, it is difficult to believe that the queer little thing, with a ridiculous little silk hat on the back of his head, is really a man. He tells you that he weighs 10 pounds. Next to him is the fattest of all women. She is advertised to weigh half a ton, and probably actually does weigh about 800 pounds. She looks very unhappy. A fat freak thinks but little, dies young, and is worried in her last moments by the thought that her coffin must be lowered out of the window by ropes. The strong man who lifts tremendous weights is near the fat woman. Close beside him is a small band discoursing discordant music, and as the man drops the weights on the floor to show by the noise how heavy they are, 4 bass drums are pounded simultaneously, which makes the weights sound very heavy indeed. The expansionist, who is able to inflate his chest in a wonderful way, stands beside the turtle boy, who derives his title and his income from the fact that apparently he has no legs, and that his feet are attached directly to his body and present an unpleasant imitation of the flippers of a turtle. Other freaks are numerous. The egg crank, who eats 120 eggs. The dog-faced boy. The wild men of Borneo. The living half-man whose misfortune it was to be cut into by a buzzsaw below the waist. The transparent man. The human pincushion. A remarkable young man who allows you to stick needles into his breast and arms at will. The human claw-hammer, a handy man around the house, who drives tacks in the carpet with his thumb and forces large nails through 3-inch planks with his hand. The human anvil, who allows a friend to break large stones on his chest with a sledgehammer, are all here. Snake charmers are numerous, and leopard children, men who walk on red-hot iron, spotted boys, porcupine men, 2-headed dogs, and other wonderful attractions are often found in these museums. Freaks are divided into 2 classes, those that are genuine and those that are false. Among the real freaks may be classed the fat woman, the dwarf, the albino, the living skeleton, the spotted boy, the glass eater, the giant, and the legless wonder. Among the bogus freaks are the Circassian girls, the tattooed men, the sword swallowers and fire eaters, the Fiji Island cannibals, the wild men of Borneo, and the survivors of great accidents like the Johnstown flood, and so forth. Sword swallowers and fire eaters have a comparatively easy trade, which plenty of men might follow. Tattooed men can be produced as rapidly as they are wanted. One man in the tattooing business says that he can produce several South Sea Islanders every week and can transform any girl into a South Sea princess without much trouble or pain. These human curiosities travel from one museum to another, stopping 1 week here and 2 weeks there, and each manager strives to secure for himself the freak who stands for the superlative in his own particular realm of freakdom. It is characteristic of the Bowery that it has its own artists in the criminal professions and tolerates no others. They may live on the side streets, but they operate on the great thoroughfare. There is a battalion of tramps, also, who never stray outside this charmed circle. Some of them I have known for 20 years and have watched them step down lower and lower until their feet are close to the threshold of the morgue. One, a gray-haired and bent mendicant, tottered ahead of me tonight, little dreaming that I can recall the day when his name was famous in literature. To the world he has been dead these score of years, and he will be nothing more than a mere name and remembrance when his tired bones are laid to rest in the city's cemetery of the outcast. At yonder dark corner is a female beggar of most disreputable appearance, holding her hand out dumbly and keeping her head bowed. When the half-paralyzed wretch lifted a pair of great black eyes and thanked me for the silver dropped in her palm, I recognized in this human wreck a famous actress who had once been the star of a spectacular troupe. Diamonds and gold had been lavished upon her, but she had spent with a free hand, and when sickness came and her beauty departed, her friends went with it. For years she depended upon the stray bounty of her old admirers, and haunted their offices until driven away by the police, and at last drifted to the Bowery to beg by night. As for the lager beer saloons, their name is Legion. The German is dearly fond of the beverage, which had its origin in his native land, and in the evening he often brings his whole family to saloons dignified by the name of gardens. There are 2 such gardens that can each accommodate 1,000 or more patrons at once. They are comparatively quiet during the day, but when evening comes they fill with people. The orchestra at one end of the vast hall fills the air with music, and the audience fills itself with beer. On every side are family groups, father, mother, and children, all merry, all sociable, all well-behaved and quiet. The Germans are proud of keeping up the respectability of the place to which they bring their female friends and relatives. Running into the Bowery from each side are numerous streets and alleys. Many of them are the abodes of vice and crime, of honest and dishonest poverty, and others contain the homes of artisans, day laborers, working girls and women, who make up the throng that presses along the sidewalks in the evening, and especially on the last evening of the week. On Saturday night, the working people, most of whom have received their wages, come out to spend their hard-earned money in luxuries or necessities. The shops are open until midnight, and some of them later still, and at every step one encounters persistent and noisy peddlers of all sorts. The beer saloons and other drinking places are brilliantly lighted, and the sound of their jingling pianos, the squeak of violins, or the discordant notes of an accordion come from cellar dives and low resorts. Here in low and dingy beer shops and dirtier cellars lurk some of the worst specimens of our foreign population, and uncanny forms of evil stop a moment to stare at you before they suddenly dive down dimly lighted stairways or slink around the corners. Gamblers, pickpockets, and other crooks abound, and are ready to take under their wing anyone who will trust himself to their care. The soap, hair oil, tooth wash, or cutlery peddlers occupy corners wherever the police will permit them to stand, vociferously crying their wares. Flaming torches light up their stands with a fitful glare and reveal every line of their faces with the distinctness of a photograph. An interesting night worker is the man who delves in ash barrels and boxes or in dust heaps for whatever may be deemed worth picking up. Everything is fish that comes to his net: cigar stumps, empty bottles, bones with bits of meat clinging to them, scraps of old clothing. Anything and everything that can possibly have the least value is taken in. Along the Bowery can occasionally be seen a rag picker from Baxter Street, searching the gutters with a lantern which he carries at the end of a string, so that he can hold it close to the ground without stooping. This is an idea borrowed from the chiffonnier of Paris, and not at all a bad one. Not a few of the rag pickers of New York have graduated from the gutters of the French capital and drifted thence across the sea. The Bowery has its social divisions just as we find them in the aristocratic parts of the city. There are race and class distinctions, and there is also the distinction of color no less marked than anywhere else in the land. White men have their resorts, and so have the colored, and each holds itself aloof from the other. Not long ago there was a curious resort on Baxter Street, not far from the Bowery, from which the thoroughfare much of its patronage was drawn, known among white men as the Black and Tan, which was not altogether a safe place for a well-dressed man to enter alone, especially at night. Off from the street was a long narrow bar room, with a low ceiling and a very showy bar. The liquors sold were of the cheapest quality. A noticeable feature of the bar was a large club within easy reach of the proprietor, and there was a club for each of his assistants. These clubs were of great use in preserving order among the patrons, who not infrequently fell into discord. Most of the customers were Negroes, but there were Malays, Chinese, Lascars, and other Asiatics as well. And on one evening not long ago, 2 American Indians were found there, imbibing firewater of a dangerous character. Here and there was a white man who had no prejudice as to color, and there were women of all shades from ebony black to the lightest of tan colors. Most of the latter were flashily dressed, but the coal-black ones were generally in plain attire, though there was often an abundance of cheap jewelry which shone conspicuously against the dark skin. Many of these negresses had their heads wrapped in bright-colored, old-fashioned bandanas, and their accent revealed the fact that they have drifted from southern states since the war. At the end of the bar was a swinging door leading into a rear room from whence, during a recent visit, came the hum of voices. Even were there no voices, one might easily surmise that the room had many occupants, for at frequent intervals a colored waiter came out with orders which were quickly filled at the bar. Quietly following him, one found himself in a room which was lighted by numerous kerosene lamps. It had the same low ceiling, and the walls were covered with cheap and gaudily colored sporting pictures. Around the room were several small tables at which dusky Negroes were deeply engrossed in card-playing. At one side of the room was a crowd surrounding an old stout Negro who sat behind a table which was marked off into 6 squares by means of lines drawn with white paint. The squares were numbered from 1 to 6, and the game consisted in betting pennies or nickels on the numbers and deciding the course of fortune by means of a dice box. "Walk up, gents, and try your luck," the stout darky shouted as the playing lagged. "Here's your chance to make a fortune. Walk around the room with your gal, and play every time you come along. Peggy, don't you fella want to play?" The query was addressed to an ebony maiden of 30 or more summers, who had in tow a Malay sailor with rings in his ears. Peggy led him to the table and suggested that he play a nickel, for luck. He plunged a hand into a deep pocket and produced a nickel which he placed on the table. The stout Negro rattled the box and threw the contents on the table. "You're a winner, 2 for 1, he said to the Malay, pushing back that gentleman's wager and 2 nickels with it. Another rattle of the dice box followed, and another invitation for someone to make his fortune. Peggy nodded to one of the waiters, who was at her side in an instant. She suggested 2 beers, and the winnings of her Malay acquaintance were speedily invested in liquor. Then she proposed that they have a dance. He assented, and she led the way to the end of the room and down a narrow stairway to another apartment, which was designated the ballroom, from whence came the sound of cheap music and a shuffling of feet. The music was produced by a strong-armed Negro, energetically thumping a piano which was badly out of tune, an old gray-haired colored man sawing the strings of a cracked violin, a gay-colored youth with distended cheeks blowing a wheezy flute, and another youth with closed eyes and head fallen to one side, industriously picking a banjo. However, none of the dancers were inclined to complain of the quality of the music, and the players seemed to be entirely engrossed in producing the greatest possible amount of noise. There was not much space for dancing, and the crowd was dense. As they shuffled along the floor, the dancers jostled each other, but nobody objected, and there was a general appearance of good nature. Now and then some dusky visitor got into a quarrel with another and resorted to blows, or pulled out a razor, the favorite weapon of colored citizens throughout the country. Some of the seafaring men in the ballroom carried knives, and when knives and razors began to flash in the sickly gaslight of one of these resorts, it is time for all hands to leave. Whenever the orchestra paused, the waiter, whose badge of office was a white apron, vociferously shouted, "Come, gents, give your orders. Treat your partners in this your dance. Keep you gents well iled, take beer or something, and be quick about it." The cool night air was refreshingly welcome as we emerged from the Black and Tan and wended our way to Chatham Street, long famous for its old clothes shops and its stores of cheap clothing. The shopkeepers are mostly Israelites, but enterprising Irishmen, Germans, and Americans have entered the field, and some of them have made a success that is envied by their Hebrew neighbors. In former times, one ran considerable risk in getting inside of one of these establishments. If he refused to purchase, he was in danger of being violently robbed. If he dared to make complaint, he had no witnesses to support his statements, while all the attachés of the place swore to a contrary state of affairs. But a vigorous police have changed things for the better. The purchaser of clothing on Chatham Street is pretty certain to be swindled, as the goods sold are of the cheapest sort, badly made and of wretched materials. Clothing has been bought there which was pasted or glued, not sewn, together. It answered fairly well if worn on a dry day, but unfortunate was the purchaser who ventured out in it in a rainstorm. The clothing dealers on Chatham Street possess the gift of blarney to a high degree. They have been known to convince a customer that a coat 3 or 4 sizes too large for him fits splendid. They stand him before a mirror, and as the customer observes the front of the garment, the dealer gathers in a handful at the back. When the buyer is in a position to see the reflection of the back, the crafty swindler performs the same trick with the front and adds, "Oh, mein friend, I wish you had eyes in the back of your head, just to see how splendid that coat fits between those shoulders." Sometimes the dealer plays on the cupidity of a customer by putting a well-filled pocketbook in the pocket of the garment he is trying to sell. While the customer is trying on a coat, the dealer exclaims, "There was a nice gentleman, Mr. Ashterbilt. He was from Fifth Avenue. Maybe you knowed him. Comed here last week and buys that same coat. And this morning he brings him back and says the coat was too tight already around the arms. He takes another coat, not quite so good as this, and pays me $10 to boot, just because he wear that coat 4 days, and that makes the coat second-hand. That coat, mein friend, just fits you splendid. I want mein brother to see that fit. Jacob, will you come right away here a minute, and just see that coat fit on this gentleman's pack. Now, my friend, I sells the coat to you so cheap as never was," adding in a whisper, "cheaper than to mine own brother, but say nothings." Meantime, the customer feels through the pockets. The dealer makes sure he does so without appearing to direct the movement of his hand. The hand comes in contact with the plump pocketbook, which was probably forgotten by Mr. Ashterbilt. If the customer is honest, he disappoints the dealer by bringing the article to light, but if he is not averse to a dishonest penny, he buys the coat and departs with it as quickly as possible. Later on, he finds that he has paid an exorbitant price for a poor coat containing an old pocketbook stuffed with brown paper. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Mike Manalakis. Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. Chapter 25 by Thomas W. Knox. Training Schools of Crime. Drink the Root of Evil. Great Responsibility of the Liquor Traffic for Crime. Plain Facts and Startling Statements. Although social scientists have for many years been endeavoring to find means to prevent and punish violations of law, There is no special organization in New York City having for its object the discovery of the most prolific sources or causes of crime. Mr. William Delamater, who, in discharge of his official duties in connection with the police department, has had exceptional opportunity for the study of crime and its causes, and to whom I am indebted for much information contained in this chapter, says that crime may be the effect of numerous causes which multiply themselves indefinitely as we go backward in our examination of them. It has so many phases and degrees that a course of reasoning from a general effect to a special cause would be unsatisfactory. The commission of a murder, for instance, may be the natural sequence of a burglary, the latter of a petty theft, which last may come of a desperate need for the alleviation of hunger or the distress of poverty, or a desire to obtain the means for gratifying a passing whim, or all may be and often are the results of a single glass of liquor. There is a distinct tendency to the massing together of the rich in their own sections of the city. It is not merely that they find each other's society congenial, but that they conscientiously avoid and weed out the poor. The man of wealth will pay an exorbitant price for a lot which he does not want, merely to get some wretched shanties and their occupants out of his neighborhood. The church, of which it should be the glory that the poor have the gospel preached to them, sells its hallowed shrine for a warehouse and rebuilds miles away as soon as the poor hive in any numbers around its doors. This massing of wealth involves the massing of poverty. The poor are driven by inexorable necessity into the poor quarters of the city, where they pull each other further down from all chance and hope. Whoever follows a case of distress to its abiding place finds it in part of one room of a tenement house, and that one room duplicated in wretchedness by range after range of rooms, from the oozy cellar to the leaky garret, and that house duplicated by streets full of other houses, till benevolence stands aghast at misery miles in area and 6 stories deep. Individual help seems like putting one drop of oil upon a stormy sea. Fifth Avenue and the slums grow ever more hopelessly asunder. Fifth Avenue despises the slums, and the slums hate Fifth Avenue. This massing of wealth and poverty tends to vice at both ends of the social scale, especially at the lowest. A life without an innocent joy, unthanked, unpitied toil, merely for the means to toil, an atmosphere foul with physical rottenness and fouler with the oaths and obscenity that are poured out on every breath, school privileges well nigh impossible for want of decent food and clothing, and the hard necessity of child labor, no chance to hear the gospel in the temples where the rich and the poor do not meet together, though the Lord be maker of them all, 100 saloons to one mission Sunday school, open 24 hours a day and 7 days in the week to the Sunday schools 1 hour and 1 day. Is it surprising that pauperism and crime live and thrive, and that both soon become professional? That criminal tendencies are often transmitted from parent to child is unquestionably true. A celebrated student of crime recently made the interesting statement that the greatest malefactors inherited their criminal instincts from a long line of thieves, robbers, and murderers. In the Paris Gallery of Rogues are a number of photographs of criminal celebrities, whose ancestors for generations have been jailbirds and convicts. But while heredity undoubtedly contributes its quota to the criminal class, we must look further for the chief causes that swell its ranks. And first, the most prolific and fundamental source of crime is intemperance, for drink is generally the foundation of pauperism and underlies nearly all other sources of crime of every name and nature. The worst cradle of crime in New York City is in its tenement house district, a region given over to pauperism and misery, the greater part of which was primarily induced by intemperance. Here liquor saloons, corner groggeries, and bar rooms abound on every hand, ply their infamous trade day and night, and flourish on their ill-gotten gains extracted from the pockets of the poor, often sorely needed for half-starved women and children. The amount of vice and crime springing from and fostered by the promiscuous herding together of human beings in tenements has been a fruitful source of trouble to the police. In the 4th and 6th wards, the population is packed at the rate of 260,000 individuals to the square mile, and in the 4th ward alone at the rate of nearly 300,000 inhabitants to the square mile. The most densely populated districts of London do not approach anywhere near these figures. Nearly 500,000 persons live in tenement houses in New York, and there is one house that shelters 1,500 tenants. A recent systematic inspection of all tenement houses, during which a census was taken, shows that there are 32,390 tenements occupied by 237,972 families, which are comprised of 937,209 persons over 5 years of age, and 142,519 under that age. Drunkenness is prevalent. Squalid misery abounds on every hand. In some of these wretched localities, no education but that of crime obtains. Ignorant, weary, and complaining wives, cross and hungry husbands, wild and ungoverned children are continually at war with each other. The young criminal is the product almost exclusively of these training schools of vice and crime in the worst tenement house districts. 80% of the crimes committed in New York City against property and against a person are perpetrated by individuals who never had any home life, or whose homes had ceased to be decent and desirable. Ignorant and poor, filthy and degraded, the low tenement victim drags out an existence which is as logical as it is miserable. Born in poverty and rags, nursed in filth and darkness, reared in ignorance and vice, matured in sin and crime, is the life history of the great majority of tenement house creatures, and the end must be either the almshouse or the prison, or possibly the felon's death. It is estimated that the 11th precinct of New York City, which is a tenement house district, contains 6% of the city's population, and the fact that the proportion of arrests in this precinct is nearly double that of any other precinct is a striking commentary upon the evils resultant upon tenement house life and its tendency to crime. This precinct contains a dense cosmopolitan population. It abounds with tenement houses, good, bad, and indifferent, mostly bad. No district of equal population in the city better illustrates the extreme destitution and misery of vast numbers of human beings huddled indiscriminately together like a mass of garbage to ferment and decompose into offensiveness, and certainly no district in which intemperance, pauperism, and crime prevail to so large an extent as in this. In it are born and bred a class of beings whose immediate ancestors were drunken, poverty-stricken, and vile, and whose progeny must be paupers and criminals, pitiable as well as lawless. That intemperance is often the cause, and pauperism and crime the outcome, of such conditions, must be admitted, and that abject want, no matter what its cause, is among the foremost of all crime causes, as it assuredly is the most deplorable of all human conditions, must be accepted as true. Pauperism, induced by intemperance, improvidence, and other causes, but most often by drink, results necessarily from and in the herding of large numbers of human beings in tenement districts where apartments are small and rents correspondingly low. The ignorant and vicious become speedily intermingled with the poverty-stricken, and the whole body rapidly assumes the characteristics of the vicious, who are naturally the strongest. The following report of an inspection made by an agent of the Sanitary Aid Society in the 11th Precinct is suggestive. The investigations reveal a state of affairs that which nothing more horrible can be imagined, and which, although perhaps equaled, cannot be surpassed in any European city. To get into these pestilential human rookeries, you have to penetrate courts and alleys reeking with poisonous and malodorous gases arising from accumulations of sewage and refuse scattered in all directions and often flowing beneath your feet. You have to ascend rotten staircases which threaten to give way beneath every step, and which in some cases have already broken down, leaving gaps that imperil the limbs and lives of the unwary. Walls and ceilings are black with the accretions of filth which have gathered upon them through long years of neglect. It exudes through cracks in the boards overhead and runs down the walls. It is everywhere. The rooms are crowded with sick and dirty children. Often several families occupy the same apartment. One of the inspectors reports 25 persons in 3 so-called rooms, but of which 2 are mere closets without windows or openings to the hall. Here is a family of father, mother, and 4 children, taking in 14 boarders and living in 3 rooms. There are 15 people of all sexes and ages in 2 little rooms, a great portion of which is in addition taken up with old rags and refuse. One of the directors discovered parents, 3 children, and 15 geese living in a filthy cellar. Another visited a room which had actually not been cleaned or whitewashed for 5 years, and where the ceiling was tumbling down in pieces, one of the children being in bed from severe wounds on the face and shoulder afflicted by the falling plaster. Here were found a woman and 5 small children who were actually starving, having eaten nothing for 2 days. There a woman, but 2 days after confinement, being ejected by an inhuman landlord. This is no fancy picture of a pest hole in the great city of New York, for indisputable evidence of its truth is readily attainable. If this be the physical condition of about 60,000 of our fellow creatures in one ward, their moral condition makes us shudder to contemplate. Can any thinking man hazard the assertion that criminals are not born and reared in such a region of filth and degradation? Assume that poverty compels human beings to mask themselves. It does not follow, as is generally supposed, that the actual necessities of living are lessened in any way. The reverse is the fact, for with crowding comes indulgence in vicious habits and practices, disease and death, with all the evils that attend them among the poor. Necessity, the inevitable sequence of intemperance, more than all other causes combined, drives people to the commission of crime. If one suffers from cold and hunger, and can neither buy nor beg food, fuel, and clothing, he must perforce steal it, for necessity is a master over human action. And when we add to this the inclination to inebriety, idleness, and vice engendered by the surroundings of their lives, we cannot wonder that from such a class and under such circumstances criminals are born. Petty thieving by boys and girls who are not taught to discriminate between right and wrong, who are in fact led to believe it a virtue to steal in order to provide themselves and parents with comforts impossible to obtain otherwise, is a matter of course among the poorest classes. Getting up behind a coal cart and purloining a few pieces of coal is a common sight in the tenement regions, and the boy who gets the greatest quantity without discovery is not only regarded by his companions with envy, but his poverty-stricken mother awards him the highest praise. Thus recruits are daily added to the great army of criminals. The boy who steals coal to provide his mother with a fire, or a shawl to cover her threadbare dress, becomes a hero, in his own estimation at least, and perseveres in the same direction toward a felon's cell. Persons arrested for intoxication and disorderly conduct arising therefrom, in a large percentage of instances, are fined only small sums by the police magistrates, or sent to the city prisons in default of payment. What is the effect? The family of the offender are often deprived of the necessities of life by the enforcement of a fine, or are left wholly without means by the husband's or father's incarceration. Necessity compels a resort to crime that the family may not starve. Wages of tenement holders are at all times small and scarcely adequate to the maintenance of their families, and when from the small wage is taken a fine, or the wage winner is prevented from earning his scanty pay, the family dependent upon him must suffer. The inevitable result is alms-taking or crime. How this may be remedied is one of the most important questions to be considered by the social reformer. Tenement houses are admirable places for the concealment of criminals as well as the proceeds of crime. The intricacy of interminable and dark passages, the numberless halls and small rooms, the disposition to defend and screen each other, so as to prevent apprehension and consequent punishment, make the tenements dens of thieves. The various gangs that have infested the city and given the police force no end of trouble for many years are found in the densely populated districts. The tenement houses afford them excellent hiding places, and from them the gangs are recruited when a police raid has temporarily decreased their ranks and sent many of them to penal institutions. It is deemed commendable by these gangs to assault the police, to molest and rob citizens, to fight, steal, and murder. Here again the collection of poor, ignorant, and vicious people into common homes engenders lawless habits and practices. The fact that the majority of the pawn shops in the city are located in tenement house districts is worthy of notice. It is well known that these institutions do not thrive upon the worn-out garments of the poor, and that the worthy poor have little else to dispose of in emergencies. These pawn shops, located in the midst of a pauperized community, are used more often by the criminal than by the temporarily distressed, and prove excellent storehouses for the spoil of the burglar and sneak. The door of the almshouse, that last resort of the conscienceless and most degraded, is the alternative to the commission of crime by the very poor. Vagrancy and a committal to the almshouse, therefore, is regarded by certain classes as far more despicable than to be actually criminal. A thief is looked upon by his friends as a gentleman as compared to a tramp, or one who begs from door to door, for he has money and dresses well. Even those who constitute what is called the best society regard a thief more leniently than they do a beggar, reasoning that a tramp is by choice or inclination a degraded and lawless wretch, undeserving of sympathy or assistance, while a thief is a criminal because of his education or his necessity. The fact is, both the tramp and thief have a common origin, their parent being necessity, superinduced by drink and evil companions. The poor are, by reason of their poverty, socially ostracized, and can sink no lower by a debased intercourse. In the tenements, the young of both sexes are constantly thrown together in large numbers in small apartments, continually hear the coarsest and most indecent language, and are led gradually into immorality. It is believed that 80% of the lowest class of female offenders were reared in tenement houses. Necessity, too often the legacy of a drunken husband or father, is the great primary force driving girls and women first to the door of starvation, then to comparative ease, afterward to indecency and crime. How pauperism can be abated or removed as one of the causes of crime is one of the intricate social problems that reformers have to solve. No human law ever framed has had sufficient wisdom to suppress or prevent it. That it is too often induced by drunkenness, and that it always thrives on the liquor traffic, must be apparent to any intelligent person. In some parts of the city may be found a dozen or more saloons in a single block. In many places where streets intersect at right angles, one can see criminal schools in full operation on each of the four corners. Some of them pretend to do a legitimate business, but many of them are the resorts of well-known crooks and desperate characters of all classes. There are more than 8,000 saloons and barrooms in New York, which can boast at the same time of only about 400 churches. Saloons are open at nearly all hours of the day and night, and their business is carried on in the greater part of every 24 hours, not excepting Sundays. The barrooms in the principal hotels and restaurants are respectable enough, so far as any barroom can be respectable, but with the great majority of the establishments for drinking purposes, the case is far different. 9 barrooms in 10, and we might fairly say 19 out of 20, are the property of local politicians or are managed in their interest. Usually the liquor dealers are in a majority on the board of aldermen by actual count, or if they appear to be in a minority, it is in appearance only, as they are sure to be represented by men whom they have elected from other occupations. In all the departments of the service of the city, the liquor interest has an important place. One who has studied the state of affairs in the metropolis argues as follows to prove that the saloons and barrooms have the control of the local government. 8,000 barrooms mean 8,000 proprietors, 8,000 to 12,000 assistants, we will take the lowest figures, which together make 16,000 votes directly in the interest of rum. Every barroom can be estimated good for at least 5 votes among its regular patrons, or 40,000 in all. Add 5,000 votes for the wholesale dealers and their employees, whose business depends wholly on the retail establishments, and this will give a total of 61,000 votes from the liquor interest. The beer saloon is first cousin to the barroom, if not its twin brother. The owners, managers, and employees of the breweries, and the owners, managers, and employees of the hundreds of saloons and beer gardens throughout the city, comprise not fewer than 30,000 voters, which number added to the foregoing brings us to 91,000 in all. The owners of the buildings that are leased for drinking places, added to those who profit more or less indirectly by the liquor traffic, though not nominally engaged in it, will swell the total to more than 100,000. The total vote of the city for mayor at the election of 1889 was 197,789. Further comment is unnecessary. In its political aspect, the barroom is bad enough, but it is infinitely worse in its criminal aspect. Many of the owners and more of the assistants in barrooms are closely connected with violations of the laws against felony. If justice were done to liquor dealers, Many of the places of bar owner or bartender would today be vacant in consequence of the involuntary absence of their present occupants to do the state some service at Sing Sing or other prisons. Numerous bar rooms throughout the city are well known to the police as haunts of thieves, and training schools where young candidates receive their initiation into crime. The green goods men who send circulars to people in the country inviting them to buy counterfeit money almost always have their letters addressed to bar rooms. When followed up by the police, the barkeeper says a man whom he doesn't know asked permission to have his letters sent there. He calls every day or two to ask for them, but the barkeeper hasn't seen him for a week and hasn't the slightest idea where he lives. It is difficult to prove that the swindler and barkeeper are leagued together, but it is pretty certain that the barkeeper knows a great deal more than he will tell. He is probably a sharer in the business, or is paid a certain commission not to know anything. Not long since a friend of mine, who had for years been on the detective force in another large city, had occasion to visit a New York barroom notorious as the loafing place for a gang of thieves. It was about 1 o'clock in the afternoon when he found himself in one of the worst localities in the city. There were bar rooms all about, and nearly every one was a den of thieves. They were frequented by young fellows, many not out of their teens, and of the class described as toughs. A young fellow was just coming out of the door of a saloon on the corner, who was in the Tombs police court that very morning. His mother was the complainant against him. She said he was once a good boy, but for the last few months he had been idle. He spent much of his time at the saloon associating with bad boys, and very frequently came home under the influence of liquor, or more often did not come at all. "Last night," said his mother in court, "he threatened to throw all the furniture out of the window, and said he'd give me and his sister a good beating just to make us know what he could do." The judge turned angrily toward the young tough and asked what he had to say for himself. "I wasn't doing nothing," he answered with sullen look and downcast eyes. "I didn't throw nothing out in the winders, and I didn't hit none of them at all. I was jest in fun, Jedge, and I won't do so no more." "Will you go to work and keep out of the bar rooms and lodging houses if I let you off this time?" "Yes, Jedge, I will, and I won't run no more with the gang of fellows I've been running with." Then the mother pleaded for his release and said she was sure he would be a good boy now. He was let off with a warning that he would get 30 days on the island the next time he appeared in court. He kept his promise, as most of these young students in crime keep their promises to the police judges or anybody else. He was with the gang at the bar room within an hour after being let out of the police court, and told with great glee and to the amusement of his comrades how he fooled their jedge and hauled their wool over his eyes beautiful. The bartender and also the proprietor enjoyed the joke hugely, and the young scoundrel's heart swelled with pride as he realized that he had become a hero. These fellows do not look upon arrest and imprisonment as a degradation, but exactly the reverse. True, they don't like the inconvenience of imprisonment and the enforced absence from their favorite haunts, nor is the food and discipline of Blackwell's Island at all to their tastes. But when their terms have expired and they return to the places that knew them of yore, they are received with applause and honor. There is a jollification in the bar-room that forms the headquarters of the gang, and not infrequently the proprietor makes the event a special occasion by furnishing free drinks to all hands. He is sincere in his welcome of the returning hero, as he expects to make a liberal percentage out of the next robbery perpetrated by the gang, every member of which will be a good customer for weeks, or possibly months, while maturing plans for fresh deeds of lawlessness. Upon entering the saloon, my friend saw half a dozen idle fellows lounging about, not one of them apparently over 22 years of age, together with a barkeeper and a little ragged boy who had to stand on tiptoe to reach the top of the counter. The boy had just come in with a dirty, broken-nosed pitcher to be filled with beer, and the barkeeper and the loafers who constituted the gang were having some fun with him. A cent was dropped on the floor, and the urchin was told he could have it if he would pick it up. As he stooped to take it, the barkeeper slipped a long piece of ice down the little fellow's back next to his skin. The idlers laughed at his squirming antics, and so did the boy, not because he enjoyed the joke, but he was rather proud of the fact that the barkeeper, who had served his term on the island and at Sing Sing, and was noted for his pugilism, was willing to take any notice of a boy not old enough to rank as a tough, but entertaining hopes that he would be one in course of time. A red-faced tough stood a little apart from the others. He was one of the oldest in appearance among those in the room. In a low and confidential voice, my friend asked, "Is Boston Jack about?" "No," was the reply with a suspicious look. "He's a-doing it 3 months on der island." "Sorry I can't find him," said my friend with a half sigh. "We used to work as pals in Boston before he came to New York, and I wanted to see him for a little job." The red-faced man looked up at the suggestion of a job, and his interest was sufficiently roused to ask what was up. Seated in a retired corner of the room, my friend hinted that if a trusty pal could be found to take a hand, there was something to be made and no tales told. "If it's a job for the stuff, I'm with you," was his listener's low response to the non-committal inquiry. "I've been in lots of lays with Jack, and him and me's the best of friends." At last he introduced himself as Bill Carver, though he added that the boys called him Porgy Bill sometimes, in consequence of his having eaten 7 porgies at a single sitting. My friend grew confidential and intimated that he had made the acquaintance of a man who had recently arrived in the city from the country, who had a large amount of money with him, which could be divided between anybody who assisted in getting it away from him. "Can't you fetch him into the back room?" said Porgy Bill softly, as he made a move toward the door of the snuggery at the end of the bar. "But he hasn't got the money with him. He's locked it up in the safe of the hotel and won't take it round in his pockets." "Why can't you get him to bring the stuff down here somehow? Tell him the hotel's a dangerous place for his cash. For hotel clerks every little while runs away with money that's in the safe. See?" Then the following plot was hatched between them. My friend was to persuade his newfound acquaintance from the country that the hotel safe was not regarded as perfectly secure, on account of the uncertain honesty of the clerks. He was to advise him to put the money in the bank and offer to accompany him there. He must manage to detain him so that by the time the bank was reached, its doors would be closed for the day. He was to recommend the Citizens' Savings or the Bowery Bank as the safest in the city, both of which were convenient to the haunt of the gang. Upon arriving at the bank and finding it closed, they were to saunter leisurely down the street, and when opposite to this saloon, he was to invite his friend to take a drink of ice water or something stronger. If he called for liquor, it would be drugged, or if he declined to drink at all, Porgy Bill and 2 of his cronies were to resort to the desperate chance of quickly pounding the countryman into insensibility. At the same time, they were to go through the pretense of pounding his companion, so that if any fuss was made about the affair, he would seem no less a victim than his friend. All being settled, the friends separated, and for all I know they may still be waiting for their proposed victim. It is not unsafe on the street in this part of the city in the daytime, but at night one will do well to look out for himself. Most of the gangs work in the night. They follow strangers, especially drunken ones, keeping an eye all the while upon the policeman making his round. 2, 3, or 4 of these fellows work together, and when a good opportunity presents itself, they fall upon a victim, and while one holds and a second chokes him, a third rifles his pockets. It is all over in a few seconds, and the man is dropped insensible on the sidewalk, while the thieves scatter in various directions, to meet later at their headquarters, where the spoil is divided and freely spent in saloons while concocting new crimes. Most of the robberies, great and small, committed in New York are planned in the back rooms of low drinking places or executed by gangs using the bar rooms as their headquarters. Break up these places, and a long step will be taken towards the prevention of crime. The very lowest of drinking places are cellar groggeries called bucket shops. Beer and spirits are sold in jugs, buckets, and bottles, as well as over the bar. And in many of the shops, the remains of drinks, together with the washings of the bar and the rinsings of the cloths with which it is wiped, are thrown into a tub and sold for 2 and 3 cents a quart. This liquid is known by fancy names such as dog's nose, all sorts, swipes, and other terms. Drunkenness at its worst and most degraded forms is to be seen around these bucket shops, especially at night. Men and women in rags are to be seen there spending what they have earned, begged, or stolen for the vilest drinks, and when unable to pay for what they want, they watch their opportunity to secure a treat. Children of both sexes swarm and perforce listen to blasphemy and tales of criminal exploits, and it is often here that they receive their first lessons in crime, drawing it in, as it were, with their first breath. The child thus familiarized with evil becomes a tough, and the tough at a later period of life is the burglar, or worse, whose existence alternates between the dark deeds of his profession and the walls of the penitentiary, where he does time in punishment for his evil acts. An important adjunct of the barroom as a training school for crime is the cheap lodging house. Lodgings at 5, 10, 15, and 20 cents a night are to be found all through this locality. No questions are asked as to the name or character or anything else concerning a lodger. He pays his fee, and that is all that is required. The cheap lodging houses are excellent retreats for them after committing a robbery, and not a few of the keepers are in league with these criminals. Regarded as places for sleeping by an honest man, these houses are not attractive. Crowded closely together, often in damp cellars, in beds reeking with filth and alive with vermin, the patrons, many of whom are more or less under the influence of liquor, are dangerous and noisy, and on frequent occasions the slumbers of all are disturbed by a row that may end in murder. The proprietor is indifferent to such possibilities, and if a lodger objects on the ground that he wants to sleep, he will quite likely be met with the argument on the part of the owner. "I sells you the place for sleepin', but I don't sell the sleep with it." How true is that striking passage from the 23rd chapter of Proverbs, in which the baneful effects of intemperance are vividly described. "Who hath woe? Who hath sorrow? Who hath contentions? Who hath babbling? Who hath wounds without cause? Who hath redness of eyes? They that tarry long at the wine. At the last it biteth like a serpent, and stingeth like an adder." Shakespeare makes even his clowns and fools expose the vice of intemperance and the degradation of drunkards. Olivia, what's a drunken man like, fool? Clown, like a drowned man, a fool, and a madman. One draught makes him a fool, the second mads him, and the third drowns him. What a sermon, too, on the blessings of temperance is contained in As You Like It, when Adam says to his young master, "Let me be your servant. Though I look old, yet I am strong and lusty. For in my youth I never did apply hot and rebellious liquors in my blood, nor did not with unbashful forehead woo the means of weakness and debility. Therefore my age is as a lusty winter, frosty but kindly. Let me go with you. I'll do the service of a younger man in all your business and necessities." End of chapter 25.
Chapter 26 of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. Chapter 26 by Thomas W. Knox. The Police Department of New York. The Detective Force and its Work. Shadows and Shadowing. Sleuth Hounds of the Law. On Mulberry Street, running through to Mott Street, in a quarter of the city that is neither fashionable nor attractive, stands a plain, solid building of 4 stories and a basement. Its appearance is so ordinary that it would not be likely to attract special attention were it not for the blue-coated policemen that are constantly ascending and descending the steps. This is the police headquarters, the most important building of its kind in America. Here are the offices of the police commissioners, superintendent, inspectors, detective bureau, health department, etc. In the basement is the police telegraph office, the right arm of the service, connected by telegraph with the fire department headquarters, Brooklyn police headquarters, all elevated railroads, all the leading hospitals, the prisons, the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children, and many other institutions. Anything of importance that is taking place at the farthest police point of the city is instantly known at the central office at headquarters, and if necessary can be communicated through subordinate officers to every member of the force. The messages transmitted over the police telegraph wires during 1890 reached the enormous number of 346,671, of which 202,650 were general alarm messages. 31,009 were notices of dead animals, and nearly 15,464 were calls for ambulances. Notices of arrests, fires, lost children, riots, strikes, etc., and miscellaneous business connected with department made up the balance. From this unpretentious edifice, orders are sent out that govern the entire force of 3,500 men, who constitute the police of the Great Metropolis. No city in the world is better protected against the operations of all classes of criminals. The expenses of the department are about $4,800,000 annually. The building is open at all hours of the day and night. Through its doors enter beggars and merchant princes, swindlers and philanthropists, and men of all nationalities, classes, and professions, some as criminals, others as victims seeking aid from or protection by this strong arm of the law. A complete record of all arrests and for what crimes, of the term of sentence and place of imprisonment of those who are convicted, and every item of criminal occurrence in police life is promptly entered with great minuteness in a book called a blotter, one of which is kept at each station house, and these are consolidated daily in records kept at headquarters. Each of the morning and evening newspapers keeps a reporter constantly on duty here until the hour of going to press. He closely watches the telegraph and other returns from the various station houses, and promptly sends a transcript of important events to his newspaper office. Murders and other matter out of the common run of things put him on the alert at once, and if the affair is of such magnitude that he cannot attend to it alone, he telegraphs to his managing or night editor for aid. For the purposes of police government, the city is divided into 3 inspection districts, each district being under the charge of an inspector. These districts are subdivided into 36 precincts, which are presided over by captains, and these in turn are divided by the captains into patrol beats or posts for the patrolmen. The control of the police is vested in 4 commissioners, known as the Board of Police, who are appointed by the mayor for 6 years. One of them acts as president of the board. He has the special duty of examining all charges against policemen before they are tried, and all important letters coming from police authorities all over the world are referred to him for answer. Another commissioner is chairman of the Board of Trustees of the Police Pension Fund, and a good part of his time is spent in investigating claims upon the fund, especially those of the widows and orphans of policemen who have died in the service. Another commissioner is treasurer of the police board, and also of the pension fund, and the fourth on the list has general oversight of the station houses, and is chairman of the Committee on Supplies, and has charge of all purchases pertaining to this department. Next to the commissioners, the highest officer of the force is the superintendent. His duties are arduous, and his position one of great responsibility. He issues orders received from the commissioners, takes command at riots or great fires, and performs duty generally devolving upon a superior commanding officer. Then come the inspectors, of whom there are 4, one of whom is chief inspector in charge of the Detective Bureau, and in the absence of the superintendent acts as chief of police. Each of the 3 remaining inspectors has charge of a district. They are responsible for the preservation of peace and the protection of life and property in their respective districts. Then come the captains, 36 in all, who have charge of the precincts and are expected to maintain order in them. Each captain posts his men and has general supervision over them, keeps an accurate record of daily events, and performs numerous other duties. Next come the sergeants, 158 in number, who are in authority at the station houses, command squads of men sent out under orders, keep a sharp eye on the habits and appearance of policemen under them, and report any unfaithfulness on their part. Then come the roundsmen, of whom there are 165, who are in fact patrolmen detailed to supervise the latter while on duty. They are expected to always appear neatly attired, and must set a good example of faithfulness and sobriety to the patrolmen under them. It is the duty of a roundsman to constantly patrol his precinct at frequent and unexpected times, in order to see that the men are faithfully discharging their duty. Then come the patrolmen, who correspond to the rank and file of the army, and number about 3,200 men. And last come the 80 doormen of the station houses, who are general superintendents of the premises, and wear a uniform that, combined with their muscle and authority, secures for them the immediate and profound respect of all belligerent lodgers and prisoners. Over 150,000 lodgings are annually furnished to applicants at the various station houses, including men and women, boys and girls of all classes and occupations. There are 18 surgeons in the police department. They are members of the police force, but are not required to be uniformed. Their office tenure is in all respects the same as other members of the force, and they are subject to the same general rules. They are required to attend upon sick or wounded policemen, give medical advice to pensioners when called upon, attend wounded or sick prisoners at the station houses, etc. They are permitted to practice outside the department, provided such practice does not interfere with their police duties. In former years, almost every person injured in the streets was taken to a station house. Police surgeons were sent for, and the patient was treated there. But now cases of accident and sudden illness in the streets are generally picked up by ambulances and taken directly to hospitals. After a patrolman has served for 20 years, he can, if he desires, be retired upon a pension of $600 a year for the rest of his life. When he arrives at 60 years of age, he must be retired on the same pension. If killed in the line of his duty, a pension is paid to his family, and they are compensated if under the same circumstances he is permanently disabled. Officers are retired upon a pension based upon their rank. Twice a week the 4 commissioners meet to consider matters affecting the service, issue orders which are to be executed through the superintendent, and attend to other business that may come before them. Once a week one of them presides at the trial of officers against whom charges have been preferred. The charges and testimony are written out by the stenographers of the board, and if the case is an important one, the testimony must be examined by at least 3 of the commissioners before final action is taken. That this work is not light can be understood when it is known that every year there are upwards of 3,000 complaints against officers, most of them for neglect of duty and violation of the rules. Nearly all of the complaints are made by their superiors, and some upon affidavits by citizens. And in all cases the trial is as thorough as possible. Even were the commissioners inclined to be careless in their trials, they would be prevented from being so by the fact that their action may be reviewed by the civil courts. The punishments may be dismissal, fine, reprimand, or suspension from duty, with loss of pay. The dismissals are mostly for intoxication. Fines, suspensions, and reprimands are imposed for infractions of duty of a minor degree, and it is the effort of the commissioners to make the punishment fit the crime. Fully 1/5 of the complaints are dismissed. Any punishment that is imposed is made known to all the officers in the precinct to which the offender belongs, and the example is believed to be very salutary. There was a dramatic scene at police headquarters a few months ago. No man who has been convicted of a crime can be admitted to the police force, and every applicant must make oath that he has never been so convicted. It was charged that a certain patrolman had served a term in prison for robbery. The charge was specific, and on trial before the commissioners it was clearly proven and finally admitted by the defendant. Here was a man entrusted with the prevention and punishment of crime who was himself a criminal, and as such had served a term in prison. When the facts were laid before them, the commissioners were highly indignant, and at the close of the trial the man was summarily dismissed from the force. But his dismissal did not follow the ordinary form. The commissioners were all present, and so were the superintendent, the inspectors, and the captains. Then all the sergeants, roundsmen, and patrolmen connected with headquarters were drawn up in a line, and many other persons were present. The president of the board read the charge and sentence, on which he made severe comments, and then with a knife he cut button after button from the uniform of the culprit until not one remained. As each button struck the floor, the sound that it made was audible to everybody, so complete was the silence of the assemblage. When the last button fell, the man was ordered from the presence of the commissioners and handed over to be tried for perjury on account of the oath he had taken to secure his appointment on the force. In another case, an officer who proved to be an ex-convict and who had secured his appointment by perjury, was sentenced to 10 years' penal servitude. It is safe to say that such occurrences are rare. Every applicant for a place on the police must have the names of 5 citizens upon his petition, all of whom certify to his sobriety, industry, and good moral character. He must be truthful and respectful, of perfect physical health and development, and have no tendency to constitutional disease. He must be not less than 5 feet 7½ inches in height, must weigh not less than 138 pounds, and measure at least 33½ inches around the chest without clothing. He must be able to read and write the English language, and have a knowledge of local and general law enough to comprehend the duties of a policeman. About 60% of the police are of American birth, and 33% Irish. All other nationalities contribute about 7%, the Germans being in the lead. Many of those born in the United States are of Irish parentage, so that the Hibernian element is pretty large. But whatever the nationality, the discipline of the force is such that a bad man cannot long remain, nor can he easily find a place in the service to begin with. There are 2 schools of instruction, or rather 2 departments of one school. The schoolroom is in the headquarters building, and very much resembles a study room of a large academy. The new appointees, or tenderfeet, as the old veterans call them, occupy rows of benches facing their teacher, who sits at a table on a raised platform and scolds, praises, and rules like a country schoolmaster. No whispering is allowed. Offenders, instead of being soundly birched, are fined. They are afterwards thoroughly drilled in soldier fashion, singly and in squads, companies, and platoons, and receive a course of training by a surgeon so that they may know what to do to aid the injured. There are more than 200 rules to govern their conduct as patrolmen, and covering all possible situations in which they may find themselves. One of the most important rules is that they must not allow their temper to control them instead of their judgment when dealing with individuals who may be spoiling for a fight. The duties of a policeman are of the most exacting kind, and upon their faithful performance depends the security, peace, and prosperity of the city. He is required to pay careful attention to his personal appearance, and in the discharge of his duty he is always expected to be brushed, blacked, clean-shirted, and trim. He is forbidden to discuss politics and religion with his comrades or anyone else, and even the use of slang is forbidden to him, although he generally has a pretty extensive acquaintance with it. Nor is he allowed to drink, borrow money from fellow officers, or accept rewards, free passes, or tickets, although the last rule is more honored in the breach than in the observance. Caring for lost children. Night and day, rain or shine, when his tour of duty begins, he must go on his post and be prepared to meet all kinds of danger. He may encounter stealthy sneak thieves, red-handed murderers, and lurking and desperate foes of all kinds, and he must be ever ready to subdue gangs of noisy and refractory brawlers in tough resorts. When patrolling his beat at night, he must see that no aperture through which a thief could enter is left open or insecure. He must have an eye to windows, doors, gratings, and coal chutes. On an average, about 2,600 buildings annually are carelessly left open at the close of business by clerks or owners, and on the list are prominent banks, churches, and hundreds of stores. While at his post, he may be called upon to answer all sorts of questions, give advice, make arrests, aid the sick and injured, quell drunken and riotous brawls, and he should be constantly on the alert to discover fires, burglars, and property in peril in any way. He must take lost children to the matron's room at police headquarters, often buying them dainties on the way to keep them in good humor. There is no part of the duties of a policeman which calls forth so much sympathy as does the discovery and care of a lost child, and yet he would rather tackle a man twice his size than carry a little, dirty, tearful, rebellious, or frightened youngster to headquarters. More than 3,000 lost children are annually found in the streets of New York. If the child's name can be ascertained, it is entered, along with other particulars, in a book kept for this purpose. The name and address cannot be ascertained, An accurate description of person and clothing is recorded, and the same is telegraphed to all stations. By this means, lost children are restored to their homes in a very short time, leaving but a small number unclaimed. Communications are constantly being received from all parts of the world, requesting information of friends and relatives who have not been seen or heard of for periods extending from 1 month to 30 years. The greatest attention is given to all these cases. Officers are sent to the localities where such missing persons have resided, and old residents are interviewed, thus often obtaining correct and accurate information. Oftentimes it transpires that the persons inquired for are dead, in which cases death certificates are procured and forwarded to the inquirer. Very mysterious circumstances often surround these cases. When an inquiry for a missing person is received, the records of the department relating to persons arrested or sent to hospitals, sick or injured, are carefully consulted, and if the desired information cannot be obtained from this source, an accurate description of the missing person is recorded in a book kept for this purpose, and the members of the department are notified of the same by telegraph. An officer is detailed for duty at the morgue, and it is his place to make a daily report to headquarters, giving an accurate description of all unclaimed dead bodies, which report is kept in a book. In all cases, the record of missing persons is consulted to ascertain if any resemblance exists between the description of such dead body and any missing person. About 200 dead bodies are annually received at the morgue, of which number only about 1/3 are identified and cared for by friends. The rest are buried in the potter's field at the city's expense. Many of these are undoubtedly homeless persons without family or friends. The fact that so large a number of persons are found dead in 1 year in New York, and not identified by relations or friends, is a striking illustration of the truth that it is comparatively easy to become utterly lost in a great city. A policeman may be called at any time to the courts to testify against criminals, or he may be ordered to don citizen's garb and play detective here or there, or be called away at any instant to help to form fire lines in his own or any other precinct. Parades, weddings, political gatherings, elections, and scores of other exigencies are liable to arise at any time, and these make still farther demands upon him. Even when a short period of needed rest comes, he must still be ever ready for a sudden call to duty again. They are instructed not to use unnecessary violence in the discharge of their duty. Notwithstanding this, they have frequently been charged with a free use of the club on occasions when it was not needed. With some officers there is doubtless a temptation to wield the club, when milder measures might answer just as well. Much depends upon the surroundings and the character of the offender. In the dangerous parts of the city he is justified in employing severity under circumstances that would be reprehensible in other portions. As to clubbing, said an old officer, there is no doubt that some of the men lose their temper sooner than others do, and then use the club unjustifiably. The club is put into the hands of a policeman for use, so that he thinks logically he has a right to use it when necessary. Now it is absolutely necessary to use it sometimes, unless the officer is willing to sacrifice his life. In some parts of the city, especially in the 4th Ward, we have perfect devils to deal with. Within the last week, no less than half a dozen of my men have come into the station with their clothes actually torn off them. Every citizen has a right of complaint when he thinks an officer has gone beyond his duty, and he can be sure that the case will receive a searching investigation at the hands of the commissioners. Patrolmen carry the long regulation club at night and the short billy in the daytime. They are allowed to carry either of these weapons in their hands if they choose to, instead of carrying them in the frog attached to their belts. Clubs are made of sound locust wood, which is not so apt to split as hickory and oak. The night club is 22 inches long and 1 3/8 inches thick. The billy is of various sizes. The discipline and training of the police are especially noticeable in times of disturbance, and the services they have rendered are worthy of all praise. Instances of cowardice are extremely rare. Cases can be multiplied in which policemen have shown extraordinary courage in the pursuit and capture of criminals, and generally they are ready to perform their duty, however dangerous, without ever thinking of consequences to themselves. In the great draft riots and in strikes during more recent years, they have held the mob in check and saved millions of property from destruction. During the strike of the employees of the Third Avenue Surface Railway Company, a mob assembled at the corner of Third Avenue and 59th Street, where there was a large quantity of building material. The police formed in a solid phalanx extending across the avenue, and when the order to advance was given, they moved with a solid front in perfect alignment. The mob greeted them with a shower of bricks, and several policemen fell stunned to the ground. But the lines closed, the men, armed with their heavy night clubs, were ordered to charge, and they obeyed the order with the promptness of a military detachment. With their powerful weapons, which never misfire and require no reloading, they fell upon the mob, and in less time than it takes to tell the story, there were a dozen rioters stretched on the pavement, and the rest of the mob was in full flight in all directions where flight was possible. The police carried out the orders of their superiors with the efficiency of soldiers of the regular army. The police have a great antipathy to labor strikes and the disorder that accompanies them, and when they come in contact with a striking mob, they are not tender in their ways of handling it. Strikes mean long hours of duty and hard work for the police. In the Third Avenue strike, most of the men were on duty day and night for a week or more, unable to remove their clothing, and only getting what sleep they could manage to secure at half-hour intervals in the station houses. The prevention of crime is the first great duty of the policeman. To this end, the patrolman is expected to know by sight pretty nearly every person residing in the district in his charge, and also to know his name and occupation. He keeps a watchful eye on strangers, and if any suspicious movements come under his observation, it is his duty to investigate them. Strangers with bundles, late at night, especially in suspicious localities or in the neighborhood of shops or stores, are liable to be questioned by the patrolman, and their parcels examined. Unless they can give a good account of themselves and show that their actions are honest and their possessions honestly obtained, they are liable to be run in. Should a patrolman want assistance, he raps with his club on the sidewalk, and any other patrolman hearing the signal will come at once to his aid. By a system of raps he can indicate to other officers the route he has taken if in pursuit of any person in the night time. Patrolmen on duty are forbidden to enter a saloon except to make an arrest or quell a disturbance. They may sometimes be seen slyly taking a drink at a bar, but they run the risk of being recorded, with a resulting fine or dismissal. One cold, sleety, and very disagreeable winter night, a friend of mine saw a shivering policeman whom he knew standing near the door of a fashionable saloon on Broadway. Inside the saloon all was brightness and warmth, making the night without seem all the more dreary. With a heartfelt compassion for the faithful guardian of the peace, who was compelled by duty to face the sleety storm, my friend invited him to take a Tom and Jerry, a beverage which is popularly supposed to be particularly cheering on a bitterly cold night. "I'd like it, sir," was the reply, "but it's again the rules for me to go inside." "I'll send it out to you," said the Good Samaritan. "Thank you very much, sir," he softly said, "and if you don't mind I'll go round to the side entrance and take it there. Please send it out in a soup plate with a spoon in it." A waiter soon emerged at the side entrance with a hot Tom and Jerry in a soup plate, and the benumbed policeman set vigorously to work at once with the spoon. He had finished about a quarter of the contents of the dish when the roundsman suddenly appeared. "What are you eating, officer?" queried the roundsman in a tone of surprise. "A plate of soup, sir," was the meek reply. "Let me see it." The plate was handed over, and the roundsman tasted the soup silently and with evident relish until not a drop remained. Then he returned the empty plate, and said with stern emphasis as he started on his way, "Officer, don't you take any more soup of that sort, or you'll get into trouble." "I won't, sir," said the policeman humbly, "if you'll excuse me this time. I've never done so before." Evidently no complaint was made, as the patrolman was never summoned. Arrests are to be made when required to prevent a disturbance of the peace, or in case of a crime being committed, or of persons acting in a suspicious manner, and for all offenses coming within the view and hearing of the officer. Intoxicated persons are not disturbed as long as they conduct themselves quietly. They are ordered to move on and keep moving, and as long as they do this and are not noisy, they are safe from arrest. Although 200 or more foundlings and upwards of 100 dead infants are taken charge of by the police every year, it is well known that these are but a few of the actual number annually abandoned by poverty-stricken and unnatural mothers. The foundlings are of all ages, from the little mite a few hours old to the baby of 1 or 2 years. Most of them are discovered after dark, on the streets in dark alleys or hallways, and not infrequently on somebody's doorstep. They are generally found laid away in baskets or boxes, partially filled with old clothes or cotton. Some are wrapped in nothing but newspapers, while others are entirely naked. Occasionally one is found whose fine garments indicate that its parents do not belong to the poor classes. When a policeman finds an abandoned infant, he at once takes it to the station house of his precinct, where an accurate description of the babe and its clothing is carefully recorded in a book kept for that purpose, with the name of the officer finding the same, where found, under what circumstances, and any other facts which may be of interest or which may lead to the discovery of the parents of the child. The infant is then sent to the matron of the lost children's room at police headquarters for temporary care, and by her is sent, with a statement of all the facts in the case, to the infant's hospital on Randall's Island, or to some protectory. Many of these unfortunate little ones are taken into asylums and institutions founded for the special purpose of caring for them. Some are adopted into families, and a few are sent into the country. It is very difficult to discover the perpetrators of this crime, and still more so to secure the arrest and conviction of the offenders. There is usually an organized conspiracy in each case to keep secret every detail and circumstance that would lead to the discovery of the unfortunate mother. The harbor police is a special branch of the service under the command of a captain, with headquarters on a steamer named the Patrol. The force is provided with 6 rowboats, 3 of which, manned by 1 roundsman and 2 patrolmen each, constantly patrol the harbor, and others being held in reserve. The police boat is called into requisition whenever fire breaks out on the wharves or amongst the shipping, or in any of the streets lying adjacent to the waterfront. The crew are expected to quell mutinies, to arrest quarrelsome or insubordinate sailors, prevent smuggling, check depredations upon marine property, and preserve general order in the harbor. During the excursion season, the patrol attends at the wharfs for which the steamers and barges start, the officers going on board to ascertain whether disreputable characters are likely to make the excursion disorderly, often finding it necessary to make arrests. There be good reason to believe that the excursionists will be disorderly. The patrol meets them on their return to the city, and attends them until they disperse at the dock. The patrol is manned by an efficient crew, and is the dread of wharf and harbor thieves. The Detective Bureau occupies separate apartments at police headquarters. The force numbers 2 regular sergeants, 40 detective sergeants, and 14 patrolmen detailed for detective duty. The head and guiding spirit of this department is Inspector Thomas Byrnes, who has been constantly and prominently before the public in this capacity for many years. He is a native of Ireland, but is of American training. He entered the force in 1863, and steadily rose through its several grades to his present office. Under his efficient administration, the Detective Bureau has attained to world-wide importance. He knows the methods and characteristics of crooks, and possesses a thorough knowledge of their haunts. When in pursuit of criminals, he exhibits unerring sagacity and unwearying persistence that sooner or later brings the fugitives to justice. No one man in this country or in Europe is a more successful chief of detectives. His acceptance of the trust marked the first successful attempt to give New York City a detective department worthy of the name. Bank robberies, forgeries, embezzlements, burglaries, pocket-picking, and all sorts and conditions of crime are referred to this bureau. and the inspector is in close relations with the police of all parts of the country and the world. The headquarters detectives know every crook in the city and are constantly advised of their movements. They know the style of work of every professional thief in the country, and when a robbery and the circumstances attending it are reported, they can generally name the operator to whom it should be credited. Whenever experts in crime are released from prison, their movements are watched. If they are from New York, they almost invariably return there and proceed to hatch new crimes. The detectives are usually able to head them off, and many of them have found the atmosphere of the metropolis so warm that they have sought other fields of enterprise. Before Inspector Byrnes took charge of the detective department, Wall Street and its vicinity had been infested by gangs of bank thieves, forgers, and pickpockets, who had for years carried on their nefarious operations and found it a fertile field. Bank messengers were knocked down and plundered. Tin boxes filled with securities were snatched from the hands of elderly gentlemen, and piles of greenbacks were grasped at the bank counters, where those who had just received the money were ascertaining if the count of the cashier was correct. The mysterious disappearance of fat pocketbooks and the theft of bonds and valuable papers from counting room, banks, and vaults was a frequent occurrence, and complaints were numerous. Determined to rid the street of these criminals, whose operations were constantly growing bolder, Inspector Byrnes quietly hired an office at his own expense in Wall Street and installed therein 9 of his best men. He established a dead line at Fulton Street, and each detective had positive instructions to arrest any professional thief found south of that line, who was obliged to give a good account of himself or be sent to Blackwell's Island as an habitual criminal. Suspicious persons were obliged to give a satisfactory reason for being in the vicinity. A professional thief who had legitimate business downtown at any time was obliged to obtain a pass from one of the detectives, who also granted it as soon as convinced that the thief was acting in good faith. But woe betide him if the pass was made to cover the least iniquity. So complete was the system of espionage established that small chance was left for even the most wily criminals to ply their vocation, and they soon deserted the locality. A special room in the Stock Exchange is now set apart for the detectives, 10 or 12 of whom are constantly on duty there. The result is that of late years there has been very little heard of robbery in Wall Street, and the many millions of money in and around it are as safe as though constantly under lock and key. The members of the Stock Exchange were so pleased with the success of Inspector Byrnes in ridding Wall Street of thieves and thieving that they subscribed $500 for the presentation of a handsome gold watch to that energetic and capable officer. Alas for human depravity and human impudence! While the stockbrokers were assembled to make the presentation, and the president of the exchange was delivering a well-worded speech to the gallant inspector, in which the thanks of the brokers were duly set forth, an unregenerate thief stole the president's splendid new fur-lined overcoat and got away with it successfully. And no man to this day knows just how the theft was committed, nor who was the thief. Inspector Byrnes is earnestly devoted to his work. Only recently he said, "My business is never spoken of at home. Men say they leave the shop when the door is closed, and think no more about work till next morning. That is not the truth. The man whose heart and soul is in his work never lets it wholly escape. I do not dream of my work, but I go to bed and lie there for hours studying a case. When I get a clue, I go to sleep and follow it up the next day. If it is one on which I have failed for the 10th time, I review each mistake, and out of the corrections evolve the 11th. During the day I am generally here, and every night is filled with engagements. Sunday I am here at salvation work. In other words, I clean house. 6 days of every week bring me personal letters from people in every walk of life. Some of them are curious, all are interesting, and each is a clue to a mystery. Here and there is a sheet of notepaper from which a crest has been scraped or cut, and quite as often a letterhead, carefully decapitated. If anything happened to me and these letters should fall into strangers' hands, there might be trouble. It is only fair to the people who trust me that I protect them, and so every Sunday morning I unlock this desk, carefully look over the week's mail, and destroy letters, the publication of which would blight innocent lives, break up families, do violence to individual welfare, and shock society. As he spoke, the inspector unlocked the little desk, the table and pigeonholes of which were piled and packed with the reputations of men and women, families and firms. "Do you like your life?" was asked. "Immensely. There is a fascination about a mystery that human nature cannot resist. My business is shrouded in mystery, and the more difficult it is to unravel, the harder I work. There is no satisfaction, no glory, no growth in doing the thing that is easy enough for anybody to do." "Do you see many tears?" "Oceans of them. Some break my heart, some annoy me, and some amuse me. As a rule, women's tears get the better of me. I am willing to give them the advantage because they are women, but all the crying is not done by the fair sex." In recognition of his kindness to members of the Italian colony in New York, and for his efforts in promoting extradition between Italy and this country, Inspector Byrnes was recently knighted by King Humbert of Italy. But the inspector is a modest and unassuming man, and he welcomed this evidence of respect less as a compliment to him personally than an honor to the force of which he is the head and representative. "For myself," he said, "I do not value pomp or circumstance or title, preferring to live and die the very plain man I am. But for the office which I represent, and the police force of which I have given 28 years of my life, without incurring censure or inviting disgrace once, I am very grateful indeed." In the department at police headquarters is the Rogues Gallery, where the portraits of several thousand professional criminals are preserved, together with their records. When a professional dies, his portrait is retired from the Rogues Gallery, and the same is the case when one reforms. In the former instances, the retirement is based upon absolute proof of demise. In the latter, it is done at the request of the reformed after a certain period of upright living, which is vouched for by several reputable citizens. But the photograph is not destroyed. It is kept where it can be easily found in case the man or woman should again relapse into crime. Detectives were formerly called shadows. By the term shadowing is meant that vigilant watch is kept upon the culprit by someone who follows him like his own shadow, and to do this successfully indicates no small degree of skill on the part of the detective. There is no manual to guide detectives in their work. To be successful in their profession, they must be good judges of human nature, possess astuteness, alertness, sagacity, persistence, patience, physical activity, and great endurance. The most skillful detectives are those who have been trained by long and varied experience, and who, although veterans, still retain the ardor and enthusiasm of novices. Oftentimes, from insignificant signs that occasionally surround the most mysterious crimes, they are able to construct a complete and correct theory of the motive and operations of the criminal. They acquire a wonderful memory and seldom fail to recognize a face they have once seen, however altered or disguised it may be. It becomes second nature to them to unravel plots, unmask falsehoods, and extort the truth. The skilled detective is skeptical in regard to the reformation of criminals, and the reports of the office show that the number of reformations is not more than 4 in 100. They are also dubious in believing that want drives great criminals into their careers. It may make petty thieves, but never great ones. They attribute half the criminality in the land to laziness, and the other half to immoral reading and the temptations and instruction of successful criminals. In the lost property room in the cellar of the police headquarters building are thousands of articles found on the streets by policemen. Here is a miscellaneous collection of odds and ends, including bundles and packages of all sizes and kinds, men's and women's clothing, silverware, revolvers, pistols, knives, umbrellas, musical instruments, baskets, hat boxes, trunks, and so forth. All property found by the police is kept for 1 year, and if not claimed by the owners within that time, it is sold at auction. In the Museum of Crime, on the first floor of the headquarters building, may be found photographs of notorious shoplifters, pickpockets, burglars, murderers, and eminent crooks. Here are sledgehammers whose heads are filled with lead, drags, drills, jimmies, blowpipes, jackscrews, sandbags, dark lanterns, masks, powder flasks, etc. An interesting exhibit is all the paraphernalia and implements used in the famous Manhattan bank robbery, when the adroit rascals made away with nearly $3 million in bonds and securities. Here are samples of the mechanical skill of makers of burglars' tools, showing workmanship of the highest order. Here also is the celebrated bogus gold brick, and the lock curiosities of a man whose ear was so delicately trained that he was enabled to open combination locks of safes through studying their emitted sounds. There are no ends of dirks, knives, and pistols, and a good assortment of black caps and ropes of murderers that make one shudder to look upon. Here may also be found all the paraphernalia used for smoking in opium joints. During the past few years, crime has perceptibly decreased among professional thieves. But notwithstanding this, there is no cessation of police warfare on the criminal classes. In 1890, the total number of arrests for all cases was 84,556, of which number nearly 20,000 were women. The old thieves have been driven from pillar to post and have almost disappeared. Most of the crimes of today are committed by the rising generation of young criminals who are the most reckless of their class because the most inexperienced. End of chapter 26.
Chapter 27 of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Mike Manalakis. Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life, Chapter 27, by Thomas W. Knox. Fire, fire, the life of a New York fireman, the School of Instruction, and the Life-Saving Corps. It is nearly a century since the authorities of New York organized a department whose special duty it was to extinguish fires. Before that time, the fire service, such as it was in the hands of the police, who had a distinct branch for the viewing and searching of chimneys, and also for the use of hooks, ladders, and buckets. Every house having 2 chimneys was compelled to have 1 bucket at the expense of the owner, and every house with more than 2 chimneys was required to have 2 buckets, while all brewers and bakers were to have 6 buckets each, under penalty of a fine of 6 shillings for every bucket wanting. From this crude beginning grew the old fire department of New York, which was a most excellent institution for the greater part of its existence. In its early days, all the best young men of the city belonged to it, and the engines were kept in or near the city hall, which was a very convenient location. That the rules were more rigid than in later times is shown by the circumstance that on the 1st of December, 1829, a member of the fire department was reported for chewing tobacco in the engine house, and 2 days later another member was reported for smoking a pipe. Spirituous liquors were excluded from the engine houses, but allowed at fires. In those days, the city furnished the engines and kept them in order, and it also paid the rent of the engine houses and certain other expenses connected with the service. But the work of the men was voluntary, and hence the organization was known as the Volunteer Fire Department of New York. It continued in existence until abolished by law to make way for the paid fire department about 25 years ago. The Volunteer Fire Department had become in great measure a political machine. Bad men had found their way into it, and respectable men had gradually withdrawn, though many of them still clung to it out of the affection born of long years of faithful service. I am acquainted with many members of the old fire department, and appreciate the earnestness with which they talk of the days long gone by, and deprecate the evils they were powerless to control, and which gradually brought the old organization to grief. The volunteer firemen were recruited from all kinds of trades and occupations. It was an invariable rule with them to answer every fire alarm at whatever hour it was sounded, no matter what they were doing at the time. "One time," said an old fire laddie, "Barnum, the showman, was giving a play called Moll Pitcher, or the Battle of Monmouth, at his old museum at the corner of Broadway and Ann Street. There were redcoats and Continentals in uniform, and no end of Indians with feathers and war paint and tomahawks in the battle scene. And a lot of us that ran with an engine a little way down Ann Street had hired out for soups to make up the armies that went on the stage. Well, one day, just as we were all dressed in our stage costumes and it was almost time for us to march on the stage for the great battle, the fire bell rang out a signal for a fire in our district. We didn't stop for anything, but went yelling down the stairs and out into the street just as we were, the most motley crowd of firemen that ever turned out at a fire. We met the engine coming up Ann Street, grabbed the rope, and went on to the fire with the rest of the boys. How the small boys did scamper out of the way, and how folks did stare at us, especially at the Indians in war paint and feathers, and the redcoats in their gay uniforms. But we kept at our work and put out the fire, and then went back to the museum, though by that time the play was over. Barnum was awful mad at first, as his battle scene was all broken up. But next morning the story was in the papers, and he got such a good advertisement out of the affair for nothing that he was all serene again by the time of the afternoon performance. The old firemen were extremely fond of their life. They received no compensation whatever beyond exemption from militia and jury duty, and they often paid out of their own pockets for decorating their engines and also for painting and repairing them. And these items were frequently very heavy. One company had its engine silver-plated at a cost of $2,000, and other companies soon followed its example. Pictures of various kinds, generally fire scenes or allegorical subjects, were painted on the panels of the engines or wherever there was sufficient surface on which to make a picture. And some of these paintings were really valuable works of art. The colors of the engines were usually gaudy, red having preference. And there is a story extant about a fireman who declared that he didn't care what color the committee painted the engine as long as they painted her red. The firemen always spoke of the engine as feminine, and she was beloved almost as much as were their sweethearts and wives. The principal element that tended to the demoralization and ruin of the old volunteer fire department was the Bowery rough or tough, also known as the Bowery boy. He was a curious product of the times in which he lived, and he disappeared when the old fire department went out of existence. He invariably had his trousers tucked into his boots. He wore a red shirt, no vest or waistcoat, and carried his coat on his arm, rarely on his back, and then only when forced by the weather. His stovepipe hat was cocked over one ear as far as it could possibly go and remain on his head, and he generally held in his mouth a cigar at an angle of about 40 degrees toward the sky. His hair was liberally oiled and brought well in front of his ears. His peculiar style of hairdressing gave him the name of soap locks, though it would have been injudicious to apply this term to him in his hearing. He had no occupation and no visible means of support except to run with der machine, though he sometimes consented to work in a shipyard, boiler factory, or other establishment along the East River or in the vicinity of the Bowery. He had a way of walking into a restaurant, bar room, cigar shop, or other establishment that dealt in supplies which he desired, and after receiving what he wanted, he would deliberately walk out without paying. If the proprietor ventured to hint that he desired to pay for his goods, the boy dropped his coat, struck a pugilistic attitude, and with a drawl and intonation impossible to render in print, announced in no choice language that the man would be paid by a thrashing. The threat usually brought silence, but if it did not, the boy was as good as his word. About the only thing he was ever good for was to redeem a promise to thrash whoever demanded from him his just dues. He would have his boots polished by a bootblack, and when the job was finished, the boy's box would be kicked halfway across the street, and while the urchin ran to pick it up, the scoundrel would walk leisurely away without deigning to pay the bootblack's fee. What wonder it is that with such men in the fire department there was a great deal of rioting and thieving at fires. Stores in the neighborhood were stripped of their contents if they were such as the thieves could use, and the special delight of the Bowery boy was a fire in or near a clothing store. Thereby hangs a bit of history. While a bill for the abolition of the volunteer fire department was before the state assembly, with some doubt about its passage, a fire broke out in a large clothing store. During the conflagration, several firemen were killed by falling walls. When their corpses were taken from the ruins, some of them were found to have on overcoats from which the dealer's tickets inside the collars had not been removed. This circumstance at once secured the passage of the bill through the legislature, as it sustained one of the charges that had been made against the old organization. The fireman of today is no longer a volunteer. He is paid just like a policeman or any other official, and if disabled, he is retired on a pension which is guaranteed to him for the rest of his life, varying from 1/3 to 1/2 of his pay. The present headquarters building cost $100,000, is 6 stories high, and has in its rear an enclosed yard 50 by 100 feet, which is used as a practicing ground in connection with the School of Instruction and Life-Saving Corps for the training of officers and men. Altogether, there are nearly 1,400 men and 400 horses employed in the entire department, and the total expenses are nearly $2.5 million annually. The valuable experience acquired by the men in the drill yard of the School of Instruction cannot be overestimated. Here, members of the force are thoroughly instructed in the handling and use of life-saving appliances, implements, etc. The practice ground connected with a school, where daily drills take place, enables the entire force to obtain a familiarity and knowledge of recent improvements in apparatus, implements, tools, ladders, and life-saving appliances, which are continually being added to the equipment of the department. The erection within the past few years of very high buildings has necessitated the introduction of special life-saving appliances, chief among which is the scaling ladder. This ladder is a long pole with short rungs projecting on both sides and terminating at the upper end in a steel hook. Any height can be reached by a skilled fireman with a scaling ladder, provided there are windows or other openings into which its hook can be inserted, whereas the longest practicable extension ladder so far constructed falls short of 90 feet. About 15% of the buildings in New York are so high that their upper windows cannot be reached by the longest extension ladder now in use. The value of the scaling ladder was well illustrated by an incident that happened at a recent fire in an apartment house. The elevator boy was discovered at one of the 7th-story windows, calling loudly for help, the fire having extended so rapidly as to make it impossible for him to come down the stairways. The commander of a hook and ladder company ordered his men to rescue the imperiled boy, and 3 of the men at once proceeded to do so. While they were ascending from story to story by means of scaling ladders, the long extension ladder of the company was raised to its full height, but it only reached to the sill of the 6th-story windows. In the meantime, one of the firemen had reached the 5th story by means of the scaling ladder, and from thence he stepped to the extension ladder, carrying his scaling ladder with him, which he then hooked into a window of the 7th story, and ascending, found the boy in an exhausted and excited condition. He reassured and quieted him, and although the task of passing him down to his comrades below was one requiring great strength, it was safely accomplished, and the boy at last reached the ground. Indispensable parts of the equipment of every lifesaver are the broad waist belt with snap hook attached, by means of which, standing up upon the rungs of the scaling ladder, he can securely fasten himself to it and freely use both hands, and the lifeline with which he can safely lower persons, or himself, from any elevation to the ground. Nearly all the members of the fire extinguishing force are now skilled in the use of these appliances, the only exceptions being those who were too old for that class of service at the time of its introduction. The jumping net and the lifeline gun, both of which are for use only as a last resort, are often the means of saving life. The net is circular in form, made of rope, and is intended to be held by firemen to catch persons jumping from buildings. Quite recently, during a fire in a 5-story building, the lives of 2 brothers and a sister were saved by its use. A fireman took a scaling ladder, with which he was enabled to reach the 4th floor, and then, placing it in a window of the 5th floor, he succeeded in getting the brothers down to the 4th floor. At this time, flames burst out from all the windows of the 3rd floor and prevented further descent by the ladder. In the meantime, the hook and ladder company had arrived, but as it was impossible to make use of its extension ladder in time, the life-saving net was resorted to, being held by the few available firemen aided by a number of citizens. After the sister, who had been compelled to remain on the 5th floor, and her brothers on the 4th floor had, under the fireman's direction, successfully jumped and been safely caught in the net, the fireman also jumped, and although caught in the net, he unfortunately bounded out of it and fell upon the pavement, sustaining severe injuries. There can be no doubt that the lives of all 4 would have been lost but for the prompt use of the life-saving net. The lifeline gun, or carbine, throws a projectile to which a cord is attached, with which the endangered person can haul up the stout lifeline tied to it. The general effect upon the firemen of a system of training at the School of Instruction has unquestionably been to better fit them for the performance of their ordinary duties and to qualify them to meet almost any emergency. One of the prerequisites to admission in the force is a probationary service of 1 month, largely devoted to drill in the school of the life-saving corps. A few of the recruits take to it quickly and naturally. The majority, however, acquire proficiency gradually, while only a very small proportion are found disqualified. By degrees, the recruits are made to scale story after story, to use the lifeline, to man the jumping net while a dummy is thrown from a 5th or 6th-story window, to take the part of the rescued and of the rescuer, until the end of the probationary period finds him either a qualified lifesaver or he is dropped from the rolls. If the first, he is thereupon permanently appointed, provided the service he has also been required to perform in a company has been found acceptable. The horses used in the department are large, handsome creatures, selected with great care, and their training is as carefully looked after as that of the men who have them in charge. The hospital and training school is in an appropriate building erected for the purpose, in the upper part of the city. Here is a large room on the ground floor, fitted up like the apparatus floor of an engine house, with engine, stalls, hanging harness, telegraph signal gong, sliding poles, etc., and new horses are thoroughly educated in their duties before they are distributed to the engine houses. These horses are all fresh from the country, from 4½ to 6 years old, and of course entirely untutored. The first step in the instruction, and generally the most difficult one, is to accustom the horse to getting under and into the harness and hinged collar. To accomplish this, it is often necessary to have one of the men precede the animal and place his own head in the collar. When the horse's natural dread has been allayed in this manner, he is next harnessed and hitched up at the sound of the signal on the gong. This he must learn to do quickly and without the least hesitation, and to teach it properly requires great tact and experience on the part of the trainers. At the first stroke of the gong, the horse is led and guided to his place under the harness by one man and driven from behind by another, whose voice and hand, if necessary, both urge him forward. The collar is pulled down and snapped around his neck, the harness is let down upon him, the reins are snapped, and the wide street doors slide open. This is repeated as often as may be found necessary, great care being taken to handle the animal as gently as practicable, and to avoid making him timid or injuring him in any way. The final instruction consists in driving the horse out of the stable as if responding to an actual alarm. Occasionally a horse is found deficient in intelligence or too nervous, but more frequently they develop physical faults. In either case, the horse is at once returned to the dealer who supplied it on trial. There is, however, another test to which a horse who proves satisfactory at the training stable is subjected before his final acceptance into the service. This is the test of actual service in the company for which he was selected, and failing in this, he is also rejected. The average length of service for horses in the department is about 6 years. As it is of the first importance that the horses are always in prime condition, they are sold as soon as it becomes evident that their usefulness in the service is waning. Accommodations are provided in the building for both the sick and injured horses. Commodious stalls of both the ordinary and box pattern, properly lighted and well ventilated, together with the best modern appliances and medical supplies to ensure the best treatment, are furnished. At each engine house there is a comfortable sitting room for the men, usually adjoining the dormitory, and frequently the furniture includes a billiard table, chessboards, dominoes, and other materials for amusement. Some of the houses have good-sized libraries which have been presented by friends. Political and religious discussions are forbidden. and profane language is not allowed under any circumstances. Disputes among the men are rare. When they approach the nature of a quarrel, they are referred to the foreman, and if he is unable to arbitrate successfully, the dispute is referred to a higher official. Drunkenness is forbidden, the first offense being punished with a reprimand and fine, while a second one is pretty sure to secure the discharge of the offender. The life of a fireman is not an ideal one, especially for a married man. He must be on duty night and day, excepting necessary time for his meals. He is allowed 1 day in every 10 for a holiday, and he has a short annual vacation. The family of a fireman has very little opportunity to become acquainted with him, but his wife can console herself with the reflection that she knows where her husband is when he is not in her sight. The engine room on the ground floor is always the nearest room to the street. On either side of the engine are stalls for the horses that draw the engine and hose cart, 2 for the former and generally 2 for the latter. Let us drop around tonight and make a visit to one of the engine houses. As we enter the building, the first object to catch our eyes is the engine, a shining mass of steel, iron, and nickel plating, the perfection of mechanical skill and ingenuity, and requiring the utmost care and labor to keep it in such superb condition. When it comes back from a fire, smoke and dirt begrimed and covered with mud, it is immediately put in perfect order again, no matter at what hour of the day or night it returns, or how tired the men may be. Who knows how soon it may have to go out again? The furnace of the engine is filled with fuel ready for lighting, and a kerosene torch is at hand for flashing it into a blaze in a moment. We hear the water gently bubbling within the boiler, and a glance at the steam gauge shows that a low head of steam is on, although there is no fire in the engine's furnace nor any visible means for heating the water. Closer investigation reveals a pipe coming up through the floor. It is so hot you cannot bear your hand on it. It brings steam from a boiler in the basement and keeps the water in the engine boiling hot and steam up at a low pressure. The couplings connecting this pipe with the engine are so arranged that they detach automatically when the engine is drawn away from them, and as the pipes are separated, each of them closes securely by a very simple contrivance. The engine makes steam very rapidly, and in 5 minutes or less from the time the fire is lighted, the pressure is sufficient for throwing a powerful stream of water. Everything is automatic that can be made so. The halters of the horses are so arranged that they become free by means of an electrical apparatus. The harness is suspended directly over each horse's place in front of the engine and is automatically dropped on their backs. Each horse knows his place perfectly well at the engine and rushes to it the moment an alarm is given, before a hand can be laid upon him. And the same is the case with the horses that draw the hose cart. The hats and coats of the men are on the seats they occupy when the engine starts on its run. The men often don their coats and hats while riding at full speed through the streets, or as they spring into their places just as the engine starts. The firemen sleep on the floor above the engine room. It is long past midnight. Silently we enter the dormitory and look around. The beds are occupied by the men, and no sound but their heavy breathing, telling of deep slumber, falls upon the ear. Occasionally the sound of footsteps of some belated pedestrian on the pavement below, or the distant rumble of an elevated train, floats through the half-open window and breaks the stillness of the night. Near each bed is a pair of trousers, with the ends of the legs carefully tucked into a pair of boots, and evidently very precisely arranged, and each pair of trousers and boots is placed relatively in exactly the same spot at the foot of each bed. This careful arrangement saves to the fireman a small fraction of a second of time in traveling from the head to the foot of the bed, which he must pass on his way to the hole in the floor, where he slides down a polished brass pole to the engine room below. The hole is closed by trapdoors opening from the ceiling downward, which fly open automatically the instant an alarm is given. Stairs are altogether too slow when it is a matter of getting to a fire in the shortest possible time. The fireman jumps at the hole in the floor, throws his arms and legs around the pole, and slides with lightning rapidity to the floor below in 1/10 of the time it would take him to descend the stairs. He uses the stairs on ordinary occasions, but never when responding to an alarm. A glance around the room in the dim light of the single gas jet shows that all is scrupulously neat and in perfect order. Pictures of fire scenes adorn the walls, and trophies of days gone by are placed in conspicuous places. Suddenly, without an instant's warning, and with startling distinctness, the gong rings out an alarm of fire with quick and imperative strokes. The bedclothes fly off as though lifted automatically by hidden apparatus, and the men spring from their beds and into their boots and trousers. About 2 pulls at the garments and the thing is done. They fit closely around the waist, and there is no need of suspenders. Springing to the hole in the floor, they slide down the pole one after the other, swift as a flash, sometimes 2 men clasping it and sliding down together. We won't venture to follow that way, so we hurriedly take to the stairs and jump down 2 or 3 steps at a time. Fast as we go, the men are there ahead of us. The horses have rushed out from their stalls. The harness has dropped on their backs from its fastenings above. The last snap that completes the hitching up has been made, and the animals stand in their places trembling with excitement, but perfectly obedient and waiting the word of command. The driver is in his seat, engineer and stoker and every other man is in his place, and silence reigns for an instant, but the doors are not opened. Why is this? The several strokes that we heard on the gong were to hitch up, but another signal number indicating whether the company is to respond or not has not been given. If the signal is given, the doors open and the engine and hose cart gallop out at lightning speed to the point indicated by it. Whenever a notice is given that a fire has broken out, the alarm is sounded from the headquarters building to every engine house in the city, and every company is ready for work in a few seconds. But unless the alarm code require it, they do not go out. If a fire is trifling, 1 engine may be sufficient to extinguish it. If the companies first summoned are not enough, others are summoned, and the signals may be increased until they reach 3 sixes, which calls, according to its character, from 5 to 16 companies to the scene of the conflagration. Only a fire that has attained alarming proportions will justify sending out this call, as it leaves a considerable portion of the city without protection. While we are lost in wonder and admiration at the sudden transformation that has just taken place before our eyes, another signal is given on the gong, and the big street doors, almost as wide as the building, swing swiftly apart. The horses dash out at full gallop, and the engine sways to and fro and rocks from side to side like a baby carriage rather than like a mass of metal weighing approximately 4 tons. Cobblestones, Belgian pavement, asphalt, all is the same to the steeds, literally fiery ones. And the engine goes at almost railway speed, its track marked by a line of glowing cinders from its furnace. Smoke and sparks pour from the chimney, the steam hisses at the safety valve, and everything is in readiness for work before the scene of the fire is reached. The hose is rapidly reeled off from the hose cart that follows close behind and is coupled to a hydrant. The engine begins its quick throbbing, and immediately a well-directed stream of water is pouring on the fire. From the time the first alarm sounded, when every man was asleep in bed, until the engine was ready with men and horses in place, just 24 seconds have passed. 4 seconds later, the second alarm came, the doors swung open, and the engine dashed into the street. It took 4 minutes and 9 seconds more to get to the fire, which was a considerable distance from the engine house, run a line of hose and attach it to the hydrant, and start the stream on the fire. Instances are on record of an engine getting a stream of water on a fire 4 blocks from the engine house in less than 2 minutes after the alarm was given. A day hitch has been made, and the engine started on its run to a fire in 7 seconds after the alarm was given. A foreman would feel himself disgraced if his engine was more than half a minute in getting outside the doors of the engine house at any hour of the day or night, with all hands sound asleep in their beds when the gong called them to duty. In addition to the steam fire engine companies, there are separate organizations known as hook and ladder companies, water towers, etc., all of them acting in conjunction with the rest of the force. Some of these ladder trucks are about 50 feet long and very narrow, carrying an assortment of a dozen or 15 ladders varying from 30 to 90 feet in length. They are used in saving life and for carrying hose to upper stories of burning buildings. Each truck is amply provided with scaling ladders, lifelines, jumping nets, ropes, etc., and plenty of hooks, axes, and rams for tearing down walls and partitions, and to meet almost any contingency that may arise. It is a thrilling sight to watch one of these hook and ladder companies on its way to a fire. The horses, 3 abreast, are driven at full speed, and the huge truck with its crew of men on top of the pile of ladders seems certain to topple over, especially as it rounds a corner without for a moment slackening its speed. But it is skillfully guided by a helmsman at the rear, who by means of a brake and steering apparatus keeps perfect control of the truck. The waterfront and shipping are protected by swift fireboats stationed in the East and North Rivers, manned by highly trained crews who live on board. Their furnace fires are always banked, and sufficient steam is kept up to enable them to respond instantly to a call. Their engines and pumping machinery are of the most powerful kind, enabling them to throw 12 ordinary streams of water at once. A new fireboat recently launched is about 125 feet long, built of steel throughout, with bulkheads and frames so arranged as to give the hull great stiffness, to enable it to withstand the vibrations caused by its powerful machinery. The pilot house is protected by iron shutters with peepholes in them, and movable screens made of 2 sheets of metal, with an airspace between, are arranged to travel along the rail of the vessel, thus affording adequate protection to the pilot and firemen from the heat of a great conflagration, and enabling them to fight fire at very close quarters. The vessel is steered by steam, and the rudder can be thrown hard over in 8 seconds, thus enabling the pilot to thread his way through the most crooked channels and dodge lubberly pilots of other vessels and the numerous craft that constantly ply the harbor. Her pumping capacity is enormous. A stream 5 inches in diameter can be thrown from one nozzle, besides streams 4 inches in diameter from 3 others at the same time. If the power of all the pumps is concentrated on the 5-inch nozzle alone, a stream of solid water 5 inches in diameter can be thrown to a distance of 500 feet on a level. The efficiency of the fire department depends quite as much upon the effectiveness of the electric service by which the men and engines are called as upon the alacrity with which they respond. The central office of the fire alarm telegraph is on the 6th floor of the headquarters building, and the electric signal wires, making a total circuit of nearly 1,200 miles, run to and from it in every direction and from all over the city. At many of the street corners are electric fire alarm boxes, painted red, on red lampposts surmounted with a red lantern that is lighted at night. There are nearly 1,200 of these electric fire alarm boxes distributed throughout the city. Most of them are accessible to the public at any hour of the day or night, while others are special boxes in hospitals, theaters, manufactories, etc. Anybody can ring a fire signal and summon the engines. It was believed at first that this system would be very unsafe, and cause no end of trouble by inciting mischievous men and boys to sound false alarms. To overcome this, the inventor of the system arranged the box so that in order to open the door, a handle must be turned several times. The instant the hand is moved, a gong begins ringing at the box, and keeps ringing very loudly for 20 seconds. Then the door opens and reveals a hook which must be pulled down to give the alarm. Now, no matter how much a man or boy may be bent upon mischief, he is not willing to stand for 20 seconds in front of a box while the loud gong is ringing, and a light reveals his features to everyone whose attention would certainly be attracted by the noise. The scheme works perfectly. Nobody tampers with a fire alarm, nor is likely to when he remembers that he is liable to spend several months in prison in return for his fun. The signal box is placed so high on the post that the ordinary small boy cannot reach it to turn the handle. The instant the hook is pulled, the number of the alarm box is announced at the central office at headquarters, where several operators are on duty night and day, and is by them transmitted to the various engine houses. Everything is done in the operating room in a quiet way without the least confusion, and before the person who has sent the alarm has closed the door of the signal box, his call has been received at headquarters and from thence transmitted to every engine house in the city. The fireman's life is attended by constant peril. Most of the fires that occur are taken in hand so promptly that they do not get much headway, But occasionally there is a conflagration which causes widespread destruction and more or less danger to the firemen engaged in subduing it. There is danger from falling walls and roofs, danger of suffocation by smoke and by fumes from chemicals, danger of being surrounded by flames so that escape is impossible, danger of falling into scuttle holes on floors and in roofs, and other dangers which cannot be enumerated at the moment. The men perform their work cheerfully and pay so little heed to their surroundings that it is a wonder that so few of them suffer injury or death. The greatest zeal of the fireman is shown in his efforts to save life, and the records of the department are full of thrilling incidents. On one occasion, a woman was seen hanging out of a third-story window. A fireman climbed up a post to the top of the awning, and standing on the sash of a second-story window, held on to the window blinds. At his direction, the woman dropped into his arms and was taken in safety to the street. During a fire in a tenement house on Baxter Street, a mother and her 3 children were rescued from the burning building by the intrepidity of a fireman, who climbed up a post to the top of the wooden roof built over the sidewalk, entered the second story therefrom, and groped his way, guided by faint cries, through the dense smoke. He found the frightened woman and 2 of her children crouched in a corner of a back room, and carried them one by one over the blazing roof to the ladder which had in the meantime been raised. The youngest child still remained in the building. The brave fireman, undeterred by fire and smoke, again entered it, and finding the little one, carried it safely to the street. The experienced fireman bravely and without the slightest hesitation penetrates burning buildings, where tongues of flame hiss around him, where fragments of falling timber are dropping about him and threatening death in a dreadful form, and where at any moment the whole structure may go down in a crash, from which he cannot escape by any human aid. On the records of the department are many stories of the heroism of firemen under such circumstances. Some of them record the death of firemen who bravely sought to save the lives of others and so lost their own. A record is kept at headquarters of all deeds of heroism performed by the men, and they would fill a volume. In 1869, James Gordon Bennett, the founder of the New York Herald, sent a check for $1,500 for a Medal of Honor to be awarded to the most meritorious member of the department every year. The commissioners spent $500 for a design and die for the medal, and the remainder was put at interest, yielding a sufficient amount annually to pay for the medal. At the end of each year, the commissioners select the recipient of the medal from the Roll of Merit, and the presentation is made a public ceremony at which the mayor and other officials are present. It is needless to say that every fireman in the service of the city hopes to win the medal before his term of service is ended, and whoever obtains it regards it with as much pride as the soldier of the British Army regards the Victoria Cross that he has won by personal bravery on the battlefield. In 1867, John Stevenson presented the department with $250 to be used in the discretion of the board for the benefit of the department. By careful investment, this sum has been steadily increased until now it amounts to $600. For the purpose of inciting the company commanders to the attainment of the highest standard of discipline and efficiency, the commissioners determined to annually present to the captain who shall be judged the most deserving a handsome gold medal to be known as the Stevenson Medal. This presentation is also public, and is made immediately after the presentation of the Bennett Medal. End of chapter 27.
Chapter 28 of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Bruce Peary. Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. Chapter 28, by Thomas W. Knox. The Chinese Quarter of New York. Behind the Scenes in Chinatown. John and His Curious Ways. A Night Visit to an Opium Joint. About half a century ago, a curious craft arrived one day at New York, having sailed all the way from China. It was the Chinese junk Ki Ying, and she had been a long time on the way, having visited London en route. The Ki Ying was a speculation on the part of some foreigners in far Cathay. They had decided that there was money in building a junk and sending her to distant parts of the world as a show. She was fitted up as a Chinese museum and had stalls all around her decks where Chinese artisans were working at their various trades. She was a profitable enterprise, as crowds came daily to see her, and the money made from the exhibition was the foundation of a commercial house that still exists at Hong Kong, with branches in several ports of the Far East. But one unhappy day she took fire in the harbor of New York and was burned to the water's edge. As a show, she was no longer of any use. Neither could she serve as a place of residence for the men who formerly inhabited her. Some of them found their way back to China, but the majority remained in New York and formed the nucleus of the present Chinese colony in Mott Street. The Chinese residents of New York are chiefly engaged in the laundry business. There are about 700 laundries in the city, and as each one employs from 2 to half a dozen people, the number of Chinese residents is by no means small. The location of the laundries is determined by a committee of Chinese, which takes care that these establishments are not near enough to each other to make competition between them. They are intended to compete with laundries run by people of other nationalities, but not with those of their own. The center of the Chinese community is on Mott Street, and so dense is the Mongolian population there that this street and its immediate vicinity have received the appellation of Chinatown. Between Chatham and Pell Streets, Mott is entirely given up to the Chinese, or so nearly so that the exceptions are not worth mentioning. According to an old captain of the 6th Police Precinct, which includes Chinatown, whose views from a police point are interesting, there are many popular errors about John Chinaman and his ways. In the first place, said the captain when we had settled down to the subject of our conversation, John is more cleanly in his ways than is generally supposed, at least in this country, whatever he may be in his native land. It is true that the Chinese in New York herd very closely together and live in quarters that would be repugnant to an American. It is no unusual thing to find half a dozen of them living in a room that would be insufficient for more than 2 laboring Americans, and they are not over-particular on the subject of ventilation. But they wash themselves oftener than do the Italians, and they shave their heads and braid their queues with a care that everybody must commend. They live much better than the Italians do, too. The captain went on. An Italian comes here and earns $1.25 a day. He saves the dollar to take or send home to Italy, and lives on the remaining 25 cents, which he spends for stale beer, macaroni, and rice. And the Italians in Mulberry Street crowd together quite as closely as ever the Chinese do, and sometimes even more so. On the other hand, John Chinaman lives well. He eats pork, chicken, and vegetables, and very often he has delicacies in the shape of eggs 50 years old that have been imported from China at considerable expense, together with shark's fins, dried sea slugs, and the like. The rich Chinamen live luxuriously, or at all events in a style that would astonish a good many Americans who think Mott Street is the resort of only the vilest and poorest of the Celestials. John minds his own business, continued the captain, and gives us very little trouble. We make fewer arrests among the Chinese than among any other foreign nationality in proportion to their numbers. They settle most of their disputes among themselves. Quarrels are referred to the president of their society, who may be called the mayor of Chinatown, and he stands high among them. His name is Tom Lee, and he is a prosperous merchant who has made the most of his money since he came to New York. Perhaps John would be in no wise different from the rest of mankind if he took advantage of his neighbor in a trade when the opportunity offered itself. As to stealing, he might do his share of it, but he is by no means the only man in the world who will take what isn't his own. But I have observed that they are honest among themselves, and so far as I know, they rarely steal from each other. For example, a Chinaman will live in a hall bedroom in a house where there are dozens of other Chinese. He will go to his work and be gone all day, leaving his room unlocked, so that a thief might come in and help himself if he wanted to. Of course, a white man couldn't enter the building without being seen and observed, but a Chinaman could go there with very little chance of detection. They seem to respect each other's property. Sometimes there may be quite a lot of silk and other garments, which cost considerable money, and also rings and bracelets, such as they wear, lying about their rooms, but it is rare indeed that you hear of a robbery among them. Under similar circumstances, a white man in a white men's lodging-house would expect his goods to be missing in short order if he left them exposed in this way. Perhaps it is because a white man would steal under such circumstances that John does not, the captain added with a smile upon his face. You see, John does nearly everything just the reverse of ourselves, and perhaps his morals are reversed too. You know, we write across the page, and he writes down. We join our letters together to make words, and he keeps them separate, or he makes a single character stand for a word. The first page of our book is the last of his, and the first of his is the last of ours. We stand up to plane a board, and he sits down to do the same thing. We eat with knives and forks, and he eats with chopsticks. We say our prayers, or at any rate we ought to, and he burns his. We put on black when in mourning, and he puts on white. We cut our hair short, and he wears his in a long pigtail. We drink ice water, and he abhors it as he would abhor deadly poison. And, just out of a spirit of doing things the other way, it may be that John refrains from stealing under the circumstances I have mentioned. Americans and Europeans can hardly be called a race of gamblers, said the captain after a moment's pause, but you may set down the Chinese as a gambling people. John has a contrariness in his character that is something of a puzzle. He is acquisitive and economical, industrious and temperate from our point of view, and at the same time he is a born gambler and a confirmed opium smoker. Nearly every Chinaman in Mott Street, and in the whole of New York for that matter, is fond of fan-tan and other gambling games, and nearly every Chinaman smokes opium. The whole race seems to be devoted to gambling, and the most of the work of the police with them is to break up their gambling houses and their opium dens. It's very difficult to break up their gambling places, though, for the reason that they will rarely betray their comrades, and they never allow a white man to play at their games. Once in a great while we can induce a Chinaman to turn evidence against his countrymen, but such cases are very rare. A peculiarity of John is the fact that he will not, as a general thing, admit that he knows anything about another man's business. He may tell you about his own, but never about that of his neighbor. When you ask one about the other, he shakes his head and doesn't know anything more than his name, and not always that. We get evidence against them sometimes through the converted Chinese who come here to do missionary work and manage to get into the gambling rooms. And, by the way, he added with emphasis, I don't think much of these converted Chinese, taken as a class together. They impose upon the people who employ them and send them here to convert their countrymen. They are Christians just because it pays for them to join the church and pretend to have renounced paganism. There may be honest men among them, but they are not in the majority. Some of these fellows, while professing to be Christians, have josses of their own, and frequently take a hand at fan-tan. Here, Sergeant, said the captain as one of the precinct detectives passed the door, I want you to show this gentleman through Mott Street and Chinatown." The sergeant came in, and I was introduced to a man of medium height, blond as to complexion, and with blue eyes that seemed able to pierce an uncut millstone, if such piercing were possible to the human organ of sight. He knew every inch of Chinatown, and probably every one of its inhabitants, as he was greeted familiarly wherever we went, and led me a foot-wearying promenade in and out of many buildings and up and down numerous stairways in Chinatown. Mott Street is narrow and dirty, but that is nothing unusual in New York. In fact, there are a good many streets in the metropolis much dirtier than this. 2 or 3 Chinese children were playing in the street, but did not venture far from their doors. The American or Irish small boy is apt to make it uncomfortable for the juvenile Mongolian whenever opportunity offers. One of his favorite amusements is to gather up a handful of mud and throw it in the face of the unsuspecting Celestial. A dozen boys will act simultaneously in attacking half their number of young Chinese, and they will be aided and abetted by white men who stand on the street corners and laugh at the outrage as something very funny. In consequence of this tendency, the few children of the Chinese residents do not often venture out of doors. Along the sidewalks there was a fair number of Chinese, but on the whole the scene was quiet. The best day to see these people is on Sunday, when the laundries are closed, and those who are engaged in them come to Mott Street to enjoy themselves. Then the street is crowded, and sometimes it is not easy to make one's way through the dense throng. The sergeant told me of a capture of Chinese gamblers that he recently accomplished after considerable hard work. He was convinced that the Celestials were running a fan-tan game in some rear rooms overlooked by another building, but how to get into that building and be able to identify the players was a conundrum. By the aid of a man who was not known to have any connection with the police, he hired a room whose windows looked directly upon the fan-tan players, and managed to get in there without being identified. Then, with a fellow detective and a pair of field glasses, he spotted his men, and when he was sure of their features, he arranged to have the place pulled by night. When the police arrived on the scene, the alert Chinese lookout on the street gave the signal, and instantly the lights went out and the paraphernalia of fan-tan was concealed. Some of the players fled, and those who remained were quietly smoking their pipes when the officers reached the gambling room. But the sergeant had taken the measure of the gamblers and knew their faces thoroughly, so that there was no escape. They were tried, convicted, and sent to Blackwell's Island. Fan-tan is the special gambling game on which the police wage relentless warfare. It is played nightly by private parties, and the utmost pains are taken to elude the vigilance of the minions of the law. A dozen or more players group themselves around a table in the center of which is a pewter slab. This slab is crossed with diagonal lines dividing it into sections numbered respectively 1, 2, 3, and 4. The players are at liberty to bet on any number they choose or on more than one number. The dealer or keeper of the game sits at one side of the table, and a little in front of him is a pile of a quart or more of Chinese cash, small copper or brass coins with square holes in the center. While the bets are being made, he takes a handful of cash from the pile, places it on a clear space on the table, and covers it with an inverted bowl. To prevent fraud, he has short sleeves that just project from his shoulders and no farther, and he is provided with a rod of brass or ivory as large around as a lead pencil and twice its length, and sharpened at one end to a fine point. When the stakes are all made, he raises the bowl from the small pile of coins, and with the pointed end of his wand picks out the cash in fours. The remainder, after all possible fours but one are removed, is the winning number. Before the pile is half removed, the skilled players can tell almost to a certainty what will be the winning number, and it is interesting to watch their faces and observe the expressions of hope, greedy expectation, or sullen disappointment. A regularly constructed fan-tan room has a hole in the low ceiling above the table. This hole is the size of the table, or a little larger, and is surrounded by a railing. Another and more aristocratic group of players looks eagerly over the railing, and their bets are lowered and winnings raised by means of a small basket attached to a cord. We first visited Wo Ki, one of the richest merchants of Chinatown. He is perhaps worth $100,000 and is a man of reputation and dignity. We found him seated with one of his employees at the side of a tub where the twain were engaged in shelling beans. Whether they were intended for his consumption or for customers I did not ask, but as beans are not supposed to be fattening, and Wo Ki is decidedly a fat man, it is probable that they were for commercial rather than personal use. Our conversation was brief, though he spoke very good English, Wo Ki adhering to his tub with the assiduity of a Socrates, and not once suspending the work of bean shelling. He is a general merchant in Chinese goods, and his shop contains everything from a firecracker to a dried duck or an embroidered jacket. The Chinese in New York follow the custom of their native land in settling accounts at the end of the year, paying when they can, and being forgiven all debts that they are unable to pay. The 11th of February is the Chinese New Year, and on that day there is a grand festivity in which everybody feasts and offers prayers in the joss house or temple. It is a sort of 4th of July, New Year's Day, and Thanksgiving Day combined, and it is an important day indeed for everybody concerned. Delinquents who cannot pay their debts are crossed off the books, and it is proper to add that they are never trusted again. There is not now a single opium joint in Mott Street or its vicinity, but every Chinaman, almost without exception, smokes the drug and has his own private layout for that purpose. This cannot be called a joint, which is a place kept by a man who admits patrons to smoke at a fixed price per head. The joints that formerly existed in Mott Street were patronized largely by Chinese, but not wholly so. White men and women, particularly the latter, used to go there, and the places were the scenes of all sorts of iniquity. Such resorts still exist uptown, where opium and a pipe can be obtained by the initiated. There are only 2 or 3 Chinese women living in Mott Street, and probably not more than 6 in the whole city. They are the wives of prominent Chinese. Wo Ki has his wife and family living here, and the other Chinese women are of equally reputable standing. The class of Chinese women that have given the police of San Francisco a great deal of trouble is unknown in New York, their places being taken by white women. These last are not easy to discover in evil ways, for the reason that they have no relations with white men, but associate exclusively with the Mongolians. When arrested and brought into the police courts, they claim to be the wives of Chinese, and either produce marriage certificates or bring their alleged husbands to swear to the matrimonial relation. John is fond of pretty faces, although he's not usually remarkable for his own beauty, and not a few white girls find a ready market for their charms in Mott and Pell Streets. Chinamen were coming and going along the sidewalk and in and out of the houses, alleys, and cellars as I accompanied the detective, for whom many of them had a friendly nod and a word of welcome. I wondered whether the nods and words were inspired by fear or esteem, but did not propound this question to the sergeant. John is shrewd enough to know that it is to his advantage to keep on the right side of detectives, who can be very troublesome when they choose to be, in case the ways of John should happen to be such as would not well bear the light. A Chinese drugstore was next visited, where the medicaments were such as are generally unknown to the American pharmacopoeia. A deer's horn taken in the velvet, or rather a section weighing perhaps 2 pounds, hung above the counter. I asked the price and was told $10. Deer's horn in this condition, when the new horn is just forming, is a sovereign remedy for many ills and is prescribed with the greatest solemnity. It is grated fine and given as a dry powder, or it may be mixed with other medicines in order that the combined effect may be to tangle the disease, if not to cure it. At the sergeant's suggestion, the almond-eyed druggist showed me a handful of dried locusts, which he took from a drawer. These locusts are caught in China, where they are carefully dried. When wanted for use, they are stewed until reduced to a thin soup, and in this form are taken by the man who wants to get well. The Chinese are great believers in charms and incantations, and the soothsayer's art is closely allied to that of the doctor. In fact, the two are often exercised by one and the same individual. From the drugstore, we went to see the big joss, or idol, in the temple, which is on the 3rd floor of a house on Mott Street, the 2nd floor being occupied as a restaurant. The restaurant occupies the whole of the front part of the floor, the rear being used as a kitchen. There were 12 or 15 tables in the room. They were round and about 4 feet in diameter, and at one of them was a group of 5 men busily engaged in satisfying their appetites in true Chinese style. One was holding a bowl of rice close against his chin, and by means of a pair of chopsticks the food was forced rapidly into his mouth. Another was lifting pieces of stewed pork from a steaming bowl, and 2 of the diners were regaling themselves on what appeared to be boiled cabbage cut very fine, though it may have been something else. Most of the men at table were squatting with their heels on low stools, and the others were sitting in Occidental fashion. The detective fell into conversation with a man in American dress who was alone at one of the tables. He was one of the 3 interpreters who serve their countrymen in the courts and elsewhere where interpretation is necessary. The room was hung with strips of red paper on which the bill of fare was printed in Chinese characters, together with the prices. As in other restaurants the world over, there were certain standard dishes, such as rice, stewed pork, beans, and the like, and then there were dishes which are only served on stated occasions. The general appearance of the place was not attractive, the floor being covered with sawdust, and the patrons anything but neat in their dress. In addition to the bills of fare, there were blessings and invitations on the strips of paper. There were also some banners which had been presented to the proprietor by his friends, and were evidently regarded by him with affection and esteem. Fong, a pig-tailed attendant, then led the way to the kitchen, where 3 or 4 cooks were hard at work, and every few moments an order was shouted from the restaurant, just as it is shouted in a downtown cafe. One of the cooks was preparing a toothsome dish. It consisted of pork, onions, bamboo shoots, and celery, and a single portion cost 15 cents. Fan is rice, and the price was 5 cents for a bowlful. Chai is tea, and there were several varieties. The poorest kind was served free, like water in an American restaurant, but if you wanted the fine varieties, you had to pay for them, and the price varied according to the quality. Another cook was preparing some pig's feet for the stew kettle, and still another was washing and cutting up some ducks and chickens, and very particular he was about his work. There was no cooking range, such as one finds in the kitchen of an American restaurant. The kettles were set in brickwork, and the frying pans stood over a sort of furnace, which, though primitive in construction, was doubtless capable of frying to perfection. The principal meats of the Chinese are pork, chicken, and duck. They eat very little beef, and probably for every pound of it consumed in this restaurant, there are 20 pounds of pork and as many of chicken used. It is amazing what the Chinaman will do with pork. It is safe to say that, after rice, it is the chief staple of Chinese diet. Here were whole carcasses laid out upon a table, being painted with various dressings, and cut into assorted sizes and shapes. Different portions were chosen and laid aside for different dishes, and altogether, when a Chinaman has done with a pig, there is nothing of the dead but bones. The pigeon and the goose play a prominent part in the Chinese bill of fare, and the squawking of live birds in the kitchen is a frequent sound. The way that a Chinaman cuts a fowl is strangely unlike the European method. The American or the European unjoints the bird and strips the skeleton of its meat. Not so John Chinaman. He slices a duck or chicken straight across, bones and all. It must be done with an exceedingly sharp knife, for the bones are as cleanly cut as the flesh. In the Chinese cookery, everything is prepared with a view to the use of chopsticks, and all the viands are in bits which can be taken up easily with those two dainty straw-like instruments. Etiquette must be observed in Chinese restaurants. For example, when one drinks tea, he must pour a little into the cup, rinse it around, and empty it upon the floor. Whether this libation is a precaution in behalf of cleanliness, or whether some god must be propitiated, I know not, and it is needless to ask questions, for upon all points pertaining to his own customs, John Chinaman is strictly non-committal. The first thing that the Chinese waiter does is to set the table. This does not imply the presence of tablecloth or napkins, for those luxuries are conspicuous by their absence. First is brought a tin teapot which holds a pint, and flaring cups, very small at the bottom. To an American, a fork is generally given, but Chinamen are provided with chopsticks. The tea having been deposited on the table, the diner gives his order for dinner. This is a difficult task for an American. Sometimes 2 or 3 Americans will drop in out of curiosity, but they rarely stay long. The best way to dine here is to make up a party and order the dinner beforehand. Then, if you are willing to pay enough, you can have the big room to yourselves, and the floor will be swept and everything made presentable. You can make a dinner that will cost $3 or $4 a head by ordering expensive dishes. Dinner parties, in the big room, about 25 feet by 50, are not at all infrequent, and sometimes ladies are taken there for the sake of the novelty. A gentleman of my acquaintance once gave a dinner to a party of friends at this very restaurant. The menu was in Chinese, and the dinner was ordered 3 days in advance. An interpreter translated the menu, of which the following is a translation. First set: shark's fins, boned chicken stuffed with birds' nests, boned duck stuffed with lily seed, roast duck stuffed with Chinese herbs, fish bladder, rock lichen with noodles, pear wine, tea, and preserves. Second set: yellowfish head gristle, sea worms, roast pigeon, Chinese water potatoes and fried chicken, chicken stewed with mushrooms, chicken mussels piqué with perfumed ham, rice wine, fruits, and almonds. Third set: fruits including oranges, apples, dried lychee nuts, etc., sweet pickles, steamed cake, lily seed soup, bird's nest soup, boiled rice, and salted eggs. In addition to these things, there were various sweets on the table. Each guest had at his side a saucer of a condiment called soy, and resembling Worcester sauce. Bits of meat are dipped into the soy after being raised from the plate by the chopsticks and before going to the diner's mouth. Ascending to the joss house on the floor above, we were welcomed by the proprietor, whose English was as thin as his countenance, which was so withered that nearly all the facial muscles were distinctly defined. He smiled grimly upon the detective and myself, and stood idly by while my guide showed the attractions of the place. The center of attraction and of the room is an idol that would be small in a temple in China, but is a huge one for the quarters in which he finds himself. In front of the idol is an elaborately carved and gilded screen, which was brought from China quite recently. It is all carved by hand, and is as gaudy as it is mysterious to the Occidental spectator. It was detained for some time in the custom house, and the duties amounted to about $400. The proprietor was evidently proud of it, and his eyes glistened as I praised it in all the pidgin English superlatives at my command. The walls of the room are profusely ornamented with banners, some of them very elaborately embroidered. They are used on grand occasions, such as funerals and New Year festivities. And in a rack near them were some standards that had a close resemblance to the torches which are borne by political patriots in night processions just before a presidential election. In front of the idol is an altar on which the devout worshippers place their offerings of food for the deity that presides over the place. Exactly what becomes of this food I was unable to ascertain, but I noted the circumstance that the temple is just above the restaurant. Possibly the keepers of the two places find the arrangement excellent for returning articles that the god cannot devour, so that they may be sold again and perhaps several times over. The devotees who patronize the temple go to considerable expense, and some of the offerings are the choicest delicacies known to the Chinese menu. Many of them are ordered from the restaurant, and therefore it is convenient to be close to the source of food supply. The custodian of the temple placidly smoked his pipe, and the detective and I continued to smoke our cigars while in the joss house. This was not intended as irreverence, but is the customary way to do. A small room at the rear of the temple contained an opium layout for 2 persons. At one side of this little snuggery there was a raised platform about 18 inches above the floor and 5 feet square. It was covered with Chinese matting, and at each end was a curtain which partially shielded it from the gaze of persons outside the door. In the center of the platform was a tray which contained the smoker's layout, and each piece was placed with the utmost precision. There were 2 pipes, and it was evident that 2 persons could find room here for a friendly smoke. The little lamp on the tray is called the fairy. It was shielded with glass to prevent its being easily extinguished, and was supplied with peanut oil, and its flame was used for cooking and burning the opium. Near the lamp was a little box of bone called the hop toy that held the opium. A needle 4 or 5 inches long and flattened at one end was the yen hawk for holding the opium in the flame, and a little box of tin held the yen shi, or bits of refuse opium. The pipe was a piece of bamboo about 16 inches long, and with a saucer-shaped bowl inserted about 1/3 of the distance from the end. The value of a pipe increases with its age and saturation. This one was black with long use, and probably it could not be bought for less than $30. Perhaps it would bring as high as $50, and I have seen one for which $100 was refused. It often happens that 2 smokers make use of one pipe, which is passed alternately from hand to hand. This is particularly the case in opium joints, where a single pipe will serve for a party of 2, 3, or 4. There is economy in this, as there is a fixed charge for a layout, which includes the tray and contents, together with a full charge of opium in the hop toy. I recall a visit I once made by night to an opium joint when they flourished in this locality. It was in a cellar or basement, and the outer door was carefully guarded by a keen-eyed Chinaman who refused admission to strangers unless they were properly escorted. The doorkeeper surveyed us through a peephole in the door, and when he was satisfied with the inspection, he unlocked and unbolted the entrance and let down a chain whose links were as large as my little finger. A dozen men would have been powerless to break it. We proceeded along the narrow hallway, which was lighted by a lantern hung from the ceiling, then stopped at another door, in which a little wicket opened and a yellow face appeared, scrutinizing us inquiringly. "How many?" he asked. "2," my friend replied, and another bolt was withdrawn, and we entered. Our nostrils were greeted with the pungent aromatic odor of burning opium. The drug has an odor that is very penetrating, and when once it is known, it can be readily recognized. This odor, coming through doorways and permeating through a building in spite of every precaution, has frequently led to the detection of opium joints and caused their suppression by the police. On one side of the room was a little alcove, like a ticket office. It was occupied by the proprietor, and just as we entered the place, he was weighing out a charge of opium with some tiny scales like the smallest of those used by druggists. Several trays were piled at one side of the counter, and there were a dozen or more fairy lamps on a shelf, together with the other implements that make up a layout. Farther along was a curtain which hung over the entrance of the smoking room. We waited till the proprietor had made the tray ready for a customer, and then followed him into the inner room. The pungent odor increased as we passed the thick curtain, which was drawn aside for us, and we found ourselves in a room about 30 feet long by 12 in width. It was dimly lighted, and there were several strata of smoke that did not exactly resemble any smoke ordinarily seen in rooms. All around the sides and ends of the room were platforms or bunks about 2 feet high and covered with Chinese matting. A few have mattresses instead of matting, out of deference to American tastes. The Chinese smoker considers a board covered with matting quite soft enough for a bed, and he regards hair, feathers, and French springs as fit for anything else in the world but to sleep on. On the first of these platforms were 2 Chinese, smoking opium. The boss handed one of them the tray he had just brought in. The smoker was lying on the matting with his head resting on a bit of wood just large enough to support it. As the tray was brought, he rose up on his side, and with the yen hawk took a mass of opium out of the hop toy. He twisted the pasty mass until it assumed the shape of a pill on the end of the needle. Holding this in one hand, he took the pipe in the other and placed his lips against the end. Next he brought the bowl directly over the flame of the lamp, and then held the pill so that it was burned in the flame. At the same time he drew several long inhalations with all the force of his lungs, and expelled the smoke through his nostrils. 3 or 4 whiffs, or maybe half a dozen, exhausted the pill of opium and finished the performance. The man had taken 1 pipe of opium. He placed the pipe by the side of the tray and fell back upon his headrest in a condition of drowsiness. His comrade picked up the pipe, formed a pill of opium from the mass in the box, and smoked it in the way we had just seen. Evidently the men were adepts at the business, as they were skillful in the manipulation of the pill, which is quite an awkward manner for the beginner. Having witnessed the operation of hitting the pipe, I moved on past the line of bunks that were filled with occupants. A few hid their faces, but the majority were so far under the influence of the drug as to be indifferent to surrounding circumstances. Nearly all the bunks were occupied, some having but a single smoker, and others 2, 3, or 4 occupants. Less than half the number of smokers were Chinese, the others being Americans. Few white men can run an opium joint successfully. A Chinaman is meek, pretends not to understand when anything insulting is said to him, and so long as he gets paid for the opium does not care what the patrons do. On the contrary, a white man will not stand insult, and wants to boss the place to suit himself. Nearly all the white women who frequent Chinatown are addicted to opium smoking, and many of them are so confirmed in the habit that they would find great difficulty in shaking it off. "I've got the yen opium habit the worst way," said one woman, "and must have my pipe every night. I want 2 or 3 pipes before I can get to sleep, and sometimes I want half a dozen." "How long have you been hitting the pipe?" I asked. "How long? Let me see. It's about 4 years. When I tried the first time, I thought it would strangle me, but I soon found that it was pleasanter than cigarette smoke and didn't make me cough. But I smoked so much the first night that it made me deathly sick, and I felt awful the next morning. I smoked a night or 2 after that and got along much better, and that's the way I started. Now I must have a smoke every night, or I can't live. I can cook a pill just as well as a Chinaman," she continued. "Just see me do it." With that, she dipped the point of the needle into the sticky mass of opium in the little box of bone, and after twirling it dexterously a few times, brought it out with a lump the size of a pea at the end. Then she held the pea in the flame of the fairy lamp till it was cooked, its color changing from black to the tint of old gold. Then she rolled it on the smooth surface of the pipe bowl to expel the poisonous juices, and when it was in proper condition she placed it in the bowl of the pipe, held it in the flame of the lamp, and with her lips against the ivory mouthpiece inhaled the smoke slowly, just as we had seen the Chinese do in the first bunk where we stopped. Near the farther end of the room was a bunk occupied by 4 white women, 3 of them being apparently adepts in the vice, and the 4th a novice. 4 persons crowd a bunk very closely. 2 recline their heads upon the pillows or headrests, and the other 2 make use of their companions for the same purpose. A party may consist of either men or women, or it may be made up of both sexes. Opium smokers do not stand on ceremony with each other, and strangers will recline on the same bunk and draw intoxication from the same pipe without the least hesitation. The old adage says, "Misery loves company." This is certainly the case with debauchery, and especially of debauchery through opium. The occupants of the joint were in various stages of the opium intoxication. Some had taken their 2nd, 3rd, 4th, or other pipes, and were in a state of partial or complete insensibility. The victims would often lie there for hours, and sleep away as much as they could of the effects of the drug, and rise in the morning with a feeling of hunger and thirst, but a hunger that could not be allayed by food. Their nerves would be more or less shaken, according to the length of time they had been addicted to the opium habit, and they would long for the arrival of the night when they could again smoke and fall into a state of forgetfulness. The opium used for smoking, called by smokers dope, is an aqueous extract of the ordinary commercial gum. The Chinese have a secret mode of preparing this extract, making it more palatable to the taste and easier to get ready for smoking. It is imported from China, usually in oblong brass boxes about 5 inches long and 2½ wide. The can is only half filled, as in warm weather it puffs up and would overflow if allowance was not made for this swelling. It is about the consistency of tar melted in the sun, and nearly the same color. The mode of measuring it when selling is by a Chinese weight called fun. There are about 83 fun in an ounce, and a can contains 415 fun, or about 5 ounces. The best quality of this sells for $8.25 a can, and inferior grades run as low as $6. In smaller quantities, 8 to 10 fun are sold for 25 cents. Whenever a joint is discovered and raided in the upper part of the city, but few, if any, Chinese are found in them. The uptown joints are patronized almost exclusively by white people, and I believe that the vice cannot be wholly stamped out of existence. When once acquired, the habit is not easily shaken off, as it clings to its victims with great tenacity. One uptown joint, which was raided only a few months ago, was located in a respectable apartment house, and suspicion was drawn to it by the large number of well-dressed and well-behaved people of both sexes who went there, and also by the peculiar odor that came from the door and permeated the halls of the building. 10 men and 5 women were captured and passed the rest of the night in the Jefferson Market police station. All gave fictitious names, as some of the women cried and begged to be let off, as this, so they alleged, was the first time they had ever been in the place. The smoking implements that were captured in the raid were of the highest class of workmanship, and are an important addition to the museum at police headquarters. One of the prisoners was a doctor who lived at a first-class hotel and had a goodly list of fashionable patients. He claimed to have gone there for scientific observation and not for the purpose of smoking the pernicious drug. But he followed the example of the others in giving a fictitious name when arrested. The raid upon this opium joint, and the revelations that followed, are most unpleasantly suggestive of the growth of a vice which, until within a few years, was almost exclusively confined to Chinatown. It is not necessary to refer to official records for proof that the opium habit is spreading steadily and, comparatively speaking, fast. The statements of physicians and druggists and even common observation supply convincing evidence of the fact. It is not probable that New York now contains many large and luxuriously appointed resorts for opium smokers, but if private houses could be turned inside out, they would almost certainly reveal a startling number of individual victims who are accustomed to practice the vice in solitude. There is every reason to suppose that, without reference to the Chinese quarter, there are not a few establishments, cautiously conducted amid decent surroundings, which are regularly supported by coteries of habitual patrons and more or less accessible to occasional visitors. The increasing sale of the drug, the admissions of the medical profession, and the experience of the hospitals unmistakably point to this conclusion. For reasons which are obscure, though the fact is notorious, indulgence in the use of opium destroys the Chinaman far less surely, quickly, and completely than the Caucasian. To Americans in particular, it means swift and certain degradation. Property has greatly advanced in Mott Street, and rents have been more than doubled since the Chinese located themselves there. Some of the buildings have been reconstructed by them, and wherever they have taken property in hand for the purpose of improvement, they have spent money liberally. With the exception of the white women already mentioned, they do not allow any people not of their own race to live among them, and will doubtless continue their exclusiveness as long as they remain here. End of chapter 28.